Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Central Hospital has welcomed a new little life. Unfortunately, his mother accidentally fell down the stairs, causing dystocia, so neither his twin brother nor his mother survived. Oh, what a pitiful little creature. The little nurse, full of compassion, washed the poor little boy and placed him in a warm crib. Eyes traveled through time. At this time, Zhang Li had 10,000 wild horses galloping in his heart and could not calm down. Because his mind was filled with noisy voices at the moment. Doctor, please save my wife, please. Ooh, my poor child. You incompetent doctors, if there is anything wrong with my brother, I will demolish this hospital. Thank you, doctor, thank you for saving my legs. All kinds of sad or joyful sounds in the hospital came into the nervous mind. He could even feel that someone was having sex with a man and a woman in the corridor. Have I gained some kind of superpower that can peek into other people's minds? Whoa, whoa, whoa. But his little head couldn't bear the intrusion of so much mental energy. He wanted to call for help, but the baby's underdeveloped voice made him only make whining sounds. Buzz. Suddenly, there were spatial fluctuations in the room, and then a light yellow and transparent teleportation door-like glass appeared out of thin air. 3 heavily armed special personnel came out. This sudden change attracted Zhang Li's attention, and he couldn't help but activate his abilities towards these 3 special characters. But the helmets of these 3 special personnel seemed to have some kind of special shielding function, which prevented him from reading the voices of these 3 people. Report to headquarters, we have discovered a time criminal. Oh, I have never seen such a bizarre situation. The criminal we want to arrest is actually a baby. It looks like he has just been born. The fat woman with dark skin looked at the information displayed on the instrument in her hand. Cassandra Nova Xavier was supposed to be the twin sister who was killed by Professor X now. Well, he has become a boy and survived successfully, but his mother and brother did not survive. Headquarters, what should we do? Should we take him back for interrogation according to the procedure? No kidding, how do you interrogate a little boy who is only a few seconds old? I'm afraid I have to arrange a personal nanny for him to accompany him. Whether he can speak at that time is one thing, but what should he do if he poops his crotch? Okay, execute on the spot, I understand. After receiving the confirmation from the headquarters, the dark-skinned fat woman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhang Li was in a state of turmoil and found it difficult to calm down. Because he had already inferred his current situation from the fat woman's words. She was reborn as Cassandra, which led to the death of Professor the Black Ant in front of her, is the time guard B-15 sent by the Time Administration to eliminate him. Fuck. Zhang had no choice but to curse in his heart. With so many time travelers, why was he the only one discovered by the Time Management Bureau? What about the system? Why no response? Am I an orphan? Well, now he is indeed an orphan. But this time travel is too hasty. Shouldn't Guya lead the way at the first stop? Why is it a Time Variation Bureau? Before he could think about it, B-15 directly raised the baton in his hand and poked tension on the crib. That is the Eliminator, which can directly judge any person or object that is touched and send it into the void. Zhang Li still wanted to struggle and used his telepathy ability to control the Eliminator so that it could not fall. B-15 was also very shocked by Zhang Li's ability, but she was not alone. The other 2 time guards realized that something was wrong, and they also activated the Eliminator batons in their hands and poked Zhang Li. Wow. After Zhang Li shouted in fear, the whole person slowly disappeared. The finale? How is it possible? A hole suddenly opened in the sky above the Land of Nothingness, and the tension wrapped in swaddling clothes fell from the sky. If he fell at this speed, he would probably be smashed into a pulp. Just when the baby was about to come into contact with the ground, Zhang gathered enough strength and controlled his body to stop for a moment through the power of his mind, eliminating all the acceleration of gravity so that he would not be thrown to death. And he had just been born not long ago, and he hadn't even had a sip of milk yet. With so many changes happening one after another, his body simply could not withstand such strong pressure. After the swaddling bag fell 20 centimeters above the ground, he fell asleep. Click. Thunder flashed in the distant sky, and a strange storm cloud was quickly approaching here. That is Alios, a living storm cloud with the ability to swallow matter and energy, and the terminator of all time and space. Everything that falls into the void is his food and nourishment. The coming tension caught his attention. Roar. Alios revealed a huge head similar to a dog and opened an abyss-like mouth towards the place where the tension was. At this moment, Zhang Li fell into a drowsy state and had no idea of the danger he was facing. Bang. At the critical moment, after a sound beside Zhang, the black fog dissipated and a black figure appeared. This man actually has the ability to teleport similarly to the Red Devil. Could he be a variant of the Red Devil from some other universe, the Black Devil? I saw the man slowly grabbing the swaddled Zhang and then using his ability again. With a bang sound, he disappeared from the spot with tension. Alios took a bite but only got a mouthful of dirt. Zhang Li had a nightmare in his sleep. He always felt that something strange was stuffed in his mouth. When he came to, he was startled the moment he opened his eyes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Zhang shook his little arms and legs in fear, and he didn't even care about what was stuffed in his mouth. Because what appeared before him was the natural enemy of all mutants, the sentinel robot. The body of more than 3 meters tall has a shining energy furnace on the chest. The surface is covered with iron armor like snake scales. It looks like metal, but in fact it is a high molecular polymer. Zhang Li was held in his left hand by the tall and mighty sentry robot, like a small toy. The sentry robot was also startled by Zhang's sudden cry and its big face tilted back. Later, the sentry robot detected Zhang Li's mutant ability, and his pair of small eyes hidden on his big face shone blue. He then copied Zhang Li's telepathic ability. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, I just want to feed you some cookies." The sentry robot used telepathy to try to calm the tense mood, and also raised the small biscuit held in the fingers of its right hand. For a sentry robot that is more than 3 meters tall, it is indeed a small biscuit. PFFT tilde. The awkward atmosphere always came so suddenly. He had diarrhea due to tension, and he felt that his 2 buttocks were sitting on a pool of wet and hot liquid. Even thinking has stopped at this moment. Compared with life and death, social death is obviously more difficult to accept. "You feed me biscuits? How big a kid am I? You feed me biscuits. It's one thing whether you can digest it or not. Aren't you afraid of killing me?" Zhang Li communicates with the sentry robot through telepathy. At this moment, he doesn't care whether the sentry robot will kill him, who can understand that he has to face so many troubles since he was born. "Sorry, I have no experience raising human cubs." The sentry robot apologized sincerely. At this time, Zhang Li also realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the sentry robot in front of him. "Are you too friendly towards mutants?" And he seems to have emotions of his own. But that's right, this is a place of nothingness, and people who don't blame themselves don't deserve to come here, right? So, you awakened your self-awareness because you copied Mystique's mutant genes. The sentry robot brought Zhang to a small puddle and gently wiped Zhang's butt with a rag. "I was just an accident. Other sentry robots also obtained Raven Darkholm's mutant genes, but I was the only one who awakened consciousness. I think life should be precious and mutants should not be killed indiscriminately." The sentry robot found a new blanket and wrapped the tension again. "So you rebelled against your creator and joined Professor X Charles and his mutant organization." The sentinel robot was designed by Bolivar Trask, but Zhang Li was not very impressed by the scientist. "Actually, I just escaped from the laboratory, and then I was arrested by a group of people calling themselves the Time Administration. They said I was guilty and sent me here. I'm curious, what mistake did a newborn like you make to be sent here?" Zhang Li explained. "The Time Administration stands outside of time. They can see everyone's past and future. The reason why we were convicted is because they felt that our future would have a wrong impact on the original world. It would be more accurate to say that some of our actions break our original trajectory in life." The sentry robot's small eyes flashed with confusion and said, "You are very smart, but in my database, human newborns should not have such wisdom." Zhang Li said helplessly, "This is the crime I was sent here for because I was born knowing it." "Wait, why don't you try to read my consciousness? How many mutant abilities do you have now?" When Zhang Li first awakened, he couldn't control his own abilities, but the sentinel robot could easily control various abilities. The sentry robot thought for a moment and said, "I don't know, my consciousness seems to be very resistant to stealing other people's memories, but I can't control myself from including your mutant abilities. I currently have 11 abilities included." The copying ability of the sentinel robot is an autonomous program which is equivalent to a passive ability. Zhang Li said enviously, "Oh, I can also copy other people's mutant abilities. Unfortunately, you are not a carbon-based life. My ability requires copying other people's DNA." Cassandra is the twin sister of Professor X. Her mutant abilities include super telepathy, DNA replication, super healing abilities, etc. Zhang Li naturally also inherited these abilities. "That's really a pity." The sentry robot said, "By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet." "My name is Zhang Li." Zhang Li felt that it would be better for him to go back to his original name. The name Cassandra did not suit him. I don't have a name of my own yet, but I do have a mechanical number. How can you do it without a name? Let me choose one for you. Just have the same surname as me, Zhang. Well, do you have any ideas about your name? Zhang Li thought it would be better to ask the sentry robot for its opinion first. The sentry robot was also moved by Zhang Li's attention to him. Riven Darkholme, I wish I could have her first or last name in my name. She's a relative of mine in a sense. So is Bolivar Trask, but he doesn't seem to be very like me. After the sentry robot awakened its consciousness, Bolivar was very panicked. He did many experiments on the sentry robot. That's what Bolivar should do. The sentry robot understands but also feels sad. Bolivar had never treated him as a human being like Zhang Li, although he is not human. Zhang Li thought for a while and then said, then the name is Zhang Ruida. The word Ruida includes both Ruiwen's first and last name, and Zhang represents the bond between us. Great name, I love it, thank you Zhang Li. Ruida had never been so happy as she was today, and she felt as if her consciousness was boiling. Well, nice to meet you Zhang Ruida. Zhang Li stretched out his chubby pink hands, and Ruida stretched out his thick big fingers, and the bond between the two was established. The Land of Nothingness is endless, and Ruida is not a living organism, so there is no need to consider the cost of food and clothing. He copied Storm Girl's mutant ability. When the energy was exhausted, he could just strike a bolt of lightning into his chest. But tension is not enough, he needs to get enough food and clean water. But the Land of Nothingness is the territory of Alios, and there are very few supplies here that can provide for the survival of babies. Ruida could only search for food in the void with tension. Zhang Li's life was also very difficult. After he was born, he didn't even have time to drink a sip of milk. These days, he relied on Ruida to crush biscuits and soak them in water to drink. Boom. A hole was opened in the sky of the Land of Nothingness again, and countless water flowed down first. Then a cruise ship came through the sky and penetrated into the earth. The bow of the ship was hit and twisted. This cruise ship looks huge, luxurious, and extravagant. At a glance, it has an area of nearly 20,000 square meters, with more than 10 decks, and there is definitely no shortage of supplies stored on it. Ruida stood in the distance holding the baby Zhang Li in her arms and watched the cruise ship with a broken head slowly lying on the ground. Many people died. Although Ruida is not a real life form, his consciousness is full of the brilliance of humanity. Yes, I heard it. Although Zhang Li was just a full-term baby, his past willpower allowed him to quickly control his mutant abilities. The cruise ship experienced a violent collision, and some people died before they even understood the situation. But those awake mortals actually experienced the entire collision process of the cruise ship. Some people survived by chance, but their injuries were serious, while others died in fear in the disaster. Ruida, my mutant ability is still very weak. Have you discovered anything? Ruida replied, there are 4 powerful humans and 2. I can't describe their existence, a bit like the gods in the mouths of humans, they are trying to save the suffering people. Oh, I roughly know who they are. When Ruida described it, a red robot rescued several mortals. That's Iron Man Tony Stark. What Ruida said should be the first 6 people of the Avengers. I really don't know what they did to make the Time Administration cut the entire cruise ship. Sizzle. The black clouds in the distance began to approach this side quickly. Such a big movement would hardly fail to attract Elrio's attention. Ruida, let's go warn them. We can't save all these people. Even if they were saved, the supplies they had were not enough to support the survival of thousands of people. If they wanted to move the supplies on the cruise ship, they had to ask Elrios if he agreed. Moreover, this is a land of nothingness. The living environment and conditions are doomsday for mortals. If Zhang Li hadn't met Ruida, he would have embraced death and become nothing. Bang! Ruida teleported directly to the deck of the cruise ship with tension. Hey, don't move. Hawkeye aimed his bow and arrow at Ruida. He had just shot an arrow that could be turned into a rope ladder, when a strange big guy suddenly appeared on the deck, looking like he had come with bad intentions. And Ruida's 3-meter-high mechanical body did put a lot of pressure on mortals. People who originally wanted to escape from the deck quietly gave up a space, leaving Hawkeye and Ruida to confront each other. Sorry, we didn't mean any harm. Ruida raised a hand to signal Hawkeye not to be nervous. Hawkeye looked at Ruida, then at the swaddling clothes in his hand, and then put down the bow and arrow in his hand. Is there a big bad guy who will come out with a baby and do all kinds of bad things? My answer is no. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had seen too many weird things, and he didn't care how Ruida could communicate with him without a mouth. But he could feel the friendly signals sent by Ruida. Hurry up, don't be stunned, line up and leave the deck one by one. After Barton put down his bow and arrow, he began to organize ordinary people to evacuate the deck. Hey big guy, how can you help? Hawkeye saw it, and Radah teleported directly to the deck, which might be able to help him. Radah pointed to the storm clouds in the distance and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Clint. I can completely understand your mood now, but Alios is coming and you may have to work in vain. Radah saw Hawkeye's confusion, so she explained without waiting for him to ask. You may have noticed that this is not the universe you are in. This is the end of time, the land of nothingness. Alios is the horizon. That black cloud has the ability to swallow everything, and these humans obviously can't outrun him. Radah communicated with Hawkeye through telepathy, so it did not cause people to panic again. Eagle Eye responded quickly and contacted everyone through the headset. Hey everyone, something new happened here. Can anyone tell me how we got to this ghost place? Don't tell me it's one of you who drank the sea dry in one breath. Iron Man joked, I drank something white, who knows what happened, and then the enemy came. Where is the enemy? He hasn't seen the enemy yet since he put on the armor. Captain America replied, I saw a group of heavily armed soldiers fighting Thor and the Hulk, and I went up to help. Black Widow replied, what I saw was Hulk and Thor fighting, and then a strange person put a lamp on the ground. Then they opened the portal and left, and then there was something like after the lamp-like thing shines, this is the situation we need to face now. Boom, roar, bah. The big green man was thrown out by Thor with a hammer, making a big hole in the hull of the ship, and flew out and rolled on the ground for a long distance. Thor flew staggeringly into the sky, summoning thunder to strike at Hulk. He explained along the way, oh ho ho, sorry, we drank some wine and got into some trouble. Drink a little, and then get into some trouble. You put thousands of people's lives at risk, and you call that getting into trouble. What Captain America is all about is yelling curses, but unfortunately his vocabulary is too poor and he can't come up with any tricks. Hey Captain, please calm down, it's not a big deal. We have gone through all kinds of hardships, and we will always be able to overcome danger, right? Oh, let's not talk about it, that big green guy started to attack, hahaha, I love him to death. Hey Hulk, come on, I'm going to turn you into the Black Hulk. Obviously, this drunkard Thor is not the Thor that Zhang Li knows. I think I already know the reason. Both Radah and Zhang Li have read Saul's memory. Although he is a god, the spiritual will of an alcoholic is very weak. Radah explained to Hawkeye, your teammates were drunk and aggressive. They committed massacres. Among them were two crucial characters. Their lives and deaths were related to the development of the universe. So the Time Guards of the Time Administration need to capture them, but your combat power obviously interferes with their mission. So this whole ship of ordinary people was implicated. I don't quite understand, so this is a prison? Hawkeye asked. It's an execution site. Alios will devour everything he sees. Sorry, Mr. Clint, Alios is coming and I need a moment to gather some supplies. My advice is that you run quickly. You can only save a dozen of these thousands of people, but there are not enough supplies here. Bang. Before Hawkeye could ask any more questions, Radah had already teleported away. He had to take advantage of this gap to collect some daily necessities and food such as diapers and milk for Zhang Li. The shopping mall of this luxury cruise ship has almost everything you need. Radah found a large enough blanket and moved a lot of supplies via teleportation, then wrap it all up and carry it on your shoulders. Radah, I want to copy Saul's genes. Zhang Li made his request to Radah. Tension can copy other people's genes for one's own use and can also promote their evolution and upgrading in a known direction. Among the 6 Avengers members, Iron Man and Hawkeye are mortals, while Black Widow and Captain America are enhanced humans. Their genetic upper limit has basically been locked. But he couldn't fully understand the genes of Hulk and Thor. According to the information known to Zhang Li, part of the origin of the Asgardians comes from the ancient gods. If Zhang Li can obtain divine power through Thor's genes, then his future will have more possibilities. As for Hulk's genes, Zhang Li didn't dare to try it easily. After all, it was under all things. Radah's eyes once again shone with the brilliance of humanity and said, Zhang, I want to save some humans, just 10 people. Their hearts have not been polluted and are still as pure as white paper. I think they can have hope of life. Radah will not deliberately pry into other people's consciousness, but in the face of disaster, he will not be bound by human moral norms. Radah's words caused Zhang Li to fall into silence. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Li said, Radah, you have your own complete thinking mode. You are not my property. I can't stop your actions and you shouldn't be subject to anything. People control. Although Radah is a mechanical body, he has a will that is purer than humans. If Zhang Li takes him as his own, it will be more beneficial to his survival guarantee. But after all, he once lived in a friendly country, and the education he received did not allow him to enslave others. Therefore, he did not choose to interfere with Rada's thoughts. The reason why Ruida saved him was because he possessed the brilliance of humanity that was more brilliant than human beings. What reason did Zhang Li have to stop Ruida? But I can feel the dissatisfaction in your heart. Although he didn't deliberately read Zhang Li's thoughts. But he was still miraculously able to feel the tense emotions. Ruida, I am a human being. Everyone has his or her own selfish desires, and the secret of being strong is to restrain one's own selfish desires. We call it the glory of human nature, but you don't have this kind of restraint. Your heart is filled with the brilliance of humanity. Thank you, although I don't understand. Bang. Rada teleported to the deck again, his palms still tense, but a big package hung behind his back. Come to me, kids. Rada used his telepathic ability to find the 10 children he chose directly and accurately, and used mental suggestion to make the 10 children begin to gather around him. The adults who tried to stop them were controlled by Rada to stay away. Hey man, what kind of black technology is this? Are you interested in sharing your research experience with me? I feel we will have a lot of common topics. Apart from women, Tony only loves his mecha. In order to show his friendliness, he even took off his steel mask in front of Rada, revealing his self-proclaimed handsome face. It's just that his cheeks are a little red, and there are also some red threads on the whites of his eyes. It seems that he hasn't completely sobered up. Rada looked at the Iron Man floating in the sky. Tony was defenseless, and his memory was read by Rada in just a moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I don't think it will be a good thing for you to have my technology. The Iron Man that Rada read was an extremely arrogant guy, a playboy who thought he could be on par with God. His greed for Rada was worrying. Did you just reject me? No one can reject Tony Stark. Tell me, what do you want, money or something else? I'm rich enough to rival a country, there's nothing I can't get. Obviously, this Iron Man was not the Iron Man Zhang Li knew. This person was much more arrogant. 10 children gradually surrounded Rada. 7 boys and 3 girls, dressed differently, including a little boy with yellow skin and 2 black boys and girls. What did you do to these children? Iron Man immediately changed his attitude, put on his steel mask, raised his hand and aimed at Rada, ready to fire at any time. Put your hands up and don't move. Don't force me to blow you to pieces. Of course, before that, I allow you to slowly put the baby in your hand down. But Iron Man's will had already been read by Rada. Although he was arrogant and not a good person, he would never allow his artillery fire to hurt innocent children. Rada slowly squatted down, stretched out his right hand and held a boy's hand. The other children also stretched out their hands and held them together. Hey, what are you doing? I didn't allow you to move. Iron Man stopped him sternly, but he had no good way to solve the situation in front of him. Bang! Rada teleported away with 10 children and disappeared in front of Tony. Wow, what's the trick? Jarvis, are you dead? Analyze the intelligence for me quickly, damn it. Iron Man's artificial intelligence, Jarvis reported. Sir, they disappeared. Oh really? Didn't I ask you to analyze the big guy when he stood in front of you? Are you an artificial retard, Jarvis? Iron Man cursed. Sorry sir, the other party's body is made of special non-metallic polymer compounds, and he blocked my signal detection. I can't effectively analyze the other party's specific data. It doesn't seem to be a barrier in computing power, but rather some kind of magic. Obviously, there are no mutants in the universe where Iron Man is, so Jarvis did not collect relevant data. Jarvis, I must tear you down when I go back. Sorry, sir, but I don't think you seem to understand your situation very well. I can't receive any satellite signals and can't locate any electronic information. I think you should look up at the sky. We may even have left the Milky Way now. Jarvis's voice lingered in Tony's ears. He looked up at the sky and felt that there was no big change. Wait, where is the sun? It's amazing, but there is indeed no sun in the sky, no clouds or stars. Excuse me again, sir. I think you should pay attention to the storm cloud next to you. It doesn't look like a natural product. It has certain life characteristics and is flying towards you. It looks like it has bad intentions. Iron Man looked at the sky and then looked in the direction of Alios with a clear look in his eyes. Can everyone report the situation? It doesn't seem very optimistic. Captain America complained. So when Barton was talking just now, your ears were blocked by shit, Stark. Captain America and Black Widow brought a group of refugees to the garage. Luxury cruise ships allow passengers to bring cars on board. Stark, let Jarvis start all the cars. We are going to run for our lives. Through the information obtained by Hawkeye and the situation they have already learned. Summary prediction, this time they may not be able to save everyone like before. Bang. Rada teleported Zhang Li and 10 children 100 miles away. And then after confirming that there was no hidden crisis nearby through a mind scan, he wove a dream for the 10 children. Looking at the 10 children sleeping on the ground, Rida put the package on his back on the ground. Zhang Li, I think you should stay with the children. Rida was going to get Thor's genes. If a battle broke out, he was afraid that Zhang Li would be in danger. Rida, you can protect me, right? Living in the void, I will be exposed to battle sooner or later. Take me to broaden my horizons, please. Rida thought about it. Zhang Li had strong enough mental power to barely protect himself, and he was also capable of protecting Rida, so he did not refuse. Bang! Rida appeared on the deck of the cruise ship again. Iron Man had made a hole under the cruise ship, and a car was passing through the hole, winding and rushing in the opposite direction of Alios. Zhang Li, their good deeds will cause thousands of people to suffer. I don't quite understand. Even if these thousands of people escaped today's suffering, there was not enough supplies in the void for them to survive. Zhang Li explained, Rita, they just want to save more lives. Before they see despair, even if there is only 1 in 10 million hope, they will not give up. People call them heroes. Rita's eyes flashed with doubt. I don't quite understand. Because you are an intelligent life form, you will be more rational, and people tend to be more emotional. Even if the final result is not very good, but if they are given another chance, they will repeat today's choice. Zhang Li used to be entangled in contradictions, but now his brain is very clear and he even feels a little indifferent. Bang! Rida came to the place where Hulk and Thor fought with tension. Both of them were tough and tough. One was extremely powerful and the other was unparalleled. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The originally barren land was beaten into a mess by the two. Quiet. Rida's eyes flashed, and then Thor, who was about to explode, suddenly stopped moving and Hulk slowly shrank back to Dr. Banner. This Dr. Banner looked thinner with 2 rows of ribs protruding. His special underwear was durable. Rida approached Thor slowly with tension. Dr. Banner staggered and climbed up, stopping him. Wait, what do you want to do to Thor? Dr. Banner, I suggest you run quickly. Rida ignored Banner and reached out to pull Thor's hair. Hey, do you want a cigar? Small rockets were ejected from Iron Man's shoulders, locking onto Rida's feet and head. Rida waved his hand and frost flew out of his palm to freeze the rocket. This is the mutant ability of the Iceman. What did you do to me? Thor is a god after all, and his willpower is very strong. Sizzle. Thor, who regained consciousness, swung Thor's hammer and made an intimate contact with Rida's cheek. Rida was swung away by Thor's hammer, and this sudden change scared Zhang Li. Fortunately, Rida's body was hardened and protected himself at the moment of contact with Mjolnir. Colossus's mutant ability is to turn the body structure into steel structure. Iron Man seized the opportunity to launch 2 electromagnetic interference bombs, which directly hit Rida. Cooperate with Thor. All intelligent machines cannot resist electromagnetic interference, and Iron Man thinks he has won. It's not a good habit to open champagne in the middle of the game. Rida's body is indeed still in the category of machinery, but after he developed self-awareness, the operation mechanism of his body has long been separated from the principles of ordinary machinery. Electromagnetic interference is just a short-term paralysis bullet for him. Oh, really? Then how about you try this? Iron Man raised his hand and released a beam of energy from his palm, which seemed to be powerful. After Rida got rid of the effect of electromagnetic interference, his eyes turned red and shot out 2 laser beams to collide with Iron Man's beams. Cyclops' mutant ability is to shoot laser beams through his eyes. When the two were in a stalemate, Hawkeye shot an arrow, which exploded when it touched Rida's knee, causing Rida to lose his balance and kneel on the ground. Captain America jumped up and threw a round shield to deform Rida's cheek. The shield bounced back to Captain America's hand. He raised the shield and broke Rida's arm with 1 blow and snatched the tension in Rida's hand. Black Widow Natasha drifted over on a motorcycle and just caught the swaddling clothes thrown to her by Captain America, and then she quickly evacuated the battlefield with the tension. Zhang Li was helpless. How could I, the mastermind, be treated as a victim? Rida wanted to resist, but Iron Man directly held down Rida's other arm and worked together with Captain America to press Rida to the ground. Sizzle. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and Captain America and Iron Man tactfully withdrew from Rida's side. Thor held Mjolnir high, triggered the 9-day thunder, and smashed Rida's body with a hammer. Mjolnir's destructive power was amazing, and Rida's chest was dented. Countless thunders poured on Rida. Rida didn't move, and everyone thought they had successfully subdued Rida. Where are you taking me? Zhang Li asked. Of course it's a safe place. Black Widow replied. Wow, Black Widow realized something was wrong, stopped the motorcycle, looked at Zhang Li and asked tentatively, "Were you talking just now?" "Yes, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" "Hey kid, where are you looking?" "I have a lot of capital, but I don't have your food here. What kind of monster are you?" The more Black Widow thought about it, the more strange it became. Why would that mechanical monster bring a child out to fight? Obviously, they had a preconceived idea that Zhang Li was an innocent baby who posed no threat. "Sorry, I think Rada has made it very clear before and I don't have more time to explain it to you." Rada stopped playing. Rada, who had been lying on the ground and had lost any movement, suddenly had his eyes shining again, his sunken chest bulged quickly, and his broken arm twisted and returned to normal. Avengers, prepare for battle. At Captain America's command, everyone was ready, and even Dr. Banner expanded again to become the Hulk, roaring at Rada. Rada looked at the 5 Avengers rushing towards him and he didn't panic at all. Captain America threw out the round shield to attack, and Rada raised his hand and held the round shield tightly in his hand. Drop. At Rada's command, the 5 Avengers who rushed towards him all fell into a state of stillness, including the arrow shot by Hawkeye, which also stopped 5 centimeters away from Rada's cheek. This is the field control of telepathy, which is the advanced skill application of telepathy. Jarvis. What happened? Tony Stark felt that he had difficulty even speaking now. Jarvis reported, "Sir, you are surrounded by a powerful energy magnetic field, and this source comes from the core of the other party's body. I will have a way to solve this problem, but it may take some time, and it will use up a lot of your energy." Yeah, bah. The power of Thor in Thor's body surged, allowing him to break free from Rada's control. Bah. Thor raised Mjolnir high, and a large amount of thunder fell from the sky, turning the surrounding area into a sea of thunder, thereby destroying the control field created by Luruida. All evil heretics are nothing but paper tigers in front of the great Thor, hahaha. Bang. Rada suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Thor, the god of thunder. "Zhang Li is right, you are really a stinker." Rada's voice rang in Saul's ears, and then Rada pulled out several of Saul's hair. Boom. Rada kicked Thor to the ground, making a pit. There is no harm in the smoke. Although Thor ate a mouthful of dirt, his body was strong and he did not suffer any injuries. "Remind me again, you are not equipped to deal with Alios and there are no supplies to provide refugees here. Your good intentions may make people despair." After saying that, Rada disappeared again with a bang sound. "Ouch, that damn inferior destroyer pulled out my hair." The pain of having my hair pulled out actually made Thor feel more painful than being kicked. The image of Rada is indeed somewhat similar to the destroyer, the ultimate weapon in Odin's hand. Roar. The Hulk kept beating his chest and roaring, but he was of no use at all when he came out. Bang. Rada appeared next to Black Widow Natasha. "Thank you for taking care of me, but now please leave the tension to me." Natasha held tension away from Rada, raised her pistol and pointed it at Rada. "Oh damn, should I surrender?" Looking at the opponent's tall body and the small pistol in her hand, Natasha didn't think she could cause any necessary damage to the enemy. As soon as Rada stretched out his hand, the gun in Natasha's hand disintegrated directly and the parts floated in the air. Zhang Li was also snatched back by Rada. "Zhang Li, this is Thor's hair." Rada handed a bunch of golden hair to Zhang Li's chubby little hand. Then he looked at Black Widow and said, "You can't protect so many people. Alios is their best destination." The pistol was reassembled and flew back to Black Widow's hand. Rada disappeared with Zhang Li with a bang. Roar. At this time, the storm cloud floated over the cruise ship, and thick thunder flashed in the black cloud. A dog head poked out and opened its bloody mouth to pounce on the cruise ship. Black Widow Natasha looked at Alios's empty eyes with no emotion fluctuations, glowing red. This is a terrifying existence that she can't guess. I guess that's the Alios the enemy is talking about. Hey, big dog, don't bite your uncle's toys. Iron Man fired several of his few rockets at Alios, but the rocket stopped moving after entering Alios' body. "How many duds did you fire?" Hawkeye mocked, took out an arrow from his quiver and shot it at Alios, and quickly shot the second arrow. After the second arrow hit the first arrow, the PIM particles attached to it instantly made the arrow hundreds of times larger. However, the moment this huge arrow touched Alios, Alios grew a second head and swallowed the huge arrow directly into his stomach. Wow, does this mean to swallow everything? The ability shown by Alios made the well-informed Avengers a little overwhelmed. It's a very tricky enemy. My war has been completely ignited. Seeing such a terrifying enemy, Thor was not panicked but rather excited. Roar. However, before Thor could make any move, the Hulk rushed out. He had just been hypnotized by Rada and fell into silence. After Banner called him out, Rada ran away before he even had time to swing his fist. He was now full of anger and needed to vent it out. "Hey Hulk, that's my prey." Thor hurriedly followed him. The credit should not be taken by Hulk alone. Hulk raised his fists and smashed at Elrios, but he did not feel any entity. Hulk fell directly into Elrios' body. Roar. Rushing into the black fog, Hulk felt that a force was eroding him. Hulk wanted to break free from the black fog and rush out, but the black fog wrapped in lightning bound him tightly and devoured his vitality. Roar, help, life. Hulk felt unprecedented fear. He struggled to expose half of his body and sent a call for help to the Avengers. But how could Elrios let the duck that came to his door fly away? Thor, who was about to charge at Elrios, suddenly stopped. Hulk's struggle and the fear and despair in his eyes deterred him, and he just watched Hulk being swallowed and digested by Elrios bit by bit. The flesh rotted, the bones melted, and in a moment Hulk was sucked down to skin and bones and then lost his resistance and was completely swallowed by Elrios. Thor's best sparring partner died. Oh no no no, damn it, retreat, Avengers, retreat quickly. Captain America Steve Rogers, who was the first to come to his senses, shouted and called on the Avengers to evacuate this hellhole quickly. Elrios was not a being they could deal with. Elrios ignored the small cake on the ground. The cruise ship was the most tempting piece of fat. He swallowed the cruise ship into his stomach like tasting a small cookie, making a crunch crunch sound. In less than a minute, the luxury cruise ship that could accommodate thousands of people was directly turned into a ruin by Elrios, leaving only some relatively hard metal shells. These metal shells seemed to have been washed away by thousands of years and became rusty. The Avengers thought that Elrios would be quiet for a while after eating a cruise ship, but they didn't know that Elrios was a bottomless pit and he could not eat enough. And their thousands of fleeing troops were too conspicuous, flowing on the ground like a river, and it was hard for Elrios not to notice. So Elrios began to chase the fleeing convoy. Cars consume energy and Elrios has unlimited energy. It's just a matter of time to catch up. Zhang Li held Thor's hair tightly. He could feel the powerful power of the Aesir, which was full of temptation for Zhang Li. It's a pity that Zhang Li couldn't directly copy Thor's genes. He was just a baby and didn't have enough energy to support him. His mutant ability couldn't create things directly out of thin air. That was the authority of the creator. Rida brought Zhang Li back to the children and released their control. A group of little kids no older than 10 were in a panic and screamed, "Ah, tilde monster, help." Rida's existence was too much of a shock to their young minds. Hide behind me. A brave girl protected all the children behind her. She was actually scared, but she was the oldest among them. I've always had good luck, nothing will happen to me, she consoled herself. I'm not a bad person. The first child Rida met was Zhang Li. He thought that all children would be as easy to appease as Zhang Li, but any slight movement of his would cause the children to scream. Ha ha ha, Rida, you've messed up. Zhang Li said through telepathy, what does it mean to mess up? It means that you messed up. Zhang Li, please help me quickly, I don't know how to coax a child. The kind-hearted Rida didn't want to rely on his mutant ability to gain the recognition of the children. He felt that it was a deception. Okay, then you give me the control of your body. I promise to keep them all quiet and listen to your arrangements. Rida handed his body to Zhang Li without any defense. Zhang Li possessed Rida's body through his mind. Be quiet, you naughty ghosts. Zhang Li unskilledly controlled Rida's mutant ability and turned into a demon face on his face and roared at the screaming children. In order to show his majesty, Zhang Li even created thunder to pass behind him. The 10 children dared not say a word and covered their mouths. The demon Zhang Li looked around and expressed satisfaction. Very good, now listen to me. The demon Zhang Li immediately changed into a holy angel and said, you should remember that you were suffering on the cruise ship just now. Oh yes, I saw the shelves collapse and smashed my favorite ceramic dolls. Woo-woo, so. Are we dead? A child recalled his sad story and was afraid of death, so he burst into tears. Children's emotions are most likely to infect others. When a child started crying, other children also started to cry sadly. They don't even need to know why they are crying, anyway, crying is right. Quiet. Zhang Li roared like a devil again, stopping the children from crying. To put it simply, there is an evil black cloud in the sky that wants to eat you, leaving no bones behind. And I will protect you from being eaten by it, and I will give you food and teach you skills. Until one day you can defeat that evil black cloud. You have all heard of the story of superheroes, right? You are the superheroes chosen by me, and superheroes don't cry. Under Zhang Li's persuasion, all the children were full of fighting spirit and began to compete for the position of hero captain. The look in their eyes when looking at Rida was no longer so fearful. The 10-year-old girl did not participate in it but walked in front of Rida and asked, who are you? Where is this place? The girl was much more mature than her peers, and Zhang Li was full of curiosity about her. Rada said that she would save 10 uncontaminated children, but this child was obviously not ordinary. Zhang Li read her memory and found that the girl's name was Riane. She was an orphan and a thief who boarded the cruise ship by mistake to avoid being caught. Zhang Li had to admit that he had a preconceived idea, because words like maturity and thief were not directly related to the purity of the soul, and the girl's heart was full of hope. Which thief would take the initiative to protect children, he didn't know when facing the unknown like Riane. Ruida controlled his huge body to begin to deform, and the reality became shorter and smaller, and then the metal skin began to have texture, transformed into cloth clothes, and finally fixed into the image of a strong yellow-skinned middle-aged man. My name is Zhang Ruida, this is Zhang Li, and he gave me my name. Ruida pointed to the swaddling clothes in his hand. Hello Riane, I'm Zhang Li. Wow, you can talk, how do you know my name is Riane? Ruida's ability to transform was shocking enough, and Zhang Li's sudden speech scared Riane even more. Zhang Li explained, I'm not a monster. You can think of it as having superpowers similar to mind reading and can communicate with people through telepathy. Oh okay, I've experienced a lot today and I can barely accept it. The mature mind makes Riane more receptive. After all, she has seen superheroes like Hulk, and it is not so incomprehensible to see some super weirdos. Then Rada simply explained the existence of the void, saying that she just wanted to protect them and had no ill intentions. Riane looked at the noisy children behind her and sympathized. That's just too cruel. I don't understand, you can obviously save more people, form an alliance with the Avengers, etc. Riane was not willing to watch so many lovely children go through the suffering she once had and be a child that no one loved. Sorry Riane, I can save a lot of people, but we don't have enough supplies, and we can't predict when the next available supplies will be sent to the void. Rida was also overwhelmed. He could not bring out much supplies, which was more than enough to ensure the survival of 10 people, but he could not guarantee more. Rida is kind, but sometimes he is too rational like other robots, and this is also one of his willful manifestations. Riane said, I can understand, but I don't agree. Sometimes people are always overconfident and determined about hope. Rida brought the children to a small earth slope, dug a pit in the ground with his laser eyes, and built a larger shelter underground. He also teleported to other places to find metal, compressed the metal into pillars through mental power, and reinforced the shelter. He also built rooms and wooden beds for the 10 children, and used the extra metal to make toys that the children liked according to their preferences. Metal Barbie, beautiful and resistant to falling. There is no sun, moon, or stars in the void, and no concept of time, so they can only tell time and follow their daily routines according to their biological clocks and Rida's timekeeping. 3 days of ordinary life passed, and on this day the children's suppressed emotions finally broke out, clamoring to go home and find their parents. At first, they just thought it was some fun adventure game, but now that the novelty has passed, the children who have lost their parents have a sense of fear in their hearts. And it was also when Rida was overwhelmed and didn't know how to coax the children that Iron Man came to the door through the electronic watches on the children. They put on Iron Man's little invention, an upgraded headset, which can temporarily shield Rida's sensing ability through electromagnetic interference. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared in the shelter, and then Thor and Captain America Steve jumped down together, throwing out round shields and Mjolnir at the same time. Rida was caught off guard when he showed his true form. Children, come to me. The children cheered and shouted the names of Thor and Captain America and ran to their side excitedly. They admire superheroes so much. Riane heard the noise and walked out of another room holding Zhang Li. Rida also climbed up from the ruins at the same time. Kids, stay away from that monster. Come to me, we will protect you. Saul and Captain America saw Riane so close to Rida, their hearts jumped to their throats, afraid that Rida would hurt Riane and Zhang Li in her arms. Hey kids, let me see. You are intact, come on, leave this damn place with me. Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Black Widow followed closely and came to the shelter. Iron Man raised his hand and fired a cannon at the wall of the shelter, creating a passage. Barton, Natasha, take the children and retreat first. After giving the order, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America stood together to confront Rida. Rida is not a bad guy, please don't hurt him. Riane held Zhang Li and stood in front of Rida. She had never seen Rida's fighting power, but she knew that the Avengers had defeated countless powerful enemies. Iron Man said, girls are always more emotional. This big guy kidnapped you from your parents, and now you want to recognize the thief as your father. Do you know that your parents cried so hard because of this? I am an orphan, Rida interrupted Iron Man. What? Tony was stopped by Renaa. Jarvis, find her information. Jarvis reported, Sir, her name is Renaa Dane. She is indeed an orphan. Her information is not registered on the cruise ship, but she is on file at the police station. She is a shrewd pickpocket and thief. Oh, it turns out to be a criminal. I advise you to stay away because I have no sympathy for criminals even if you are a minor. Captain America retorted, Hey Tony, we can't do anything to children. I know, can't you see that I am trying to scare her? Can't you have a little tacit understanding with me? Thor performed well. Thor raised his hand and said, In fact, I stand on the captain's side. Oh really? Thank you for raising your hand to answer. God, how can I have two extremely smart teammates like you? Thor quietly asked Captain America, Is he praising me? It's not in line with his character. I thought he would scold me. Don't think so, he is scolding you. Tony persuaded again, Hey kid, listen, the thing that looks like a child in your arms may be a messy old monster. I have reason to suspect that he is the owner of the big black guy, so if you stand far away, I will definitely fire. They learned from Natasha that Zhang Li had some kind of telepathic ability, and they would not believe that a newborn baby would have a sound mind and be able to communicate with Natasha. So the conclusion is that Zhang Li is possessed by some evil old monster. And Rida is his guardian. Wow, the infant Zhang Li wanted to refute Iron Man, but their brains were protected by a special magnetic field, and Zhang could not express his dissatisfaction through telepathy. Wow, did you see it? That kid was baring his teeth and claws at us. I guess he must be cursing, I'm going to kill you. He's such a born evil little villain. That's enough. Renaa interrupted Iron Man's mocking remarks angrily. You guys look like super villains like this. Zhang Li is not some weird monster. Rida has feelings. We get along well as friends. Although sometimes I can't understand Rida and I hate Li pretending to be an adult, but I can feel that they don't mean any harm. And you ruined our home as soon as you came. You are more like the bad guys. What are you blaming us? The Avengers have been extremely busy these past 2 days. Although they rescued most of the people on the cruise ship, they finally got rid of the evil black cloud. But they also encountered problems. There was a serious shortage of food and fresh water. If this continued, everyone would die. Tony was the richest playboy a few days ago, but now he was as miserable as a beggar. He had long been holding back his anger. They spent so much time and energy to save these poor children, and yet some of them blamed them from the perspective of their enemies. How unreasonable. Tony, calm down. Captain America stood up and tried to stop Iron Man, but Iron Man had already rushed forward. Renaa hide. Rida pulled Renaa aside through telekinesis and forcefully took a flying kick from Iron Man. When Captain America and Thor saw that Tony was already on board, they could only cooperate and prepare to subdue Rida first. Due to the narrow space and Renaa and Zhang Li still nearby, their fight was well controlled. There was no energy attack such as thunder or laser. Captain America didn't even dare to throw his shield. Although Rida can copy the abilities of mutants for his own use, he has obvious shortcomings in fighting skills. He can only resist the attacks of the 3 Avengers by stealing himself. But even with the ability to temper himself, Mjolnir, the vibranium shield, and Iron Man's short-range laser cannon were constantly destroying Rida's body. That's enough, stop it. Zhang Li obtained Renaa's consent and temporarily took up residence in her body. He waved his hand and controlled a table carefully crafted by Rida and threw it over, attracting the attention of the 3 Avengers. Tension controlled Renaa and said, Hypocritical heroes. It was your own fault that caused the Time Administration to cut the entire cruise ship from the timeline. Your self-righteousness led to this tragedy of thousands of people. Rida just wanted to what's wrong with him doing everything he can to protect those children from growing up safely. Now that you have taken those children away and they are unharmed, what else do you want? Do you want to blame all the mistakes on us, define us as evil, and then eliminate us to satisfy your vanity and cover up the mistakes you made? What kind of bullshit hero is this? Zhang Li's question was deafening. The 3 Avengers looked at each other and Thor lowered his head in shame. The atmosphere is not right, what did I miss? Hawkeye asked Natasha to send the children back to their base camp first, and he came back to support. He drew his bow and arrow but found that the atmosphere was a little too quiet. The appearance of Hawkeye broke the originally quiet atmosphere, and Iron Man whispered, It's all Thor's fault. This whisper pierced Thor's strong exterior like a sharp blade. Yes, it's my fault. Thor's eyes flickered, and he held Mjolnir's right hand with nowhere to put it. I was the one who harmed everyone, including the Hulk. I shouldn't have gone drunk and crazy, and I shouldn't have provoked Banner to release the Hulk. Thor tried calling Heimdall, but there was no response. Realizing that he had made a big mistake, Thor didn't know how to face it. After all, although he has lived for 1,000 years, he is still a minor in the ASAP Protos. Captain America and Hawkeye did not speak for Thor this time because Thor did make them lose a lot. Especially Hawkeye, who lost his family. When Zhang Li heard Thor say that he had killed the Hulk, he realized that he did not see Dr. Banner or the Hulk in this operation. Was he swallowed by Alios? It seems that not all Hulks are favored by under all things. Don't make a bad face in my home. Now that you have achieved your goal, get out of my home. After saying this, Zhang Yan's consciousness left Rena's brain. Actually, we also want to know some information from you. Captain America Steve stood up and said, "They are too rude, Reda, send them all out." Zhang Li said to Reda through telepathy. Steve wanted to explain something, but he saw Reda raised his hand, and the storm and telekinesis worked at the same time, blowing all 4 defenseless people away. Do you really think they can beat Reda? It's too flattering. Reda is kind and holds back everywhere. Zhang Li, Rene, did I do something wrong? Reda asked in a self-doubting tone. Zhang Li said, "No, Reda, you are right. It won't be long before those children will come to you again to ask for your shelter. I'm afraid that their hearts may not be so pure by then. The Avengers must have saved a lot of people. When they are facing a shortage of supplies, someone will definitely have evil ideas about them. People who can get on luxury cruise ships have some status, and when the rich face despair, they will burst out with even worse human nature. Those children will be surrounded by the dark side of adults' humanity, and evil thoughts are everywhere. It's hard not to be polluted." Poor Rita tried to do a great good deed for the first time but failed. The originally warm little home is now only a ruin. It's so hard to be a parent. Rita sighed. Although he has an independent will, he only has a vague outline of the love expressed by humans, and his feelings are not even as sensitive as a child. "I won't leave." Rene reached out and grabbed Rita's cold fingers. Since she was not very tall, she had to tiptoe to grab them. Although Rita has no temperature, your gentleness can melt everything. Although they only got along for a short 3 days, the gentleness shown by Rita made Rita feel the long-lost love. This is also one of the reasons why she chose to stay. Rita restored the shelter and returned to normal life. The shelter lost the cries of the children, and Zhang Li and Rene could finally rest quietly. The group of brats from before were so noisy that Zhang's head was swollen. Although Rida was still worried about how to coax the child before, now he could finally calm down and think. "What are you thinking about, Rida?" Zhang Li looked at Rida's gesture of thinking about life and asked curiously, "I'm wondering how to hold on to hope. As far as I know, human survival needs a hope and a goal. I'm wondering about what kind of hope to hold on to for you and Rena." Like a clumsy parent, Rida begins to worry about Zhang Li and Rene's future. "Then do you want to listen to my suggestion?" Zhang Li asked. "Oh yes, that's right, I have to ask for your opinion first. I'm sorry I ignored that." Zhang Li said, "Generally speaking, the first responsibility of a guardian is to ensure the normal growth of the child, and then teach the child how to survive when he grows up. This is the key point, and then other important points such as teaching the concepts of good and evil. Everyone has different ideas, so everyone's hopes and goals are also different. Rida, you can't help us plan our goals. We have our own ideas. Just like you already have your own consciousness, we can no longer be like let the robot do the same for you. Zhang Yan and Rida are like each other's children. Zhang Yan's survival problem must be solved by Rida, and Rida's consciousness also needs to be guided by Zhang Yan. One of them is in an infant state physically, and the other is in a toddler state mentally. Then what should I do?" Zhang Li said, "The Land of Nothingness is full of unknown dangers. You have to train Rena so that she can live well on her own even if she loses your protection. You are the same as Ruida. Although you can read other people's awareness, but the darkness of human nature is much scarier than you think. People can pretend, and you have to learn to adapt, although it may be painful and disappointing. Mind reading is not omnipotent. Just like Iron Man and others, they directly blocked this ability with a headset." Rida said, "It's complex and full of challenges, and I seem to feel an inexplicable pleasure. It's a sense of anticipation. Because of my narration, your mind automatically filled up the picture of our success. Because you saw the beginning of reconciliation, you were full of confidence and ignored the existence of the process. So, after Zhang Li and Rena had breakfast the next day, Rida directly put a training schedule on the table. Rida even specially built a training room for Rena, using her mind to shape metal into various shapes, various training equipment. Oh no. Rene seemed to have seen some kind of hell on Earth, and her smiling face fell down. In the ravine 100 miles away, the Avengers established a temporary shelter here. They have been avoiding Alios for the past few days and are exhausted. Now they have run out of ammunition and are seriously short of food and water. In the past few days, they had caught Alios' attention many times and roughly figured out each other's temper. The summary is, as long as Alios notices any activity, he will open his mouth wide and stare at it like a mangy dog. There should be no smoke when cooking on the fire, and singing should not be too loud. Crying and complaining will also attract Alios' attention. Iron Man once took the risk to fly high in the sky, and saw that the Land of Nothingness is a flat continent with no edges as far as the eye can see. Alios is also a giant, and the state he usually sees may be just a tentacle of the opponent. Alios is only slightly smaller than the continent beneath its feet. Tony was hit hard when he recognized the reality. For the first time, he found that his wisdom seemed to be of no use. It was a suffocating despair. 2 days later, someone finally died of thirst. The threat of death made the refugees feel fear and exposed their human weakness. After the first incident of death caused by robbing food, it became difficult to suppress the vicious incident. People in the ravine fought on their own and fell into chaos. Roar. Alios, who was in the distance, noticed the situation in the ravine and began to approach slowly. Stop, stop, stop fighting. Steve stood on a high place and watched people struggling together. The originally elegant gentlemen actually waved their fists at the women, and the beautiful lady actually grabbed the child's hair and snatched a small piece of bread. For the first time, Steve's faith was shaken. When Dr. Erskine developed the super serum, he once said, "It can make good things better and bad things worse." After the kind and brave Steve was injected with the serum, even though he was frozen for 70 years, he never gave up hope when facing the new world. But now that he saw this chaos in the world, a crack was opened deep in his heart. "Bitch, open your stinky mouth, you don't deserve to enjoy this piece of wheat bread." A blond man dressed luxuriously but covered in dirt kicked a beautiful woman down. He pinched the beautiful woman's neck fiercely, preventing her from swallowing the only morsel of food. "Open your mouth, bitch." The man slapped the beautiful woman's delicate cheeks and tried to pick out the bread in her mouth with his fingers. The beautiful woman's face turned red after being pinched by the male protagonist. In a cruel move, she bit off 2 of the male protagonist's fingers. The male protagonist screamed like a pig being slaughtered, looked at his broken limbs in disbelief, and actually cried like a wronged little boy. After all, he was a noble son who had never suffered any grievances. "I'll help you stop the bleeding, I'm a doctor." A white-haired old man rushed to the man's side and put the man's finger into his dry mouth without saying a word. No one knew if he was a doctor, but people who were thirsty and lacked water suspected that he was sucking human blood to quench their thirst. "Go away, I'm the real doctor, you're fake." "No, I'm the real one, I'm real." The man's fingers were put back and forth in the mouths of several doctors. His crying became weaker and weaker. Before his consciousness dissipated, he felt as if a beauty was kissing his neck crazily. He didn't think that the beauty might be a vampire. There were only a few Avengers, and they couldn't persuade them one by one. Natasha and Barton were both people who had experienced war. What bloody scenes had they not seen? But today they saw these crazy people tearing their own bodies apart like devils, and they felt their stomachs churning. This long-lost feeling was so familiar and strange. They only had this feeling when they killed someone for the first time. Enough. Sizzle, Thor raised Mjolnir high and summoned thunder to wreak havoc on the earth without any regard for people's safety. "You are simply devils. I have never seen such evil existences as you in my battles in the 9 realms." Thor's breathing was rapid, and his voice was mixed with negative emotions such as grievance, self-blame, fear, and regret. He had never been so timid, as if those mortals would tear him apart like devils in the next moment. "I want to go back to Asgard. This is hell. It is not worthy of my salvation. Father, I know I was wrong. Please help me, don't give up on me." Helpless and self-blaming, Thor swung Mjolnir and took him away from this hell on Earth. Thor is right, they never deserve to be saved. Tony's armor has used up all the ammunition in his previous escapes, and now he can only power the armor through the reactor on his chest. Although he can make more, he does not have a forging platform or a forging room. Once he makes a sound, Alios will come to the door. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, he knew that if it weren't for the protection of this mecha, his end would not be much better. Roar. Alios was already close at hand, but people were so distracted that they didn't even notice. But Steve found out. "Alios is here, everyone stop it, stop it." Steve, who came to his senses, jumped into the crowd and used his buckler to wake up some people, but most people were still in chaos. Tony, Natasha, Barton, wake up and cheer up. His teammates had lost their fighting spirit, and Steve looked at Alios, who was close at hand, and the crowd in chaos. He had to make a choice and leave some people behind. Cheer up and let's get out of here. The previous few times, they had been used as bait to lure Alios away, giving the large group hope of escaping. But this time, Captain America Steve gave up most of the people and only took away a small number of people who stayed awake. Roar. Alios opened his mouth and swallowed dozens of lives, and those people were still tearing at each other before they died. It's so ironic that we gave up the refugees and escaped on our own. What kind of hero is this? The collapsed Tony sat in the jeep and looked at Alios enjoying his lunch in the distance. 3 days ago they were desperately trying to save those people, but now they have given up on those people. They brought it upon themselves. I've had enough. I can't be burdened by them. I want to get rid of you. Pepper is still waiting for me to go back. I have to find a way home. Tony directly activated his mecha and left the team. With such a team, he had no time to find a way out. Tony, come back, we need you. No matter how Captain America calls, Iron Man turns a blind eye. Hulk was devoured by Alios, Thor and Stark left one after another, and Natasha also came to the edge of collapse and huddled in the corner of the car. The Avengers collapsed, and only Hawkeye and Captain America, who carried a photo, still persisted. Captain America's Steve is because the super serum gave him strong mental endurance, and Hawkeye is because his longing for his family supports him in never giving up. Let's go find Rada, that robot. He understands the situation better than us and is more powerful. They are now desperate and can only seek help from Rada. At this moment, Rada is conducting physical training on Rana. Run faster, Rana, waving your arms and moving your feet like a bird flapping its wings. Rada specially made a small metal backpack and put it on Rena's back. She also put tension in the backpack to add weight. Although Rena was an agile thief, her movements became sluggish after carrying a heavy load on her back. No, Rada, I feel like my lungs are going to explode. Rena was swinging her weak arms like a zombie, breathing rapidly and walking lightly, looking like she might fall down at any time. Okay, let's combine work and rest, we still have plenty of time. Rada took off the small backpack behind Rena, and Rena instantly felt like she was alive again. Rada asked, Rena wants some interesting experiences. For example, experience flying as freely as a bird. Rada, who was in human form, turned into the form of a sentry robot, put Rena on her shoulders, and then controlled herself to fly. Yo-ho! Riene grabbed the 2 barbs deliberately grown on Rada's back and experienced the freedom of flying at high speed. Conquering nature is one of the most fulfilling undertakings for mankind, especially flying. No matter what race in the universe, they are full of obsession with conquering the sky. Okay, Rena, you ran 5 kilometers, then we can only fly 5 kilometers and the reward is completed. Oh no, Rada, I beg you, please fly a little longer. 5 kilometers is less than a minute and I haven't experienced the joy of flying yet. Zhang Li said, Ruida, don't be soft-hearted. If you fly too much, there will be no freshness. The incentive mechanism must be strictly implemented. The reward policy of flying can continue to motivate Rena for a long time. Boom! Suddenly a crack opened in the sky and then a blonde woman holding 2 swords fell from above. Wow, help, I'm dead. The woman, who was dressed strangely and wrapped up tightly, with only her blonde hair showing, let out a miserable scream and put on a series of poses that would only appear in cartoons. Maybe she accepted her fate. She lay down on her side in midair and said, Forget it, death or something. Wait, is that a rescue force? The woman saw Rada and the others floating in the air, and then made a series of movements asking for help, shouting, Handsome guy, save the poor slave. I am willing to give birth to a monkey for you. Seeing Riene on Rada's back and Zhang Li in the cradle, she shouted again, I don't care that you are a divorced man with a baby. I will take good care of our children. Bang. Rada and the others watched the woman fall to the ground and bounce back and forth twice. Well, bitch, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The woman exhaled more than she inhaled. Even with the mask on, Zhang Li could feel the scene of her spitting out her tongue and closing her eyes after scolding. Zhang Li reminded, Rada, leave here quickly, don't let that guy get entangled. The woman's appearance is too recognizable. Zhang Li recognized the other party as Deadpool at a glance, and she was a woman. When Zhang Li thought of the other party's stinky mouth full of shit and the ability to stir up trouble, he felt a chill. Please, he is still a child now. Living and growing up safely and replicating Thor's divine genes is the way to survive. Who knows what will happen if you mess with Deadpool? He is the most unstable factor in Marvel, no doubt about it. Shouldn't we go over and take a look? Maybe there is still hope. Rena asked. Zhang Li explained. Rena, even if all the superheroes in the universe are dead, that guy may not be in trouble. He is the most terrible troublemaker in the universe, no doubt about it. Zhang Li is like an omnipotent prophet in Rena's heart, so when she saw the solemn expression on Zhang Li's baby's face, she knew that this matter was not that simple. After Rada flew away, Deadpool, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up and cursed. Bitch, a heartless beast, you have grown so big for nothing, and you don't feel anything when you see such a beautiful superhero like me. Are you a eunuch? She even fiddled with the two hemispheres on her chest. What good can a eunuch have? He has no sympathy for the little girl next to him. Readers who are reading the book give me 0 points. What a jerk of an author to write such a rubbish plot. The female Deadpool took off her mask, and it turned out to be an ugly woman with pus all over her face. Bitch, I'm as beautiful as a flower, and you, a jerk of an author, dare to write about me like this, you wait, you're dead. The author wrote, Alios found a lively snack on the ground and then swallowed it into his stomach. The female Deadpool dead. The female Deadpool raised her middle finger, bitch, bang. Rada teleported back to the shelter with Riane and Zhang Li. Zhang Li, who is that person? Why are you so afraid of her? Riane's curiosity was bursting. Zhang Li explained, Riane, if you meet someone wearing that suit in the future, whether it is a man, a woman, or even a dog, run away as soon as you meet him. That guy is called Deadpool. His special ability is super self-healing ability and strong physical strength. He is proficient in fighting and various weapons. Compared with other superheroes, he doesn't seem to be much stronger, but that guy is particularly good at causing trouble, and he has a foul mouth and is a lecher. The most important thing is that his foul mouth always causes some terrible trouble. When ordinary people meet an enemy stronger than themselves, most of them will choose to run away or find helpers. And that guy will first ask the enemy, bitch, does your mother know that you are out to play? Last night I was with Zhang Li. Riane is just a child. Rada interrupted Zhang Li's continued description. That kind of dirty words will affect Riane's mental health. Sorry, Rada, I just want to let Riane know as much as possible that dealing with that person will be a big loss. Deadpool, that is an unstable factor that escapes the conventional rules and is extremely troublesome. Zhang Li is also a child still breastfeeding. Riane retorted. As a precocious thief, Riane already knew what Zhang Li wanted to express. The next day, Rada took Riane to train her physical fitness next to the shelter. 2 jeeps and 3 trucks staggered to the side of the 3 people. Steve, who looked tired, got out of the car to negotiate. We need help. He didn't wear the special headset left by Stark, so Zhang Li and Rada easily read his memory. After seeing the bloody scene in Steve's memory, Zhang Li, who was in the cradle, felt a chill on his back and nausea. He had expected that the situation would become very bad, but no matter how powerful his imagination was, he could not adapt to the scenes in Steve's memory. The evil and ugly side of human nature was vividly performed by those refugees. Rada, what happened to Zhang Li? Help him. Rana felt Zhang Li's body twitching and milk, made from milk powder taken from the cruise ship, kept coming out of his mouth. She was very nervous. The kind-hearted Rada was also frightened by the scene in Steve's memory and almost destroyed himself. He woke up when he heard Rena's call. Zhang Li, can you take a rest first? Rada tapped Zhang Li's forehead and hypnotized him into a dream. Rada comforted Rana, don't worry, maybe it will be better if he sleeps. Get out of my territory. For the first time, Rada showed his anger in front of others and declared his majesty. Thunder raged in the sky, and a gust of wind blew Captain America back 3 steps. Rada's blue eyes were shrouded in red light, and every scale-like structure on his body stood up, like an angry lion. Riane, who was standing behind Rada, was also startled. She didn't know what happened, but it must be that the people on the opposite side did something to anger Rada. Captain America was about to speak, but Rada roared, demons don't deserve my mercy. Captain America tried to persuade Rada. There is an old saying in the East, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Everyone has his own good and evil sides. The people behind me are still rational. They are just afraid of this unfamiliar environment. They should be saved. You are powerful and more familiar with this place. As long as you are willing to help us, all of them will reform. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. They only need a bite of food to be saved. Please help them. The heart of the man in front of him was full of light. Rada didn't hate such people, but he didn't understand why this person was willing to save those demons. Rada was also entangled for a while. Roar. Rada's anger attracted the attention of Alios. Looking at the approaching Alios, Captain America pleaded again, please be kind and help us. Rada really couldn't ignore Captain America's burning gaze and finally couldn't refuse cruelly. Riane, stay with this man, protect Zhang Li, don't get close to other people, no matter what they want to do. After admonishing Riane, Rada turned back to warn Captain America, don't let those people get close to Riane and Zhang Li. Knowing that Rada was willing to help them, Captain America promised, thank you, I won't let them get hurt at all. After getting Captain America's promise, Rada flew towards Alios. Sizzle. Rada first shot a laser eye at Alios, then controlled the tornado and lightning to attract Alios' attention and lead Alios away. Captain America opened the manhole cover of the underground shelter and called the people in the car to hide in it. The originally spacious basement suddenly became much narrower with so many people pouring in. Renee hugged Zhang Li and followed closely behind the American captain, who was standing tall, as if she was the stranger who broke into the shelter. She could sensitively feel that the adults in front of her were very different from those she had seen on the cruise ship before, giving her a strong sense of oppression. Even the few children who had been here before became strangers. She counted them, and the only 4 children were people who had been here before, but their eyes were no longer bright and were covered with a layer of gray. Renee had taken care of them before, but when she smiled at them, they did not respond at all, just like insensitive stone statues which made people feel weird. That's our food. Renee saw a child lead people to find the sealed food, and then a group of people began to squeeze into the narrow corner. The shelter, which was originally strangely quiet, suddenly became noisy. Those who grabbed the food had ugly eating habits and wanted to swallow the packaging bags into their stomachs. Meeting their eyes made Renee feel cold on her back and scared in her heart. Captain America and Hawkeye exchanged glances. They knew that these people were almost crazy with hunger. If they were not afraid of Rada and they were watching, they would have become who knows what they would have become. Human nature cannot stand the test the most. Don't take too much, that's not our stuff. Captain America patted Renee on the shoulder and told Renee not to provoke them. But what he said was equivalent to promising those people that they could enjoy the food, so they became more and more bold. I want to leave the milk powder. Renee looked at Captain America and said, she can live without food, Rada will find a way, but Zhang Li can't live without food. Captain America looked at Zhang Li in Renee's arms. He took great pains to snatch a can of milk powder from the crowd of looters. Sorry, Captain America gave the milk powder to Renee apologetically. Renee held Zhang Li and the only remaining can of milk powder tightly, her eyes full of grievances. She remembered that there were 5 cans of milk powder. Did those adults not even let go of the milk powder? Captain, I think we need to have a small meeting. Hawkeye is an agent. He has a tolerant heart, but he obviously can't be as tolerant as Captain America. Captain America looked at Hawkeye, then at Natasha, who looked depressed. He knew what Hawkeye wanted to say, but he wanted to hold on. The Avengers failed and we fell apart. I just hope to return to my little home and see my children. Those people lack faith and cannot go far. Hawkeye took out a family photo from his arms with his wife and his 3 children on it. This was his only motivation to persevere. It would be a shame for the heroes to abandon the refugees, but the moment Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Thor left, they had failed. So now they have no glory to speak of. Natasha, who had regained some composure, said, I really want to save them, but what they did is terrifying. Human nature has never been able to withstand the test. Ruida has warned you a long time ago, but you turned a deaf ear. After waking up, Zhang Li saw that Captain America had not spoken for a long time, so he spoke. Zhang, you wake up. Zhang Li woke up and the nervous Rena finally showed a smile. Don't worry, Rada and I will solve everything. Zhang Li comforted. Captain America said, how can a hero turn a blind eye to disaster? Zhang Li stated, heroes don't get drunk and beat innocent people to death. Your team is very strong and you had a chance to escape from the void because Iron Man's brain will always find a way, but now he has left. No matter how strong you 3 are, there is no hope of leaving. From the moment the Hulk died, cracks began to appear in the Avengers. Zhang Li broke off the spiritual call with Renee and continued. Have you ever heard of the Eastern poem? Hibiscus texture is cooked with fragrance, and milk is used as wontons and people compete to taste it. When people are extremely hungry, women and children will be the food to satisfy their hunger. Zhang Li's words reminded Natasha of the bloody scene in the ravine, and she couldn't help squatting in the corner to vomit her bitterness. What's wrong with Zhang Li? Renee asked confused. It's okay, she just remembered some not-so-good things. Zhang Li doesn't need to explain it too clearly. Captain America and Hawkeye already understand what he means, but Captain America's kind heart will never allow him to give up on anyone. Even he knew that the group outside the house had lost their conscience. I will never give up, even if there is little hope, they should still have a chance. Steve has a strong charisma, but the tension will never be infected by him. You are like a bald donkey in the East, but your personality is indeed worthy of admiration. Thank you. Captain America knew about donkeys, but he didn't know what the bald donkey referred to, but the latter sentence was obviously a compliment. Bang. Rada teleported back to the shelter and saw those demons, robbing him of the food he had sealed away. The refugees had seen how powerful Rada was, and when they saw that he was not eliminated by Alios but returned to the shelter unharmed, they were so nervous that they did not even dare to express their anger. The children who were originally protected by Rada also hurriedly hid behind the adults after seeing Rada's red eyes. Rada could hear their inner murmurs, all damning curses. It was obvious that they were the intruders, and Rada helped them lure Alios away. Rada, don't pay attention, they are just a bunch of pitiful moths. A nervous voice echoed in Rada's ears. After Ruida walked into the conference room, the group of people breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a man whispered, "Does our life and death actually have to be in the hands of such a vicious robot?" Everyone has different thoughts. They were all social elites and upper-class celebrities. They have received high education and have their own unique insights into playing power and manipulating people's hearts. Even in this difficult situation, their ambitions are still strong. Rada. As soon as Rada entered the conference room, Rana ran to his side. Rada knelt down and touched Rana's head and said, "You are very brave, Rana. You protected Zhang Li and his food." Yeah. Rana was very happy to receive Rada's praise. Captain America went up and said, "First of all, thank you for your help, and then I'm sorry that they took your food away. You don't have to apologize for them, and I won't accept your apology." Rada had previously believed that Steve could take good care of Rana and manage those people, but now the results disappointed him. Without the shielding headset, Steve's inner thoughts were unobstructed in front of Rada. He just hoped that Rada could stand on his side and protect those people. But those devils who have stepped outside the scope of human nature are not worthy of Rada's protection. Zhang Li said, "The shelter can be left to you. Rada will take us away from this area to find a new place to stay." When Iron Man and the others broke into the shelter for the first time, Zhang Li already had the idea of leaving. Now that not only has the dead maid been found nearby, but Captain America and the others have come to visit again, Zhang Li feels that this shelter can be given up. Zhang Li explained, "Neither Riene nor I have the power to protect ourselves. No matter how strong Rida is, there will always be times when she can't take care of herself. What we need is an environment that allows us to grow up safely." Although Rida has 11 mutant abilities and is powerful in combat, it is obviously not comprehensive enough. Otherwise, Rida would not have left him and Rana in the care of Captain America when he lured Alios away. It would be great if Rida had the mutant ability of a clone. Bang, bang, bang. The ground suddenly shook regularly, and it was obvious that something huge was running on the ground. Enemy attack. Rida, who had telepathy, immediately understood the situation on the ground and quickly ducked to Rana's side to protect Riene and Zhang Li under him. Boom. Just as Captain America was about to run out of the conference room to inform people to evacuate, several iron pillars suddenly inserted into the ground and lifted the top of the shelter. Captain America finally saw the true face of the enemy in Lushan. It was a huge ape-man robot made of welded metal. What opened the shelter was not an iron pillar, but the fingers of the ape-man robot. The two eyes of the mechanical giant ape are one big and one small, inlaid with transparent bulletproof glass. Through the glass, you can see a group of strange apes in the control room. Sitting in the center of the control room was a 4 to 5 meter tall green gorilla, with several bone chains made of skulls hanging around its neck. Next to him stood an upright ape with golden hair holding a square hammer and a mandrill wearing a steel suit which looked familiar. "Ha ha ha, I found you, Avengers, move out." The green gorilla roared and showed off its fangs. With a command, the giant robot ape opened its mouth, and then a group of apes jumped from the mouth of the giant ape robot. They had different shapes, some were wearing strange clothes, some were equipped with metal outer clothing, and 13 of them jumped down at once. 2 ape men landed and stopped at the door of the conference room. One of them was equipped with metal wings on his back and held a round shield in his hand. The other was holding a bow and arrow. They were the ape-man Hawkeye and the ape-man Falcon. The ape-man Falcon looked at Captain America proudly and said, "I guess you're Captain America, right?" The ape-man Hawkeye pointed his bow and arrow at the human Hawkeye, who was also raising his bow and arrow, and said, "And you should be my variant, you look extremely weak." "Ha ha ha, I can finally have a full meal." The ape-man Black Panther in black tights jumped into the crowd first, unscrewed a person's head, removed the weird leopard print mask, and began to eat directly. The scene was extremely bloody. "T'Challa, you have violated the leader's will." The ape-man Thor holding Thor's hammer looked down at the ape-man Black Panther who was enjoying the food, with no emotion at all in his eyes. "Oh no, let me go, I'm so hungry that my head is spinning. I promise it won't happen again." The ape-man and Black Panther realized that his behavior was not allowed and that enjoying food privately was against the leader's will. He fell to his knees and begged Thor Ape to spare his life. Yes, you won't do it again. Hey. Saul Ape directly waved the Thor's hammer in his hand and blew the Black Panther Ape's head off with one blow. Your clothes will be inherited by your heirs. The Ape-Man Thor pulled off the necklace from the neck of the Ape-Man Black Panther. Catch them all, don't hurt them, it will affect the taste. Thor gave the order and the other apes around him took action. In their hands they had a gadget invented by the ape Iron Man, a round metal ball that could eject into a net and tie people up when thrown. God be merciful and save us, I am your faithful believer. I confess that I was wrong and ask God to forgive me. Help, where are the Avengers? I pay double taxes every year, you can't give up on me. Suffering always comes one after another, one wave after another. The Avengers took them into the void and rescued them from Alios, and now they themselves are being used as food by the ape men. Sufferings tortured their bodies and minds again and again. Looking back on their past sins, is this the punishment God has given them? Renaa, don't look, let's get out of here. Reda covered Renaa's sight, preparing to teleport them away through teleportation. Oh really? Do you think you can still leave? Iron Mandrill Ape Man Iron Man fired several metal rings, forming a special force field around Reda. Bang. The next moment, Reda teleported out with Renaa and Zhang Li. Oh, it seems that my analysis was wrong. His abilities are not affected by the force field. Interruption, don't worry about it so much, just keep working, get out of here before Alios reacts. Before Iron Mandrill left, he glanced at Captain America and said, your clothes are as disgusting as his. Iron Mandrill didn't take Captain America seriously, he still wanted to chase Reda, which was a very interesting goal. Bang. On a lawn 100 miles away, Reda teleported here with Renaa and Zhang Li. Reda, what happened? Renaa only heard a loud noise and caught a glimpse of the two ape monsters before Reda covered her sight and teleported them out. That's an ape civilization. Reda told the information he read. There are countless incredible cosmic civilizations in the multiverse, and the ape civilization is one of the main civilizations in the multiverse. The main life form in this universe is not humans, but various apes. As for the apes who have just invaded the sanctuary, they are the ape Avengers of the ape universe. After they were cut to a place of nothingness, their animal nature gradually took over, began to kill each other, and discovered that preying on humans could enhance their own strength. In the end, the green giant ape defeated all the apes and became the leader of the apes, and they united again. Hulk had Mandrill, the ape-man Iron Man, build a giant robotic ape. Since then, they have been driving the mechanical giant ape to plunder in the void. Any life they hunt will become food in their mouths. Wow, so they also have an ape-like Black Widow, an image of a slender ape man with breasts and buttocks, but a pair of fangs and a sunken nose emerged in Renaa's mind. Huh, Renaa couldn't help but shudder. Indeed, there are, but female apes have been reduced to reproductive tools in their organizations, and have suffered a lot. In Reda's perception, the inside of the mechanical ape is like a mobile fortress. The space is large enough, and there is a room specially used to hold female apes. They have become a tool for male apes to vent their sexual desires. Ruida, I feel the existence of ape mutants. Have you detected them? How many are there? Zhang Li suddenly asked. 7. Can you feel their mutant abilities? Without close contact, I can only feel that they have active mutant genes in their bodies. Zhang Li was thinking about whether he should let Ruida go back to take risks and copy the abilities of the 7 mutants. In terms of combat power alone, Reda should be able to escape unscathed, but he was just afraid that the other party would hide some killer moves to threaten Reda. When Iron Mandrill set up a force field to try to control Reda, he almost thought they were doomed. I don't think they can trap me, Reda said suddenly. He felt the tension in his thoughts, and he felt that he couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. There are all kinds of enemies in the void. Although Reda's ability is strong enough, he is still not invincible. To protect Renaa and Zhang Li, he feels that he should become stronger. The reason why the Iron Mandrills attacked me immediately was because they met Tony Stark, who had left the team, and got some of my information from him. But they obviously did not get the information that I have telepathy. You can catch them off guard. As Reda said, the apes were able to find shelter because they met Iron Man, who was alone and got the news here. But after Iron Man was in trouble, he was killed by the apes without revealing all the information. So the apes only know that Reda has the ability to teleport, laser eyes, control thunder, and control matter, suspected to be magnetic fields. Poor Iron Man, before he died, he wanted to use Iron Mandrill's technology to work together to find a way home. Call out, Renaa, be careful. Reda suddenly felt the danger and stretched out his hand to resist. The next moment, Reda was knocked away by the foreign object that suddenly flew over and rolled several times on the grass. Ah, Ruina was startled and squatted down holding Zhang Li. Bang. Rida, who flew out, teleported over to protect Zhang Li and Riene behind him, and looked at the Thunder God Ape, Iron Mandrill, Falcon Ape, War Machine Ape, and a gray-white hairless ape wearing a steel exoskeleton that fell from the sky. They actually came over. Rida's arm, which was twisted by Mjolnir, slowly twisted and was completely repaired again. Wow, this is new technology. I have to research it and develop new armor. The one I have on has not been updated for a long time. Tyshan Mandrill looked at Rida with gleaming eyes. As variants of Iron Man, it seems inevitable that they are fond of mechanical research. Ruida, it's the hairless white ape. Zhang Li reminded secretly. I sensed it, Rida replied. Rida and Zhang Li have read the white ape's memory through telepathy. That's the Caliban ape, and his mutant ability is X-factor detection, which is mutant gene detection. He can detect and track the location of mutants. The reason why they were able to find him was because Caliban ape detected the strain's mutant gene. They still have backup, Rida. Take care of the Caliban ape and let's leave quickly. Zhang Li read the information from the other party's mind. They have the ability to read minds, so do it. The power of this Thunder God ape was much more powerful than the Thunder God he met before. He felt the tension and Rida invading his consciousness. Ape Weiss, protect my brain. Tyshan Mandrill asked the artificial intelligence to put a force field protective cover on his brain and fired several small rockets directly towards Rida. Yuanwei Shihui reported, Sir, after my analysis, the abilities displayed by the opponent should belong to mutant abilities. It is amazing that inorganic mechanical bodies can actually obtain corresponding abilities by simulating changes in mutant genes. I have long suspected that the opponent's teleportation ability is of the same origin as the red demon ape. Ape Weiss, analyze whether we can steal his technology. While fighting, Iron Mandrill ordered Ape Weiss to invade Rida. Sorry, sir, the other party's mechanical operation principle is beyond my understanding. I cannot invade and steal his information. Then let's break him. The battle had not lasted more than a minute, and Rida had a lot of scars on her body. Thor's attack is too powerful, and Mjolnir is full of destructive power. While dealing with the Sol ape, Rida also had to protect Riene and Zhang Li and be wary of the firepower of the war mechanical apes, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. Just when Rida was at a disadvantage and was forced to defend, Caliban ape suddenly rushed forward. Ruida, it's now, Zhang Li reminded. Rida suddenly raised his head, gave up all defense, turned from defense to offense, and used his laser eyes to drive back Thor ape. Then ice flew in the palm of his hand, freezing the Caliban ape into an ice sculpture, then smashed it into pieces with a punch, turning it into ice slag on the ground. The Falcon ape and the War Mechanical ape, which were originally suppressing fire on the flanks, also opened fire on the Iron Mandrill at the same time. Falcon ape's buckler caught Iron Mandrill off guard, and War Mechanical ape's ex-wife shot directly blew Iron Mandrill away. Oh, what's going on? I just lost control. Falcon ape and War Mechanical ape looked confused. Bah, Rida didn't give them any time to think and directly summoned thunder to chop the two apes into black coal. Ruida was in a fighting state and could not control the enemy with distraction, so Zhang Li took action just now. Fortunately, Caliban's mutant ability cannot detect the target's specific abilities, otherwise it would be really difficult for Zhang Li to start. However, even if Zhang Li had 2 lifetimes of wisdom, no matter how strong his mental power was, his body was still just that of a baby. After this attack, he fell into a coma. Rina, let's get out of here. Rida was just about to reach out and grab Rina's hand and lead them away from here, but Thor Ape had already come to his senses and aimed at Rida and threw Mjolnir. When Rida was hit by Mjolnir and flew out but could not touch Rina's hand in time and could not teleport away directly. At the critical moment, Rida suddenly grabbed Mjolnir. This scene shocked Suyern. How is that possible, Mjolnir? Iron Mandrill and the other apes, who had barely recovered their ability to move, were shocked when they saw Rida grabbing Mjolnir in the air. Isn't it true that only Thor the ape can pick up the hammer? But Rida didn't have that much time to hesitate. He waved Mjolnir and threw it directly towards Thor ape. Although Thor ape could still feel Mjolnir and control it, the power still dragged Sol ape away for a certain distance. Rida seized the opportunity, teleported behind Riene with a bang, and teleported away with them with a bang. Ah, waste. Hey. The angry Thor ape roared to the sky, venting his anger directly on the Falcon ape and the War Mechanical ape, summoning thunder to burn them to ashes. The Iron Mandrill survived because he evaded in time. He didn't dare to provoke Sol ape. Because of the awakening of his beastly nature and the devouring of a large amount of blood food, Thor's strength is not even weaker than the green giant ape. His steel armor was weakened instead. Fortunately, the green giant ape still needs the iron mandrel to control the steel giant ape, otherwise he would not be alive now. Did I come at the wrong time? When Saul Ape and Iron Mandrel turned around, they saw a woman wrapped tightly in a red leather coat, with wavy blonde hair, 2 knives behind her back and 2 guns at her waist, looking at them and twirling her fingers. The person who came was none other than the female Deadpool. When Thor was worried and had no place to vent, the female Deadpool came to his door. Without saying a word, he walked over and directly broke the female Deadpool's head. Oh bitch. The head in Thor's ape hand cursed, and the female Deadpool's headless body pointed her middle finger at him and then fell straight to the ground. Saul Ape tore off the female Deadpool's mask and looked at the indescribable face. He couldn't say anything, so he threw it to the ground casually. Bah, disgusting. After spitting on the corpse of the female Deadpool, Thor Ape grabbed Mjolnir and flew away. Iron Mandrel was about to catch up, but suddenly he saw the body of the female Deadpool crawling over and putting her head back on. Oh shit. The female Deadpool got up and pulled out her 2 swords and looked at the Iron Mandrel fiercely. You actually twisted off a beautiful woman's head and used it as a ball to kick. Bitch, even if you are my favorite steel straight man, he is also dead, and anyone who sees my face will go to hell. The female Deadpool rushed towards Iron Mandrel, but she found herself moving away from Iron Mandrel. Wait, what? The female Deadpool looked down and found that her head was mounted backwards. Call out, oh no, boom. Iron Mandrel opened fire directly, blowing the female Deadpool into pieces with 1 shot. On the desolate land, Renaa sat on the shell of an old car with her hands on her knees and looking into the distance. She was an orphan and had been adopted by 3 families, but in the end, without exception, no one liked a thief. But even though she is a despicable thief, she still has someone she misses in her heart. As a wandering thief, she often sneaks into other people's houses to rest. One day she sneaked into Maria's house and fell asleep because she was too tired. She was bumped into by Maria and her daughter who had returned from traveling, but the kind-hearted mother and daughter did not call the police. Instead, they thoughtfully invited her to have breakfast together. That was one of the few warm memories she had. Maria, Monica, I miss you so much, but I can't seem to go back. Renaa, who has always been alone, has slowly accepted the reality. If it were any other child who had experienced what she had experienced in the past few days, she would have collapsed. Rada, who was in human form, came to Renaa's side holding Zhang Li and comforted her. Don't worry, there will always be a way to go back. From the luxurious metropolis to the land of nothingness, first the ship crash crisis, and all the subsequent experiences, and now there is not even a normal person around her, Renaa will inevitably feel lost and confused. Watching the sunrise as a family would be very warm, right? Rada raised his hand and crossed the sky, using his psychic abilities to interfere with his brain's vision. Renaa blinked, and on the dark horizon on the other side of the mountain, a red sun slowly rose and the warm sunshine shone down, like a mother's hands caressing Renaa's cheek. Renaa smiled and said, Rada, according to your time, it should be evening now. Has the sun risen from the west? Zhang Li said, there is no concept of time in the land of nothingness. Maybe we can define this time as morning in the future. Hehe. Renaa held Rada's arm and said, thank you, Rada and Zhang Li. The little girl drifting around seemed to have finally found a place to stay. Keeping the warmth of this moment, why should she bother with other things? 5 years passed quickly. After 5 years of accumulation, Zhang Li finally copied Thor's genes and integrated them into himself. Crack. It seemed that a shackle in Zhang Li's body was quietly broken, and a cool divine power was rapidly filling himself. Zhang Li's body involuntarily opened his arms and slowly floated up, his eyes shining with white light, looking like a god. Rita, is this divine power? Will Zhang Li be okay? Renaa asked. Although Renaa, who was 15 years old, was not yet an adult under Riida's training, she was tall and well-proportioned, with 3-dimensional and full facial features, and a protruding front and back, and she was a little beauty. Feeling the violent breath emanating from Zhang Li, Renaa's chest was ups and downs, and she was a little nervous. Riida patted Renaa's shoulder like an old father and said, don't worry, it's okay. Riida also felt the violent energy fluctuations, but this energy did not cause any harm to Zhang Li's body, but was constantly increasing and spreading to Zhang Li's limbs. Zhang Li suddenly had a ferocious expression, showing a look of pain, and his forehead was quickly covered with beads of sweat. What's wrong, Riida? Zhang Li looks very painful. Renaa asked nervously. This is a test for him. The crown of the alien dimension must bear its weight. Zhang Li wants to steal the power of God, so he must accept the corresponding test. The divine power in his body continued to merge into Zhang Li's flesh and blood. Every time a ray of divine power penetrated into Zhang Li's muscles, his fragile body would be forcibly torn apart by the divine power, and then repaired and restored by the divine power. Especially when the divine power penetrated into the bone marrow, the pain was even deeper into the soul and pierced the heart. Even if Zhang Li awakened the wisdom of his previous life, his soul was strong and his will was firm, he could not bear this pain. His body began to twitch, his veins were exposed, and he even bit his teeth and bled from all 7 holes. If he did not have a strong self-repair ability, he would be in danger of death at this moment. Zhang Li also felt a little regretful in his heart. He originally thought that everything would go smoothly, but who knew that the process of transforming from a mortal to a god would be so tormenting? If it happens again, Zhang Li thinks he won't be so blind to directly copy Thor's divine gene. Zhang Li, Rada, please help him, he looks so painful. Riene cried and wanted to end it all, but Rada held her tightly in his arms and didn't let her get close to Zhang Li. Don't worry, Riene, it's okay, it's just a short pain, just a short pain. Rada can clearly monitor the changes in Zhang Li's body. Although the divine power is destroying Zhang Li's body, it is also transforming Zhang Li's body with infinite vitality. As long as Zhang Li can survive this cleansing of the divine power, he can turn from mortal to god. Riene is just a mortal body. No matter how powerful she is trained, her life level is there. If she dares to touch the divine power in Zhang Li, she will inevitably be backlashed, and the consequences will be disastrous. No, we don't want the power anymore, Ruida helped Zhang Li. After 5 years of living together, the 3 of them have become each other's family. Seeing her brother bleeding from all 7 holes and suffering great pain, Riene has been in a state of panic, fearing that something might happen to Zhang Li. Finally, the power in Zhang Li's body gradually eased down, and a wave of air burst out from his body. The divine light was restrained, and his body fell to the ground involuntarily, and the whole person was completely unconscious. Zhang Li, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, wake up. Riene hugged Zhang Li's body and cried bitterly, gently rolled up her sleeves and carefully wiped the blood off Zhang Li's face. Don't worry, Ruida, Zhang Li succeeded, he was just too tired and he will be fine after a good rest. When he wakes up, he will be our little god king. Rita could feel that the power in Zhang Li's body had become peaceful and was constantly nourishing Zhang Li's body. And Zhang Li experienced such a painful transformation of the power of the gods, and it was reasonable for him to fall into a coma due to mental fatigue. In a trance, Zhang Li was inspired by something, and his soul responded. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a piece of grass, and the stars in the sky were shining brightly, gorgeous and charming. The earth trembled, and the roots of trees broke out of the ground, quickly occupied the earth, grew strong trunks, and the green leaves soon covered the starry sky. Feeling the divine power of millions of sacred trees emitting the same roots and origins, Zhang Li wanted to get closer to feel it carefully. But these big trees seemed to have grown legs and stayed away from Zhang Li, refusing to touch him. This special feeling of relatives being right in front of him, but avoiding Zhang Li as much as possible, is annoying. Zhang Li walked silently on the earth, and millions of big trees silently made room when he approached. Until one day, Zhang Li seemed to hear someone sigh, and then an inexplicable fire burned the forest to ashes. Woo! Zhang Li woke up suddenly from the bed, only to find that it was just a big dream. What's wrong with Zhang Li? Riene, who was standing by Zhang Li's side, was also startled by Zhang Li's sudden action. You are sweating a lot, did you have a nightmare? Riene gently helped Zhang Li wipe the sweat off, and Zhang Li said, I had a nightmare dreaming that I was burned by flames. Are you feeling unwell? No, I feel fine. Riene smiled mysteriously and said, You really should look in the mirror and see what you look like now. Riene ran back to her room, took her mirror and handed it to Zhang Li. Zhang Li touched his cheek in disbelief and asked, Is this me? Isn't it too much of a change? Zhang Li, who was 5 years old, should have had a chubby pink face, but now he looks like a delicate young man. His cheeks are firm and round, and his skin is white but a little yellow, like a mixed-race child of white and yellow people. His pair of dark green eyes with a mysterious glow echoes with his thick black hair, and he is handsome. Noticing the changes in his body, Zhang Li lifted the quilt and stood up from the bed. His perspective was much higher, making him shaky and a little uncomfortable. The muscle curves of his abdomen are bumpy, and the perfect body curves fascinate Zhang Li. Wow, how long have I slept? 5 years? Or 10 years? Feeling the majestic power in his body and the changes in his body, Zhang Li was surprised and happy. His height is almost catching up with Riene, who is 17 meters tall. Riene smiled and shook the small alarm clock in her hand and answered, 3 days, to be exact, 68 hours. During these 3 days, Riene stayed by Zhang Li's side and witnessed the entire process of his body changes. It was like witnessing a 5-year-old boy grow up quickly and become a handsome boy of the same age as himself. Putting your face outside will definitely attract countless girls to cheer for you. Rena often spies on parties at rich people's homes where she can show off her talents. She had seen countless noble young masters who had elegant temperaments, but they could not compare to the looming charm of Zhang Li. Where's Ruida? Why didn't you see him? I'm going to find clothes for you. After all, who would ever think that his 5-year-old child would grow to a height of 16 meters in 3 days? Looking at Riene, Zhang Li realized that he was only wearing a pair of tight boxers, and he quickly pulled the sheets and tied them around his waist in embarrassment. The pants of a 5-year-old were worn on a 15-year-old. They were tight and bearable, but the key was that they were too revealing. What? It's not like I've never seen him before. I have indeed seen that Rena was responsible for cleaning Zhang Li's body before he was 1 year old. The tension at this moment can't hide the embarrassment even for 2 people, and the cheeks are hot and red. It's better to give each other a little private space. Can you go out for a while? It's a bit tight. Ftahaha, Riene burst into laughter. Get out, Zhang Li pushed Riene out. Bah, Zhang Li wanted to take off the tight boxer briefs, but he was too anxious. With the increased strength, he directly tore the boxer briefs into rags. Admiring his proud little brother, Zhang Li expressed that he was very satisfied. This magical power was quite useful. Dong dong dong. Riene came back again and again, so frightened that Zhang Li quickly pulled the sheets to wrap herself up. What? Pork steak you haven't eaten in 3 days, aren't you hungry? When Ruina said this, Zhang Li really felt like there was nothing in his stomach, and a feeling of hunger swept over him. Zhang Li wrapped the sheet around his body, opened the door, and walked out barefoot. Riene suppressed her smile and said, Are you doing some kind of artistic performance? Let me think about it. Did you use too much force to burst your underwear? Hi Rena, you're a girl, so speak more reservedly. Zhang was so ashamed and angry that his body would undergo such a big change after integrating the divine gene. Now I don't even have suitable clothes, so I can only wrap my body in cloth. Zhang Li doesn't like steak, but Ruina likes it very much. He is young and weak, so he has no choice but to adapt. If you have a chance, I'll cook you the Chinese food I remember. It's much more delicious than this bloody steak. Yes, you have nagged me many times. What can Zhang Li do? It is extremely difficult to get together the ingredients for a Chinese meal in the void. Even the steak in front of me was hard-earned. Bang! Humanoid Uncle Rada appeared at the entrance of the shelter carrying a packaging bag. Oh, Zhang Li, you look good. I brought you new clothes. Do you want to try them on now? Oh, thank God, Rada, I love you so much. Zhang Li hugged Rada, snatched the packaging bag from his hand, and ran to his room. Ruida looked at Zhang's room and sighed. Zhang seems to have changed a lot. Rada, what's that in your hand? Riene noticed that Rada was holding a special pyramid-shaped piece of metal. I don't know, but I felt that there was a huge energy hidden in it, so I brought it back. It's no surprise that something strange appears in the void. Let me see. Riene took the special metal from Rada's hand and commented, What an awkward shape. Buzz, the awkward special metal suddenly emitted light, revealing special lines on the surface, floating on its own, and slowly peeling off the metal coat on the surface, revealing a bright crystal flower hidden inside. Careful, Rena. Rada protected Rena behind her, ready to deal with possible dangerous situations. What do you think of my outfit? Zhang put on the casual clothes Ruida found, a vest, jeans, and a pair of white sneakers, looking refreshed. But when he saw the metal shell suspended in the air and the bright crystal stone inside, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Rada, Zhang Li shouted and warned Ruida directly through telepathy, take Ruina and leave quickly. Zhang Li recognized it at a glance. The special prismatic metal was an obelisk, and the crystal flower in the obelisk was a pterygian crystal. A special crystal stone that allows the Inhumans to awaken superpowers but can kill ordinary people. Click. Almost at the same time that tension made a sound, the crystal flower shattered, releasing a stream of air that spread out in all directions. Bang! The moment Rada reacted, she teleported away from the shelter with Rena. Bang! In the wasteland 5 miles away, Rada teleported here with Riene. Rada. Riene called Rada's name tremblingly. Rada followed her gaze and saw that Rena's fingers were slowly turning to stone. In just an instant, Rena's entire palm had turned into stone. No. Rada grabbed Rena's arm and used her mutant abilities on Rena's body one by one. Healing, possession, electric shock, wind blowing, freezing, but no mutant ability can slow down the speed of Rena's petrification. Not long after, Rena's body was completely petrified. Reda. Rene shed tears and said her final farewell in a sob voice. I'm glad to meet you, I love you. Tell Zhang Li that I won't be able to eat the Chinese food he misses so much, goodbye. After finishing speaking, Rena's whole body was completely petrified and turned into a stone sculpture, leaving only 2 teardrops dripping on the ground. No. Reda's eyes were shrouded in red light and his mortal body grew rapidly, revealing his tall mechanical body. Thunder light enveloped Reda's metal body, and his eyes burst out with laser rays that shot straight into the sky. For a moment, strong winds blew and black clouds rolled. Reda never thought that one of her inadvertent actions, picking up a piece of metal, would cost Rena her life. He couldn't forgive himself. The Terry and the mist emitted after the Terrigen crystal was broken did not have any impact on the tension. He could feel the divine power within him dispelling the Terrigen mist. Suddenly, Zhang Li felt a powerful momentum expand rapidly. What's wrong? It's Reda. Zhang Li quickly mobilized his unskilled divine power to support his mental power, controlled his body to fly out of the shelter, and quickly approached the place where Reda was. Roar. At the same time, Alios was also moving quickly towards Reda's position. Reda caused quite a stir. Click. A small cracking sound brought Reda's consciousness back to reality. He looked at Rena's stone sculpture in panic, withdrawing his mutant power, afraid of causing even a little bit of damage to Rena's stone sculpture. Click. Cracks appeared on Rena's face and the stone carvings fell off as if a carving knife had left a scar in Reda's heart. But the next scene shocked Reda. Click. The stone fell away, revealing Rena's eyes. Crack, click, click. Rena struggled to get rid of the stone skin on her body and took a deep breath of air. She really thought she was going to die just now. Rena. Reda softly called Rena's name in disbelief, fearing that everything in front of her was an illusory dream. Reda, I'm fine, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. Rena had never been so grateful for the continuation of her life. Rena, you scared me to death, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this. Reda's metal body quickly shrunk into a mortal body, and she hugged Rena into her arms. The two hugged each other tightly, thankful that it was just a false alarm. After 5 years of getting along day and night, the two have long become like father and daughter. Reda, Rene, are you okay? Zhang Li quickly flew to the two of them. Zhang. Rene hugged Zhang excitedly. Zhang was overwhelmed and patted Rene on the back. When he saw the broken stone skin on the ground, he knew that something must have happened. Sure enough, when he explored Rena's body again, he found an inexplicable energy in her body. Moreover, Rena's body genes have also undergone some different changes. Is this the gene of the Inhumans? Zhang Li knew that only the Inhumans could be immune to the toxicity of Terrigen's mist and awaken their superpowers. But he had explored Rena's body before and found that she just had the genes of an ordinary person. What is going on? Could it be a hidden gene that I haven't detected before? Zhang Li really couldn't think of any other explanation. I don't know what Rena's superpower will be. Rena, are you an Inhuman? What? I don't know. Rene has been an orphan since she was a child, so it is naturally impossible for her to know her family's situation. The thing just now is called the obelisk, and the crystal is called the Terrigen crystal. Breaking it will release a Terrigen mist. That mist is highly poisonous to ordinary people, but it can allow the Inhumans to awaken to their unique powers. You have superpowers, do you feel any changes in your body now? Nothing special. Roar. Zhang Li wanted to ask something else, but at this moment Alios was approaching them quickly. Buzz, beep, beep, beep. Hey, rookies, stop hanging around, get in the car and run away. A man in a leather jacket approached quickly in a convertible. There was a blonde woman in the car carrying a rocket aimed at Alios, ready to fire at any time. Just looking at his clothes and appearance, Zhang Li couldn't tell the identity of the other party for a while. But don't be afraid, he has telepathy. Oh wow, it turned out to be Star-Lord and Yelena Belova. I didn't expect them to get together. Zhang Li glanced at Alios on the horizon and then asked Reda and Rene, do you want to make new friends? In the past 5 years, although they have come into contact with some people who were cut into the void, their communication was not very deep. Rena and Reda looked at each other and said, whatever, there won't be any accidents with you here anyway. Okay, get in the car. Immediately, Zhang Li took the lead in getting into the car and sat in the passenger seat of Star-Lord. Zhang Li sensed a faint ray of divine power in Star-Lord's body. Obviously, the Star-Lord in front of him is a variant from the movie universe and is the descendant of the god Ego. Star-Lord glanced at Zhang Li, quickly started the car and said, I thought that big guy was your boss. Zhang Li replied, "That's true, but I am the team's strategist and a wise man. My name is Zhang Li, our boss is Ruida, and the female team member is Ruina." Star-Lord replied, "My name is Peter. Everyone likes to call me Star-Lord. I am the captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, you don't know me. The one behind is my temporary teammate Yelena." Zhang Li said, "In fact, I know Star-Lord and the famous Guardians of the Galaxy, but you are obviously not the Star-Lord I know." Ouch, why are you pulling out my hair? If he hadn't been driving, Star-Lord would have wanted to jump up and kick the rude kid in front of him. Zhang Li played with Star-Lord's hair and explained, "I am testing how much of your body is still part of God." "What? Oh, thin blood, no wonder you are so weak. The divine part is actually suppressed by the human part. You have already killed your father, right?" After coming into contact with Star-Lord's hair, Zhang finally sensed Star-Lord's genetic composition. Some of the genes belonging to divinity are in an obvious withered state, and a small part are slowly growing. Apparently there had been a huge blowout or overdraft before. Zhang Li was not prepared to copy Star-Lord's genes because he observed that Star-Lord's divine genes had a high risk of mutation. After all, the god Ego is a living star, and most of his descendants have no human form, with the exception of Star-Lord. Zhang Li didn't dare to bet on this exception. His heart couldn't accept other physical states other than human beings. Bah, Star-Lord slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the car to jolt. "Dong dong, can you drive? Do you want to kill us? Fake." Yelena complained. Boom. Yelena quickly adjusted her posture and fired a shot at Alios, who was chasing after him. After regaining consciousness, Star-Lord restarted the car and asked Zhang Li, "Who are you? What do you know? You have just arrived not long ago, so you don't know the situation clearly." To put it simply, the monster behind is named Alios. Zhang Li gave a general explanation of what happened in the Land of Nothingness. "What?" Star-Lord was shocked and said, "So this place is outside of time. Is it possible that people from any time and space or any other multiverse can appear here? Not bad at all. So is it possible that I will see Yondu here, and my mother?" Star-Lord looked a little excited. It's possible, but not necessarily. It depends on luck. Theoretically, it is possible for people from any time and space to appear in the void, but whether the two people can see each other depends on luck. First of all, the Land of Nothingness is too vast, and finding people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Secondly, people who enter the Land of Nothingness are like entering the Colosseum. They not only have to face the threat of Alios, but also the threats from other people. Finally, it is difficult for ordinary people to trigger special events and be cut to the Land of Nothingness, and it is even harder for ordinary people to survive in the Land of Nothingness. So there's egg here too. Zhang Li frowned and replied, "You are trying to defeat me just for asking. The powerful gods already possess the foresight ability to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, and can ignore the constraints of time to a certain extent. If a person at the level of Heavenly Father triggers a special event, he becomes a time criminal. How does the Temporal Variation Authority handle this situation? I really don't know about Zhang Li. Can the Land of Nothingness restrain the Heavenly Father level combat power? I don't know about Zhang Li either." Zhang Li also asked Ruida if he continued to become stronger, whether he could strengthen his teleportation ability and break through the blockade of the Void Land. Ruida's answer is that his upper limit cannot break through the Heavenly Father level combat power barrier. Although he can copy the abilities of mutants, there is an upper limit to the strength of the copied mutant abilities. He is not a living being in the true sense, and his mechanical physique limits his growth limit. Therefore, Ruida's upper limit from the beginning could only reach the sub-Heavenly Father level, unless there is a strong external force to help him break through his upper limit. Wow, I have to say, your driving skills are really ridiculously bad. You drove on the grass like a mountain. Zhang Li regretted getting into Star-Lord's car. "Shut up, I saved your lives, otherwise the guy behind you could digest you into a cake together with your bones. Okay, you have the final say." Zhang Li shouted at Qi, "Ruida, I remember that when you dealt with the Caliban ape last time, you retained part of his body tissue. Can you go back and get it for me? We probably have to escape for a long time." "What's the time?" "Okay." Ruida said to Rena, "I'll be back in a moment." "What?" Yelena looked at Ruida with confusion and asked, "Are you going to jump out of the car and run home to get your luggage? Are you kidding me? What should I go back to get in this case? Don't you think life is short enough? See you later." Ruida said and then disappeared from the car with a bang, leaving only a faint wisp of black smoke that slowly dissipated. Waterfack. Yelena turned to look at Rena and asked, "So you don't need us to worry at all, will you disappear in an instant?" "No, I'm just an ordinary person." "Well, I don't think so now, but I don't know what my superpower is yet." Renaa suddenly remembered what kind of inhumans Zhang Li said she was and what superpowers she had awakened. Superpowers? Oh, you're a mutant. No, but it does not seem to be within the category of ordinary people. Renaa still doesn't know the specific situation of the Inhumans. Rene understood Zhang Li, and he took the initiative to approach these two people, either because he had some purpose or because Li Zhang wanted to have some fun. Rene is more inclined to the second one, because the two people in front of her have not shown any strong abilities that are worthy of Zhang Li's coveting. Therefore, Renaa did not put up any precautions and communicated with Yelena casually. Bang. Renaa suddenly teleported back to the car, startling Yelena. Renaa handed a small box to Zhang Li on the passenger seat. Zhang Li opened the box and a cold air came out from inside. There was a piece of frozen skin tissue inside. Back then, Renaa froze the Caliban ape and smashed it to pieces with one punch, then secretly collected a piece of the Caliban ape's body tissue. In the past 5 years, Zhang Li has been copying Thor's divine genes, so he has no time to pay attention to the genes of the Caliban ape, so he has been frozen and hidden by Renaa. Who are you? What's the purpose of getting in the car? Star-Lord looked at Zhang Li alertly. Zhang Li ignored Star-Lord's question and said, "Don't be distracted while driving and watch the front." Immediately, Zhang Li began to use his mutant ability to analyze the mutant genes of the Caliban ape. What he needs is the mutant gene of the Caliban ape, so he will not become an ape because of copying the mutant gene. It took Saul's hair tension in his hand for 5 days to complete the initial analysis. But now that he has divine power, not only his physical fitness in all aspects has been greatly improved, but the speed of analyzing mutant genes has also been greatly increased. The mutant gene of Caliban ape was analyzed in just 2 minutes after he put it in his hands. Moreover, he saw 3 possibilities for genetic evolution. When he analyzed Saul's genes, he did not have the strength to see the possibility of evolution. There was an element of gambling in it. Although he now has divine power, this divine power has not inherited Thor's thunder and lightning attributes, nor has he shown other special attributes. Instead, it has an extremely powerful increase in his mutant abilities. The range of telepathy, the strength of telekinesis, the body's ability to heal itself, and the ability to copy other people's genes have all been greatly increased. After the gene analysis is completed, the next step is to copy and then fuse, but Zhang Li hesitated. After Zhang Li copies someone else's mutant gene, the gene will evolve in a random direction during the fusion. There are 3 possibilities for the genetic evolution of Caliban ape. The first is that there is a 60% possibility that it will evolve the characteristics of indiscriminately detecting living organisms within a certain range. The second is that there is a 30% chance of evolving to expand the scope of detecting mutant genes. The third is that there is a 10% chance that brainwave image display will evolve. However, the second and third evolutions are accompanied by 2 side effects, skin whitening or baldness. There's a 40% chance that it will ruin my handsome appearance. It's not advisable, it's not advisable. I am a gambler and a drug addict. What? Where did the yellow letters go, you ask? Stop being funny, I'm a yellow race, it's just a little white. There is no sun in the void, is there anything wrong with my white spot? Zhang Li decisively gave up copying the mutant gene of Caliban ape. Sometimes I really envy Renaa's copying ability. What's wrong? You seem very disappointed. The piece of meat on your hand stinks, can you throw it away? Huh. Zhang Li spread his palms. The ice had melted, and the piece of Caliban ape meat was bleeding and smelly. Zhang Li suppressed the feeling of vomiting and subconsciously threw the meat at Star-Lord. Hey, where did you throw it? Star-Lord hurriedly threw the minced meat of Caliban ape out of the car. As a result, the steering wheel of the car moved back and forth more, and it almost overturned. Hey, don't rub it on my clothes, you bastard. Zhang Li pulled off Zinglord's clothes and wiped the blood off his hands. My shirt is dirty. Star-Lord felt sorry for his battle robe for 3 seconds. If he wasn't driving, he really wanted to fly up and kick Zhang Li in the face. Don't be impulsive, drive carefully, and don't let Alios catch up. Besides, you can't beat me. Although Zhang Li can't convert divine power into direct combat power, he is now considered to be one of the stronger 4th-level mutants just by using divine power to amplify mutant abilities. Level 1 mutants have weak abilities, only slightly stronger than ordinary people or even worse than ordinary people. There are great defects, and they may not even be able to retain their human appearance. Typical representatives include Birdbeak. Although level 2 mutants retain their human appearance, most of their abilities are not strong and they tend to be auxiliary. The movie version of Phantom Cat belongs to this level. Level 3 mutants have relatively strong abilities, but face the problem of awkward ability control. Hedgehog Man belongs to this level. Level 4 mutants have powerful abilities and the risk of losing control and causing great damage. Cyclops and others belong to this level. Level 5 mutants, with a lower limit of being able to match the combat power of the Father God, and a higher limit of being able to compete with the combat power of the multiverse. Jean Grey, who has awakened the Phoenix Force. Of course, the classification of mutants does not represent absolute strength, because there are also situations where abilities suppress each other. For example, Zhang Li's mind control can well suppress Magneto without a helmet. Buzz buzz. The alarm sounded, proving that another time criminal triggered a special event, which required the Time Guardians to be dispatched to deal with the excess time branches. Buzz. The time portal is ready and B-15 leads the attack again. Their mission target this time is very difficult, but they also have their own coping methods. The time criminal this time is a dangerous level 4 mutant. The mission target is on a private plane. Our task is to arrange and cut it directly on the plane. Do you understand? Understood, sir. The 4 Time Guardians returned, set off. High in the sky, a private plane passed through the clouds and entered the stratosphere. Strangely, this plane did not have a cabin door, or the door had been violently damaged. Bang, bang, bang. From time to time, there was the sound of metal colliding in the plane. It was obvious that someone was fighting in the plane. Buzz. A time portal suddenly appeared on the back of the plane, and B-15 appeared on the plane with his Time Guardians. Their equipment is advanced, their feet are on the plane, and their shoes have built-in suction to hold them firmly on the plane. Facing the strong wind, a transparent protective mask protects their eyes, and the special uniform also has the function of insulating against cold. This makes them feel like they are standing on the ground on the back of the plane, without being affected at all. The actions of the time guards on the plane naturally attracted the attention of the people on the plane. But when they wanted to find out, the Time Eliminator had been deployed, and the time guards had successfully retired. The mutants in the plane fought fiercely, but they didn't know that they had been cut from the timeline by the Time Guardian. The 2 mutants flying the plane noticed something was wrong immediately. The scene in front of them switched in the blink of an eye. They had unknowingly entered low-altitude flight, and all the instruments on the plane were out of control. What's going on? Where are we flying to? Bah. The captain was still checking the instrument panel when suddenly a piece of steel penetrated the seat, came out of his chest, and directly broke through the windshield at the head of the plane. The captain died on the spot, the windshield was shattered, and the strong wind blew the glass shards away, leaving varying shades of blood marks on the flight assistant's face and body. The flight assistant was forced to show off his mutant abilities and instantly transformed into a leopard spirit with 2 fangs growing out. The fur on his face kept pouring out, causing the wounds to heal quickly. Boom. Wow. Before the leopard mutant could escape, there was an explosion in the plane and he was thrown out of the plane along with his seat. In the wasteland of the void, Zhang Li was still guiding Star-Lord to drive. Suddenly, a gap opened in the sky and a plane flew directly into the void. Zhang Li opened the door directly, walked around to the back compartment of the pickup truck and asked, "Ruida, have you sensed it?" Intentions telepathy, there was a group of powerful people fighting in the plane who seemed to be mutants. Ruida looked at the plane swooping down on the ground and said, "They are mutants." There are 3 level 4 mutants among them, but only one of them has developed his ability to the critical point. The last time he killed the Caliban ape, Ruida copied the opponent's mutant ability and could roughly glean the strength of the mutant. One of the level 4 mutants has telepathic abilities, and she caught my prying eyes. Roar. Alios also noticed the plane that suddenly broke into the void and immediately turned around and gave up chasing the pickup truck in front of him. Finally got rid of this troublesome mangy dog, ho-ho. Star-Lord excitedly beat the music, however Zhang Li's next move directly made him furious and cursed. Borrow it. Zhang Li grabbed the 3 remaining rocket launchers next to Yelena and fired one at Alios, who was turning his head in the sky. What? Wait, no. Yelena, who had come back to her senses, still wanted to stop Zhang Li, but Zhang had already pressed the firing trigger, and the shell flew out with a whoosh sound, hitting the bullseye directly and happened on the surface of Alios. There was a big explosion, attracting Alios' attention again. "You brat, do you know what stupid thing you're doing?" Yelena jumped up and wanted to find trouble with Zhang, but her raised hand was frozen in midair, unable to fall, and her body became stiff uncontrollably. Zhang Li said with a playful smile, "Don't worry, I checked. The remaining oil is enough for you to drive for at least 3 or 4 hours. You will definitely survive. Superheroes can always find a way, right? What fact, Zhang Li, I remember you." Next time I meet you, I will feed you a gun. Star-Lord in the driver's seat could only be helpless and furious. Although Renat couldn't bear to harm others, she still silently held Radaz's hand. In this absurd world, kindness can sometimes be poison. What she didn't know was that Star-Lord and Yelena were not good people in the early stages. That's why Zhang Li cheated the two of them without any guilt. The next second, Radaz, Riene, and Zhang Li disappeared with a bang, and the restraints on Yelena were also lifted. Fake, you will never save someone easily next time. Good intentions are not rewarded. Facing Alios in the sky, she and Star-Lord had no choice but to accept the tragic fate of continuing to escape. On the other side, the people fighting on the plane also discovered the death of the captain and the flight assistant, and the plane was crashing towards the ground. Do you want to die here? With our ability, the crash can't kill us, but you may not, Eric. That may not be the case. The body of the young Magneto Eric Landshear slowly rose from the ground. He was able to simply manipulate the surrounding magnetic field for his own use. Kill him. Sebastian Shaw ordered in a cold voice, and the Red Devil beside him took the lead in attacking. Bang bang, he used his teleportation ability to get close to Magneto. Magneto raised his hand, and the scattered metal accessories on the plane transformed into sharp daggers, which directly hit his surroundings indiscriminately, making it impossible for the Red Devil to get close. Seeing that the situation was not good, the White Queen immediately transformed her body into a diamond form to block the Black Emperor. Ding ding ding. The sharp iron pieces pierced her diamond body without causing any damage. The rapids condensed a hurricane in front of him, intercepting all the metal flying towards him. The mutant angel with insect wings on her back sprayed a ball of venom trying to block the flying metal dagger, but unfortunately she only had one ball of venom, but there were many flying metal pieces. Sizzle. 3 pieces of metal were inserted into her chest, deep into her lungs, and she fell to the ground in pain. The plane was emitting black smoke, streaking across the sky, and crashed into a small forest of dead trees. The wreckage of the plane hung on 3 dead tree trunks. Crack boom, a hole was smashed into the plane wall by Magneto. As a super mutant who can control all metals, he was pierced through the chest by an iron rod and fell into the ground. Sebastian, wearing a helmet, jumped off the plane, followed by Riptide and the White Queen, and the Red Devil teleported directly. When the White Queen detected that there were telepathic mutants nearby, Sebastian put on his helmet alertly. The 4 of them looked down at Magneto, who was upside down on the ground. Eric, you made a wrong choice. Sebastian's eyes showed no emotion. Magneto endured the pain, raised his hand to control a piece of plane wreckage to hit Sebastian. Bang. Sebastian raised his hand to catch the wreckage of the plane and threw it out casually to cut off a large piece of dead wood. Too childish, the movement of your hand is too big and too obvious. Can't you use your ability directly with your brain? Sebastian slowly squatted down and gently flicked the iron rod that Magneto was stuck with. Woo! Magneto instantly felt that his body was about to be pulverized by a meat grinder. Every cell in his body was crying, and the pain throughout his body stimulated his brain. Sebastian controlled his mutant ability very well. He transmitted energy into Magneto's body and directly destroyed the human body. This kind of pain is more torturous than the torture in ancient times. Kill me, or I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Magneto roared angrily at the Black Emperor. Tusk, 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 Eric, you should have made infinite brilliant achievements, but you were blinded by hatred. We should not have been enemies, we are the same kind of people. You should not have given up my embrace for lowly mortals, we can become gods. Bah. Sebastian wanted to persuade Magneto, but what he got in return was a mouthful of thick phlegm mixed with blood. Even if I go to hell, I will turn into a ghost and crawl out to tear you into pieces. Sebastian's face turned cold. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood and phlegm on his face, stood up and ordered without looking back, kill him. The Red Devil was about to go up and finish Magneto, but suddenly heard a bang, and 3 people were suddenly teleported from not far away. It was Radaz, Zhang Li, and Riene. Interesting, Azazel, is he your blood? Sebastian looked at the middle-aged Radaz with interest. His suspicion was logical because Radaz's teleportation ability was the same as Red Devil's, and Red Devil had indeed lived for a long time. Red Devil pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Who knows, I have slept with thousands of women, who knows if he has my blood." Hey big guy, come to daddy, hahaha. Zhang Li and the other 2 were all upset. The red-skinned uncle in front of them was really asking for a beating. Sebastian, Zhang Li, how could it be you? A blonde and blue-eyed beauty walked out from behind the dead tree. Every step she took, her skin and clothes moved strangely and turned into dark blue skin tissue. Raven. Radaz recognized Mystique's identity at the first time. Behind Mystique were two handsome men, one wearing a red tights and a half-hood and the other wearing a leather coat playing with playing cards in his hands. The identities of the two were self-evident. They were Daredevil and Card King. "Hi, Raven, long time no see." Zhang Li waved excitedly at Mystique and asked, "When was the last time we met? Where was it?" Mystique recognized Zhang Li's identity, which proved that Zhang Li would walk out of this void at some point in the future. So he was deceiving Raven and wanted to get some useful information from her. We dealt with. Wait, this is the first time we met, right?" Raven moved her eyes from the dying Magneto to Zhang Li. She knew that the Eric on the ground was not the Eric she knew. Raven, who answered the question, suddenly found that Zhang Li in front of her seemed to be much younger than she remembered. Zhang Li once said that he was Charles' brother, but he was exiled outside of time for some reason. So the Zhang Li in front of her was actually meeting her for the first time, which indirectly proved why Zhang Li said long time no see when he saw her. Ahaha, it said that big breasts mean no brains, but that's obviously not true. But thank you for bringing me good news. Of course it's good news. He can still walk out of the void and experience the charm of the real world in his lifetime. Let me ask you one more question. Don't you know Rena and Rida? This is very important to Zhang Li because he can't give up Rida and Rena and walk out of the void alone. How can family members abandon each other? Raven looked at Rida and Rena and said, "I heard you mention your family." Zhang Li's heart skipped a beat. Mentioned, that means they didn't get together afterwards. Under what circumstances would they separate? Could it be that Zhang Li was the only one who walked out of the void? This is not good news. Oh no, the White Queen suddenly became panicked. "What's wrong, Emma?" Sebastian asked. Rida and Zhang Li blocked the White Queen's mind reading of them, but Raven and the others had no means to deal with it. So when the White Queen read the information about the void from Raven and the others' minds, she seemed a little terrified. The White Queen said, "Look up at the sky, we have been exiled outside of time." The White Queen lowered her head and was unwilling to explore the abnormality of the sky because she hoped that everything she read from Raven and the others' minds was false. She hoped that her teammates beside her could tell her that there was nothing abnormal in the sky. Sebastian and the Red Devil looked up, and the Rapids asked in confusion, "Where did the sun go? What does exile outside of time mean?" Sebastian was relatively calm and did not show any panic, as if everything was under his control. "So, this place is no longer on Earth, is that what you mean?" The White Queen replied, "It seems that because Eric caught up with us, this matter violated the rules of a certain organization that maintains the timeline, so they exiled us here. We can't go back." Sebastian gently held the White Queen's cheek and comforted her. "Emma, relax, it will be fine, okay? Now tell me what you have read." Daredevil beside Raven carefully sensed the situation around him, stepped forward to Raven's ear and asked, "Why hasn't Alios come yet?" Such a big commotion, Alios should have noticed it a long time ago. Zhang Li raised his hand and replied, "I let it away, it shouldn't come to disturb us before it causes new commotion." I'm a little worried now, can you deal with him?" Raven pointed at Sebastian. She knew that Zhang Li had the means to copy other people's mutant abilities, but she was not sure how strong Zhang Li was now. "I can't, he has a helmet. Wait, why do you want me to deal with him?" Raven looked at Zhang Li innocently and said, "No one here can deal with him except you. You won't just stand by and watch us get killed by him, right? You know you can't beat him, but you still rush out with your people and you look so aggressive. Because I saw you, we are old friends, so we say hello. We are not familiar with each other, at least not yet." Zhang Li quickly looked at Sebastian and explained with a smile, "Sorry, we are not in the same group, we are just passing by. Can you let us go?" "Oh really?" Seeing that Zhang Li wanted to keep himself out of trouble, Raven interrupted and broke the news. "His name is Zhang Li, he is Charles' twin brother. Charles, also known as Professor X, is a mortal enemy of Sebastian." Raven is very confident that this can drag Zhang Li into the water. "It's my brother, Ba, I have nothing to do with Charles. The water is muddy now, and Zhang Li can't explain it even if he wants to." Sebastian said with a smile, "Haha, interesting, I just got some shocking news from Emma. I think you can tell me more accurate and useful information." Sebastian is very confident that his strength can make these people in front of him bow down. "Raven, I admire your ability very much. You now have your own small team. It turns out that my vision is very good. She wants to save Eric. It seems that seeing that Sebastian wants to win over Raven, White Queen Emma feels that her position is threatened. After all, a woman with endless changes is full of fatal temptations for any man. In her memory, Charles and Eric killed you together. She followed Charles for many years and fell in love with him." Sebastian's smile froze and said, "Then please tell me, why do you think that little kid next to you can kill me?" Sebastian looked at Zhang Li with a bad look. He initially thought that the biggest threat among them was Rida, who had the ability to teleport. Now it seems that Zhang Li is the hidden person. Zhang Li and the other two looked at Raven. They also wanted to know how Raven would answer. Raven met Zhang Li's eyes and asked, "Can you really not deal with him now?" Zhang Li read what Raven meant. If Zhang Li nodded, Raven might really switch to Sebastian's command. "Hey Raven, although you are the captain, can you ask for our opinions before making a decision?" Card King suddenly said. Card King's ability is to infuse energy into any object, causing it to explode and cause damage. The energy stored in his body can also be used to create electromagnetic interference and mental isolation, so Zhang Li can't read Card King's consciousness. Sebastian is also unable to read minds, but mental power and mental force fields can still act on their bodies. Raven scolded, "So you want to be an enemy of Sebastian? Your mutant ability is like a delicious dessert to him. Do you want to be eaten, little cake? The more critical the moment, the more you need to show your captain's majesty." At this time, the second voice in the team is often accompanied by the danger of death. Seeing that the situation was not favorable to him, Zhang Li suddenly said, "Raven, do you know how Rida got his name? Raven Darkholme." "No, this is impossible. He doesn't look like me at all." Raven looked at Rida behind Zhang Li in disbelief. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of relationship this big guy in front of her had with herself. You seem to have misunderstood something." Zhang Li guessed a possibility from Raven's exaggerated expression. She wouldn't think Rida was her son. "Rida, show us your heroic figure." "Okay, Zhang Li." Rida's clothes and skin began to wriggle, and his body slowly expanded and grew taller, revealing his more than 3-meter-tall mechanical body. "Sentinel robot, you actually control a sentinel robot." Compared to Sebastian and the others' calmness, Raven, who had seen the terrifying combat power of the sentinel robot, was frightened and couldn't help but step back a few steps, ready to escape the scene at any time. "What is that thing that scares you so much?" The King of Cards pinched the card with 2 fingers, ready to take action at any time. Raven said, "The sentinel robot is a mutant killer developed by Tesla Industries. It will kill any mutant it sees." "Really? It looks like a tall robot." "How can it be a mutant killer?" The King of Cards shot 2 playing cards at Rida with disdain. Rida held the 2 playing cards in his hand. As his eyes changed, he had already stored the King of Cards' mutant abilities in the library. "What?" The King of Cards was shocked as he watched Rida hold the cards in his hand. The cards he threw out did not explode. Did his abilities fail? Raven explained, "Stupid, the sentinel robot will copy the mutant abilities of all mutants." As if to verify the truth of Raven's words, Rida threw the 2 cards in his hand to the dead tree trunk next to him. Boom boom. The 2 playing cards directly blew 2 thick tree stumps into sawdust. "Fuck, it can quickly inject more energy into the cards than I can." The King of Cards finally felt the pressure of Rida. Raven explained, "His body is made of special materials. Although it restricts his growth limit, it has a stronger body than ordinary people, and its ability to copy will also be amplified." After Raven's introduction, everyone present finally knew the power of the sentinel robot. Sebastian asked, "What are the specific requirements for his copying ability?" "Physical contact, ability contact, or even no contact. It can detect mutant factors deep in the genes and imitate mutant factors by changing its own body structure so as to use mutant abilities." "Hey Raven, you just wanted to form an alliance with us, but in a blink of an eye you sold your teammates' information to the enemy." Raven said vigilantly, "Not necessarily. Although Sebastian is an enemy, I feel that we can be united in the face of the sentinel robot. After all, the fear Sebastian left on Raven is far less than 1/10 of that of the sentinel robot." The White Queen whispered in Sebastian's ear, "Raven is telling the truth. Rida will never attack you." Zhang Li said, "Although you are not the Raven who activated his consciousness, do you know why he is called Rida?" Rida replied, "I copied the mutant ability of Mystique Raven Darkholme and activated my own consciousness." Zhang Li continued, "So Rida is not a sentinel robot that only knows how to kill but a special life form with self-awareness. He is my family and my savior. When I was still in my infancy, I was cut into the void. It was Rida who saved me and raised me. And me, Rida also saved me and he is also my family." Riene took a step forward proudly. Rida stood firmly behind Zhang Li and the others. "We are family." Just when everyone ignored Magneto, the dying man gently raised his hands. Unfortunately, there is no metal content in Rida's body, so Magneto cannot control him. So another bold idea came to his mind. Since his life was almost gone, he might as well give it one last try. So Magneto looked at Renan next to Zhang Li. Zhang Li's attention was all on Raven and Sebastian, so naturally he didn't notice Magneto's little movements. What does he want to do? Only Daredevil, who doesn't use his eyes to see things, noticed Magneto's little movements. The next moment, Renaa involuntarily waved her fist and flew towards Sebastian. Renee has a genetic metal bracelet on her hand, which was a birthday gift given to her by Li Zhang, who used his mind power to make stars and moons and string them together. Unexpectedly, it would become the key to Magneto's design of them. Renaa. Zhang Li was shocked and couldn't catch Renee in time. If Sebastian takes action, Renaa will die. Bang. Renaa immediately teleported out to rescue Renaa. Bang. The Red Devil immediately took action to stop Ruida. When Riptide saw someone taking action, he instantly formed a storm in his hand and threw it at Mystique and the others. A melee breaks out. Return. Seeing that Renaa was about to punch Sebastian, Sebastian had slowly raised his right hand to fight back. The divine power in Zhang Zhang's body was fully exerted on his own psychic field, trying to resist Magneto's magnetic field and pull Renee back. However, the tension was still half a beat slow, and Sebastian succeeded first, with dazzling fire radiating from his palm. Boom. After an explosion, Renee was blown out. Zhang Li jumped up and held Renee in his arms. The two of them flew out and rolled 3 times on the ground. Renaa, are you okay, Renaa? Renee spat out a mouthful of blood and dyed the skirt of her clothes red. She frowned and endured the severe pain, but she still said, I'm fine, don't worry. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing that Renaa was not fatally injured, Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was filled with guilt. If he hadn't persisted, Renee wouldn't have been injured. His divine power poured into Renaa's body continuously. His divine power was a panacea and had strong healing ability. Don't worry, look what I found. Renee slowly opened her palm and gradually a stream of air condensed into a small whirlwind on her palm. This ability is similar to Riptide's mutant ability. Is this your superpower? Yes, I feel like I can control the airflow at will, but I'm not very skilled yet. Just at the moment when she was facing death, Renaa finally realized her superpower and could control the airflow. At the critical moment, she subconsciously created an airflow shield to protect herself. However, although she avoided being directly blown to pieces, the shock force of the explosion still hurt her lungs, which is why she vomited bloody phlegm in pain just now. You dare to hurt Renaa. Renaa opened her big mouth on her face and roared at Magneto. The sound wave was harsh. Magneto, who was already dying, wailed in pain under Renaa's sonic attack. After spitting out a mouthful of pus and blood, his body became weaker and weaker, his eyes were half closed, and there was no longer any luster. Bang! The Red Devil teleported back to Sebastian with lingering fear. If Ruida had suddenly used such a sound wave technique when she caught him just now, he would probably be hanging. Bang! Ruida teleported to Magneto's side, directly grabbed the iron rod stuck in his body and pulled it out. Wake up, I won't allow you to die so easily. Ruida grabbed Magneto's collar and lifted him up, using his psychic abilities to continuously stimulate Magneto's brain. Magneto, who was already on the verge of death, began to wail in pain again. The surrounding metal materials were slowly floating in the air as he wailed, and even the wreckage of the plane on the tree trunk was temporarily freed from the constraints of the tree trunk and floated. Everyone's fighting was temporarily stopped because of Magneto's ear-piercing wail. Eric. Raven looked at Magneto's tragic situation and could only mourn him silently. She knew Eric. At this time, his heart was full of hatred. In order to deal with Sebastian, he would do anything. I won't allow you to use your mutant powers. Ruida's eyes turned red, and the metal material that had been floating suddenly stagnated and then was pulled back to the earth again by gravity. Boom! The wreckage of the plane fell. This time, the 3 dead wood piles failed to withstand the gravity, causing the wreckage of the plane to hit the ground heavily, sending up billowing smoke and dust. Cough, cough, cough. Out of the dust came a curvy blonde beauty wearing tight clothes. Wearing a dark blue tights with a number 4 logo on the chest, this person is none other than Susan Stone Richards, the invisible woman among the Fantastic Four. Seeing that she was holding a blue spherical shield in her hand, which was filled with various supplies, she obviously used her own ability to sneak into the plane to find supplies. What happened, making such a big fuss? Susan walked to Mystique and asked. She is actually one of Mystique's teammates, Raven. It's hard to explain. Gambit and Daredevil were always paying attention to Raven's movements. They were really afraid that this sister would rush up and try to save Magneto. Angering Ruida would do them no good. Although Raven couldn't calm down, she also knew that the Eric in front of her was not the Eric she was familiar with. Zhang Li helped the weak Renee up and said, Ruida, leave him to me. Rada's red eyes gradually turned blue, and Magneto breathed heavily, feeling a little better. Zhang Li took over the control of Magneto and said coldly, "I understand your story and sympathize with your experience, but I cannot sympathize with your pain. I'll let you know what it will cost to take action against my family." With a movement of Zhang's fingertips, the button on the pocket of Magneto's clothes was slowly unbuttoned, and a coin floated from inside into Zhang's hand. This coin was the life money Sebastian handed to Magneto after he shot his mother. This is also the origin of the hatred between Magneto and Sebastian. "I curse you." Zhang Li slowly spoke, and the world around him seemed to respond to his curse. A sinister wind rose out of nowhere, swirling around him and Magneto. "Your soul will not be able to go to heaven or hell, and no dimension of the devil will have the right to receive your soul." The sound of the wind became more and more violent, and there seemed to be a protest from the devil hidden in the gusts of wind. But Zhang Li turned a deaf ear to it and continued to activate the divine power in his body and chant his own curse. "This silver coin will be your prison, and your soul will be torn apart with every collision of this coin. I commit you to eternal imprisonment, Eric Lenscher. Tilde no tilde." The sky flashed with thunder, and black mist surged out of Magneto's body and was absorbed by the coin in Zhang Li's hand. That was Magneto's soul. He struggled to get out, but the coin held him captive. Magneto's body gradually lost its vitality and turned into a cold corpse. The strong wind stopped howling, and all the dust fell to the ground. "This is the consequence of attacking my family." Zhang raised the coins in his hand towards the crowd. "His family is his backbone. If I attack my family, I will turn into the most terrifying demon in the world and torture their souls forever." "Zhang Li," Riene called softly, reaching out to press Zhang Li's arm. It was enough to do this. She didn't want Zhang Li to be controlled by his own negative emotions. When Zhang Li cast the curse just now, she seemed to really see a group of demons standing on the opposite side of Zhang Li and glaring at him. She was also afraid that something would really happen to Zhang Li. How could Zhang Li not be her Achilles heel? Even a tyrant like Sebastian was overwhelmed by Zhang Li's momentum just now, and his heart was in turmoil. He finally believed what Raven said: Zhang Li can kill him. 2 tears fell from the corners of Raven's eyes, and she was really just about to rush up. But when he saw Eric's soul being put into the coin by Zhang Li and his body turned into a corpse, he suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. She knew that the bond between her and Eric was cut off. If she survived in this void, she might not have any bond with Eric again in this life. Even though the Eric she was familiar with was cut into the void, the feelings between them had faded. Is he a devil? So scary. Susan was frightened by Zhang Li and her legs trembled. Daredevil and Card King were not much better. They were both frightened by Zhang Li's brother's momentum and felt scared. On the other hand, except for the White Queen, who was a little uncomfortable, the others in the Hellfire Club were relatively calm. They are really worthy of being all villains. Such a mentality is enough to crush many righteous superheroes. Who else wants to be our enemy? Zhang Li domineeringly proclaimed his momentum. This scene was actually shocked by a 5-year-old. Young man, the arrogant Red Devil also quickly showed a kind smile at this moment, and his body retreated half a step without leaving a trace. Yes, that's how it should be. Sebastian said with a smile, the strong prey on the weak, and the strong should have the supreme power to dominate everything. If we unite, even if this is a void, we can reach the top. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Sebastian was attracted to Zhang Li and the other 3 and wanted to recruit them. Not to mention Zhang Li's mysterious special ability and Rada's special mechanism that can copy mutant abilities at will. Even Riene's newly awakened superpowers have unlimited potential. If they really fight, it's really unknown who will win. Don't agree to him, he is not a good person. If you get on his pirate ship, you will definitely be abandoned in the end. The King of Cards stopped him. Daredevil also advised, no big villain will allow a king who can threaten his position to stand beside him. When he doesn't need you, the plastic bottles in the garbage dump will be more valuable than you. As a qualified lawyer during the day, Matt is used to this kind of drama of killing the donkey after it has done its job, and cooking the dog after the rabbit has died. Raven wiped the tears from her cheeks and said, although the bastard I know has a difficult personality, he will never dance with evil. She firmly believed that Zhang Li would not go along with Sebastian. Oh really? Zhang Li looked at Sebastian. He had long coveted Sebastian's mutant ability. Joining the other team is undoubtedly the best opportunity, but Sebastian just attacked Riene, which Zhang Li could not forgive. Rada, he just attacked our family, go and test his weight. Zhang Li actually wanted Rada to bring him some of Sebastian's body tissue. And Rida also understood Zhang Li's meaning. He dared to attack Riene, no matter what the reason, he should pay the price for his behavior. Sebastian stepped back 2 steps and the Red Devil, the White Queen and the Rapids stood in front of him to protect their own king. Bang bang. Rida and the Red Devil took the lead. Both of them have the same teleportation ability, and each flash and teleportation has its own advantages and disadvantages. Rida's real body is relatively tall, and the Red Devil is relatively small, so it is more maneuverable. But even because of his strong physical fitness, his power strikes on Rida's body and limbs seem so soft and powerless. Should we help? Daredevil asked. Raven said we should think about how to leave here safely. Susan asked, then why don't we leave directly while the chaos is going on, because we have no chance to leave. As the weakest party, they were involved in the conflict, and it was not so easy for them to leave. If they were stronger, they would be suspected of wanting to take advantage of the situation if they stayed at the scene, and they could leave at any time. But now they have become the target of public criticism, as Zhang Li and Sebastian are calculating each other's chips. At the gambling table, it is difficult for gamblers to get away, let alone chips that do not move. Bang bang, Zhang Li and Red Devil teleported again in front of everyone. Zizzy. Rida seized the opportunity to grab Red Devil's fist, and the power of freezing was activated, and countless ice chips flew, trying to freeze Red Devil into a popsicle. Woo-ah. The first time Red Devil was caught by Rida, Red Devil felt bad, subconsciously thinking that Rida would launch a sonic attack on him, but he did not expect that he would be attacked by another mutant ability. The extremely low temperature continued to invade his arms, first the skin and flesh, then the bones and nerves. The pain of the flesh and blood being broken inch by inch, the pain of the cells being crushed one by one, transmitted to the brain, and the Red Devil's forehead was instantly covered with sweat. And the Red Devil was indeed an ancient mutant who had experienced hundreds of battles. He decisively cut off his frozen forearm with a knife. Bang. The defeated Red Devil teleported away from Rida and fled the front battlefield. The White Queen and the Rapids stepped forward at the same time. The White Queen raised her hand to Rida, and her mind power invaded Rida's consciousness core with all her strength. The Rapids flipped his hands, and 2 whirlwinds were thrown out by him and merged together, forming a huge storm in an instant. The strong wind rolled up the dead leaves and yellow sand on the ground. Raven and the others raised their hands to block them in front of their eyes and stepped back a few steps. Zhang Li and Riene formed a mind field around them, blocking the wind and sand. In the center of the storm, the fine sand rotated rapidly, as sharp as a blade, but Rida was unmoved. His body was tempered to increase hardness, allowing the wind and sand to blow. Impossible, how can you use multiple mutant powers at the same time? The White Queen Emma's ability mutation enables her to have powerful telepathy and the ability to turn her body into diamond. But when she uses one of her abilities, she cannot use her other mutant ability at the same time. She has never seen any mutant who can use both of his abilities at the same time. But Rida can use the mutant power of steel while using telekinesis to resist her, which goes against common sense. Nothing is impossible. Rida did not answer the White Queen's question directly, but turned his hand and formed a whirlwind in his palm. When the Rapid used his ability, Rida had already stored his mutant ability in the library. Rida recognized a reverse whirlwind that directly offset the Rapid's sand whirlwind. Rida's eyes were red, and when the White Queen saw Rida looking at her, she did not hesitate to directly cut off her mental invasion. Her body quickly turned into diamond and raised her arms to defend against Rida's laser eyes. Boom. Rida's laser eye actually didn't penetrate the White Queen but just knocked her away. Bang. Ruida teleported in front of Ryu, and the giant steel fist made Ryu feel the threat of death. Fortunately, he finally succeeded in condensing a whirlwind, which resisted a lot of the power of Rida's punch, and Riptide, who was sent flying, did not belch on the spot. Although the bodies of mutants are more or less strengthened by mutant genes, Rida's punch can really break mountains and crack rocks. After passing all levels, Rida and Sebastian finally faced each other head-on. Haha, there is no enmity between us, it's just a small misunderstanding. There's no need for a big fight, right? You see, my family was also beaten badly by you, and we are settled. Sebastian avoided Rida and talked directly to Zhang Li. Zhang Li said, if you really regard these subordinates as family members, then it will be impossible for us to be clean. The Red Devil had a broken arm and the White Queen and Riptide were injured. If Sebastian really regarded them as family, he wouldn't have a friendly negotiation with Zhang Li with a playful smile. What good will it do to you to fight against me? Although this big guy's ability is a bit tricky, I may not lose. You hurt my family. Ha ha ha, Sebastian sneered helplessly. It's just child's play just for such a ridiculous reason. It seems that I overestimated you. After all, you're just a brat and there is no overall situation at all. Sebastian, the Black King of Hellfire Club, when had he ever been underestimated? I was actually embarrassed by a little kid today. Radha raised his fist, steeled, and struck down with a condescending punch, seeking death. Sebastian waved his left fist without showing any signs of weakness. Although Radha's fists were big, the fists collided and it was Radha who finally flew out, leaving Sebastian unharmed. Sebastian's mutant ability is to absorb any form of energy for his own use, and the kinetic energy and potential energy of objects are naturally included. Radha took a few steps back and then stabilized his figure. The steel effect on his hands faded away and he rushed towards Sebastian again. At the moment of contact, Radha has already absorbed Sebastian's mutant ability. The next step is to compete to see whose ability is more powerful. Boom, 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 the two fought with punches to the flesh. Each punch seemed ordinary, but the collision of their fists caused the air to burst and the airwaves to roll. Tension. Renee grabbed the corner of her clothes as she walked away, nervously watching the seemingly reckless fight between Radha and Sebastian. Zhang also frowned slightly, because Sebastian actually had the upper hand and took a step forward, causing Radha's tall body to take half a step back. How is that possible? Raven was shocked. She had seen the power of the sentry robot. The sentry robot that could drive Eric and Charles to a dead end was now suppressed by Sebastian. In fact, this is because of the fear in Raven's heart, which exaggerates the power of the sentry robot. In the real world, they face thousands of sentinel robots, and the sentinel robots do have relatively abnormal individual strength, so mutants will be driven out and exterminated. But when it comes to real strength, when facing powerful mutants like Sebastian and Magneto, the sentinel robot is slightly weaker. Ha ha ha. Sebastian laughed crazily and said, no matter how invincible your abilities are, it doesn't matter. Your body is like a cage that limits your upper limit. And I have already exceeded my upper limit. Sebastian's arm suddenly swelled in a circle, tearing the white suit cuffs, and lava-like red-gold blood flowed in the swollen blood vessels. With a dang sound, the fists collided, and Radha's robotic arm was shattered by a punch, and debris flew into the air. Sebastian jumped up and punched Radha in the chest again. Radha's chest was sunken into a deep pit, and her body flew backwards, plowing a deep furrow on the ground. Radha. Renee rushed forward to check Radha's injuries. Zhang Li knew that such an injury was insignificant to Radha, so he kept his eyes focused on Sebastian. Sebastian did not pursue the victory, but met the nervous gaze and unhurriedly unbuttoned the white suit with cut sleeves. Sometimes I envy Raven's mutant ability. She can change her clothes anytime and anywhere. Sebastian threw the damaged white suit on the ground casually, and the short-sleeved t-shirt on his body showed off his well-proportioned figure. Zhang Li said, I know a comic character who can release the energy in his body and condense it into a battle suit. Maybe you can try to develop it. It is said that the greater the imagination, the greater the ability, and Zhang Li believes this deeply. There are many abilities among mutants that are quite outstanding, but the fighting methods of mutants are very crude. As for the gambler next to him, if his abilities are well developed, Sebastian may not be his opponent. But now he can only stand tremblingly on the sidelines as a spectator, unable to participate in the battle at all. Oh, good idea. Sebastian seemed to have been suddenly opened up by tension, and the energy in his body began to seep out of his body, slowly condensing into a flame-colored energy film. This feels great, it's just a bit draining. After saying that, Sebastian took back all his energy. Zhang Li's idea is feasible, but it still requires subsequent practice and adjustment. Using this ability now will distract his mind, but as long as he turns this ability into a muscle memory in the future, he may be able to break through his ability limit again. Why did he try so hard to get a nuclear bomb? Isn't it just to become stronger? The throne of God is really getting closer and closer to him. Zhang Li didn't expect that he just said it casually, and Sebastian actually tried it successfully. He suddenly thought again, if he had Sebastian's mutant ability to absorb all energy, could he directly convert the energy into divine power, and then armor the divine power and directly promote it to God? The King of Cards was also thinking deeply about his mutant ability at this moment. He looked at his leather coat, and it seemed that it didn't take much effort to inject energy into the clothes. If the injected energy does not explode, then wouldn't he have an indestructible God armor? He couldn't help but doubt himself. He used to focus on the small card in his hand. Was it a bit narrow-minded? Zhang Li turned his gaze to the King of Cards. One of them could absorb all forms of energy and the other could charge any substance. The combination of their mutant abilities. Zhang Li suddenly became excited, his eyes lit up. The mutant abilities of these two people must be obtained. Rida, are you okay? Riane trotted to Rida's side, looking at Rida's broken arm and sunken chest sadly and almost cried. Don't worry, Riane, I'm fine, look. As he spoke, Rida's chest slowly bulged up with a crackling sound, and the fragments of the arm that had been scattered responded to Rida's command again, quickly flew back and recondensed into an intact mechanical arm. Seeing this, Renee finally took back her tears, smiled again on her face, and threw herself into Rida's arms. Raven, I feel that Zhang Li is full of malice towards Remy. Daredevil, who does not rely on vision to observe things, is very sensitive to the world. Raven said no, he saw delicious food. Delicious food? The King of Cards swallowed his saliva and said, he thinks I am delicious food, he wants to eat me. The King of Cards was a little bit unbelievable that such a handsome guy was actually an ogre. No, he wants to eat your mutant ability. He has similar abilities to the Sentinel robot. Can he deprive the enemy of their mutant ability? Not deprivation, but copying. However, the prerequisite is to have someone else's mutant gene. What he wants may be a strand of your hair or a part of your body tissue. Wow, do I need to pull a handful of hair and hand it to him now and then beg him not to take my kidney tissue? Raven turned her head and looked between the feet of the King of Cards, then snorted coldly. Hee man, meeting Daredevil's eyes like a fool. Daredevil is a blind man. The King of Cards defended, the atmosphere is so tense I told a joke to warm up the atmosphere, what's wrong? Susan rolled her eyes, hee man. Sebastian watched Rida stand up again without any surprise in his eyes as if he had expected it. And he just heard what Raven said and knew that Zhang Li's potential was indeed immeasurable. It's not good for anyone if we both lose, right? Sebastian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Li. Zhang Li must want to get Sebastian's mutant ability, and Kreda's combat power is obviously not enough to get his mutant gene from Sebastian. Zhang Li's skills are always limited. He can't read any useful information from Sebastian's expression. The special helmet Sebastian wears also hinders the telepathic mind-reading ability. Even if those small fish on the side join in, they are no threat to me. Sebastian is very confident, but he has the capital. Mystique Raven herself is not very powerful. Daredevil can fight in close combat, but he does not have the ability to threaten the Hellfire Club. Susan tends to assist, and her combat power is not strong. Card King is the strongest in the team, but still cannot threaten the members of the Hellfire Club. Although Raven and the others feel humiliated, they have nothing to say. Zhang Li frowned slightly. Sebastian was a tyrant. Facing a character who might threaten him in the future, Zhang Li didn't think that the other party would let him go. Zhang Li communicated with Rida through telepathy. Rida, be ready to take us away at any time. Sebastian's strength is beyond my expectations. With Rida's other mutant abilities, it is still possible to obtain Sebastian's mutant genes, but Riane was injured. Even if she awakened her superpowers, she no longer had the ability to protect herself. If the two sides fought, Riane would probably be affected. Zhang Li didn't want to see Riane have any more accidents. Becoming stronger is important, but it is not the first place in his heart. Sebastian keenly noticed that Zhang Li's momentum was declining and Rida was approaching Zhang Li. Leave them, don't leave any trouble. At Sebastian's order, the four people of the Hellfire Club rushed to Zhang Li and them almost at the same time. Zhang Li didn't expect Sebastian to suddenly attack. He thought he had covered it up well. Leave here quickly. Almost the moment she saw Sebastian's move, Raven seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape and took the lid to run away. After all, Zhang Li is not familiar with them now, and there is no guarantee that Zhang Li will not care about their life or death in the end. The moment when Zhang Li and Sebastian and others start a full-scale battle is the best time for them to leave. No one will care about them at this time. Facing the aggressive Sebastian and others, Rida raised his hand and waved, and the wreckage of the plane directly hit Sebastian and others. With a bang, the Red Devil teleported to dodge, the White Queen turned into Diamond, and the Black Emperor directly resisted. Only Jiliu, although he condensed a wind wall to resist, his body was still knocked out and became the only injured person. Is Jiliu's ability not strong? No, it's just that this situation is not suitable for him to display, or he doesn't know how to develop his ability. Just when Rida held Riane and approached Zhang Li, ready to take them away. Boom. A huge metal hand broke out from the heart of the earth and slapped the people in the melee. The huge hand covered the sky like a dark cloud and pressed down quickly. Boom. The melee area was completely covered by the huge metal hand, and another mechanical arm quickly stretched out from the side. The two arms exerted force at the same time, supporting a huge spherical mechanical head from the ground. The huge mechanical head looked like an ape. It turned out to be the mechanical giant ape that appeared 5 years ago. That time, the ape Avengers destroyed Zhang Li's shelter. It's not that enemies don't meet. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li and his family went out for the first time in 5 years and met the enemy from 5 years ago. What's going on? The armless red devil stared blankly at the incredible mechanical creation in front of him. In front of it, the red devil was so small, like an ant. Since he boarded the private plane, he has not been quiet all day. First, Magneto broke into the plane and fought a battle, and then suddenly came to this void, and then Hydra destroyed one of his arms. His mind was still confused, and suddenly such a mechanical giant ape appeared. His mentality was a little broken. If he had known earlier, he would not take a private plane. Wouldn't it be better for him to teleport back to the base camp directly? Now he wants to teleport back, but there is an invisible barrier blocking him. No matter how hard he tries, he can't teleport back to any place he is familiar with. Just as he was shocked, the mechanical giant ape opened its mouth, and the iron mandrill drove his mecha holding a special metal cube high, and flew over the head of the mechanical giant ape, and then a green light curtain completely covered the area within a radius of 3 miles. What is this? The red devil thought it was a special light wave weapon at first, but the green light did not cause any discomfort to him. Okay, let's see how the ape tank fares. The mechanical giant ape slowly raised its huge metal palm. Sebastian was unscathed and the White Queen staggered. Although she turned into diamond in time to defend herself, the huge shock force still hurt her internal organs. The rapids were miserable, leaving only flesh and blood on the ground, and not even a body could be saved. Other than that, there is only a semicircular metal shield left. Ka. The metal shield opened in response, and Hydra, Rene, and Zhang Li walked out unscathed. Looking at the huge mechanical giant ape above his head, Zhang Li complained, "Damn, I should have thought of it earlier. There is no way Alios could not notice such a big steel fortress. The only explanation is that he is hiding underground." Zhang, I can't use my teleportation and telepathy abilities anymore. Hydra just tried to use the teleportation ability to take them away, but the result was that the ability had been activated, but they still stayed where they were. I guessed it. Iron Mandrill has been coveting your skills for a long time. We made them suffer a lot before. He can't be unprepared. Zhang Li's telepathy was also suppressed. With the support of divine power, his abilities were not completely suppressed. Ha, big guy, I knew you wouldn't be crushed so easily. I've been wanting to study you for a long time. How could I let you escape again? Iron Mandrill, flying in the sky, looked down at Hydra on the ground and explained. 3 years ago, we captured a mutant who played with fire and learned about the existence of the sentinel robot from him. Ha, I am so excited. As long as I control the technology on your body, I can upgrade my armor. I have already thought of a name, and it will be called God's MK. All of you mutants present will become my sacrifices, including those in the distance. Those cowards. The cowards that Titian Mandrill refers to naturally refer to the 4-person team of Ruiwen and her friends who haven't run far yet. Ape Weiss, intercept them. Iron Mandrill gave an order, and then 10 pieces of metal lumps fell from the body of the mechanical giant ape. After a burst of deformation, these metal lumps turned into a mechanical army of 10 people, heading towards the fleeing Rui. Wen and the others chased after them. Titian Mandrill, the leader, did not allow you to use your troops privately. You do not have this authority. Thor the ape led the ape Avengers out. Although the mechanical giant ape and the mechanical army are both masterpieces of the Iron Mandrill, these things can only serve the green giant ape. Iron Mandrill flew to Saul Ape and whispered, "Big Hammer, it's best for us all to be tacit. I won't tell anyone about your private research on ways to increase your divine power." Saul Ape frowned, raised his hammer, and shouted, "Avengers, attack." The ape Avengers behind him excitedly jumped off the mechanical giant ape, surrounding Zhang Li and Sebastian. As minions, there are some things they shouldn't hear. Iron Mandrill approached Saul Ape and said with a smile, "Hey, actually, we have had enough of that disgusting green guy. What do you think? Do you want to join forces? With my intelligence, I will definitely be able to develop a way for you to quickly increase your divine power. Let's if we join forces. What the hell is a green guy?" The green giant ape has a low IQ, but his strength is really strong. Especially after awakening his animal nature, the green giant ape directly tore apart Iron Mandrill's anti-green giant ape armor. When dealing with Saul Ape, he directly slapped Saul Ape with thunder, and the scene was bloody and cruel. After the green giant ape became the leader, this guy was a complete tyrant. He had a huge appetite and could tolerate the best blood food, but the women he touched first were basically dead. What else can they do if it's Iron Mandrill's turn after he dies? It can only be given to subordinates as a reward of blood food. When the green giant ape has a bad temper, he will bite a few apes to give him teeth. These apes have been suffering from the green giant ape for a long time, and they have long been against it, but their strength does not allow it. Now that the opportunity is in front of him, Tyshan Mandrill naturally refuses to miss it. If you can instigate Thor Ape to rebel, your chances of success will be greatly increased. Sebastian looked at the dead Riptide and the 20 dozen Avengers surrounding him and others, and he was furious. When will even an uncivilized monkey be able to ride on my head? Boom. Sebastian raised his foot and stamped his foot, and the ground swayed like water waves. Careful! The surrounding Avengers reacted quickly and jumped up on the spot to avoid the shock wave attack. However, those Avengers apes who did not have time to react were seriously injured by Jiangda's shock wave, and they all vomited blood at the mouth. Zhang Li and Riane were lifted up by Rada away from the ground, and the shock wave was directly absorbed and stored by Rada. Roar. The uninjured apes roared at Sebastian, their eyes filled with hatred. It's not that they have a good relationship with those injured apes, it's just that they feel that their authority has been challenged by mere humans. Okay, I know who this mutant is. He's a variation of Bastion the ape, and now we're in trouble. This guy's mutant abilities are a bit difficult to deal with. No wonder I think his helmet looks familiar. At first I thought he was Magneto. Big Hammer, it seems he can only be dealt with by you. Iron Mandrill directly handed Sebastian over to Thor Ape to deal with. Exactly, I haven't moved my muscles in a long time. Thor Ape didn't know Sebastian, but the strength Sebastian showed did arouse his fighting spirit. Swish. Thor Ape, wrapped in the powerful force of thunder, fell from the sky to the opposite side of Sebastian. Catch it. Thor Ape threw Thor's hammer directly at Sebastian. Sebastian smiled contemptuously. He didn't know that Mjolnir was blessed by divine power and magic, and only people with pure hearts could pick it up. For others, Mjolnir was extremely heavy. Unless you have the power to compete with Odin, it is impossible to lift Mjolnir. Sure enough, the moment Sebastian raised his hand to hold Mjolnir, he was knocked away by the powerful thrust, breaking many dead tree trunks like a meteor. He didn't even have time to use his mutant ability to absorb the powerful kinetic energy into his body. Thor's hammer flew back into his hand, and Thor said coldly, "Humph, ant." The White Queen and the Red Devil were also shocked. That seemingly ordinary hammer actually hurt Sebastian. The Red Devil was puzzled. Can the green light suppress all mutant abilities? Emma, can you still use your ability? Emma said, "My telepathy is not working, but the diamond mutant ability is still working." The current situation has exceeded their expectations, and they are now very panicked. Since joining the Hellfire Club, this is the first time they have felt a major crisis. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since anyone could make me feel pain. Sebastian pushed away the wooden stakes that buried him and climbed up from the ruins. The arm that was broken by Thor's hammer quickly stopped bleeding and returned to its original state. Squeak. Sebastian tore his torn shirt to pieces, revealing his strong physique. The 8 abdominal muscles were well proportioned, and the chest hair on his chest was like a lion's mane, making him look strong and powerful. Dare to offend the Emperor's power, all of you dirty monkeys will be sent to hell by me. Sebastian didn't care what happened to these mixed hairy beasts, he just wanted to crush all these weird monkeys now. Boom. Sebastian kicked hard, leaving flying smoke and a shadow of nothingness on the spot. He moved to the front of Thor Ape at an extremely abnormal speed and punched Thor Ape in the cheek. Thor's eyes widened, unable to believe that a mere mortal could burst out at such a terrifying speed. Boom. Almost at the moment when Sebastian's fist fell, the sonic boom caused by his rapid movement sounded at the same time. Thor was knocked out by a punch, and his body flew towards the fingers of the mechanical giant ape like a cannonball. Because his head was too big, the mechanical giant ape maintained its balance by lying on all fours. He is so strong. Riane couldn't help but be shocked by Sebastian's strength. The smoke and dust raised by his rapid movement flew up almost at the same time as the smoke and dust raised by Thor's flying. The movement also brought sonic booms, which shows how powerful it is. When Riane was controlled by Magneto to attack Sebastian before, if the other party really wanted to kill, Riane would probably have returned to the underworld now. Pa. Thor spit out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, his eyes were red and he looked angry. Although he raised his hand to block just now, Sebastian's hand burst out a powerful energy impact and hit his handsome face hard. Mortal, you have completely angered me. Are you ready to face the wrath of God? Thor waved Thor's hammer and rushed towards Sebastian with thunder around his body. Dang. Sebastian did not believe in evil and collided with Thor's hammer again with his fist. This time he was shocked by the terrifying force again. Obviously, the hammer brought him a very terrifying impact, but the kinetic energy he could absorb was very limited, and the remaining kinetic energy hit him firmly. Interesting hammer, so you are a hammer god. The only thing that Thor could threaten Sebastian was the hammer in his hand. His thunder and fist would be completely absorbed by Sebastian. Puch ha ha ha, Zhang Li suddenly laughed. God of Hammer, I didn't expect Sebastian to play a joke. Zhang Li, you can still laugh at this time. Looking at the Avengers who slowly gathered and surrounded them, Zhang Li apologized. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Reda, I feel there is another terrifying big guy above. Thor's hammer is also metal. Can you control it? Reda looked at the battlefield and said, there are some magical runes on the hammer. I can interfere with it a little, but I can't control it. Enough. Hey kid, what are you planning? Can you tell me about it? Iron Mandrill found that the Sentinel robot actually obeyed Zhang Li's arrangement. He was very curious about how Zhang Li persuaded the Sentinel robot. We are discussing the battle plan. Mr. Iron Monkey, can you give us some time? I am Iron Mandrill, not some Iron Monkey. Okay, Mr. Monkey, can you show mercy and let us go? As people cursed by wisdom, apes, anger can make them lose their minds. No matter which variant of Iron Man can anger them, it can weaken their combat power. The ambitions of the Iron Mandrills were activated and their brains seemed to be weakened. Zhang Li successfully angered him. What a nasty little brat, kill them. At the command of the Iron Mandrill, the Avengers apes dressed in strange clothes rushed towards Zhang Li and his team. Except for the familiar Black Panther armor, Zhang Li didn't recognize any of the other apes, which made him face a thorny problem. You don't know when a special ape will suddenly pop out from these apes and strangle your lifeline directly. Zhang Li thought to himself, after this battle, I will go find the clone. Whether it is Zhang Li or Reda, as long as they get the mutant ability of the clone, their strength will be greatly improved. Look at the Eye Legend next door. A shadow clone technique directly allows Naruto to fight from the beginning to the end. Reda and Zhang Li protected the injured Riene in the middle and resisted the attacks of the Avengers apes. Reda's combat power is naturally beyond doubt, but Zhang Li is struggling. Although his body was strengthened by divine power, he had no training and still had some difficulty facing a group of violent apes. Successful. An Avenger ape suddenly flashed to Zhang Li's side and stabbed Zhang Li's abdomen with a knife. Ouch. It really didn't feel good to be stabbed by a knife. It hurt too much. Zhang Li. Riene stretched out her hand and pushed, and the strong airflow pushed the insidious Avenger ape out. It's okay, Riene, I have super healing. Zhang Li pulled out the dagger in his body and held it in his hand as a weapon. The moment the dagger was pulled out, the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Except for a little pain, it's nothing serious. You are still injured, don't use your abilities at will. Reda and I can protect you. Riene's combat power is actually not weak. She has trained with Reda, and now she has awakened her superpowers, so she has absolutely no problem protecting herself. It's just that she was just calculated by Magneto, and now she is injured, so she seems to be a burden. Defense is not a problem for Reda and his side, but it's not easy for the White Queen and the Red Devil. The telepathic ability was suppressed, and the White Queen could only rely on her diamond body to resist, but her combat skills were not outstanding, so she could only passively defend. The Red Devil lost the ability to teleport in one arm, and his combat power was greatly reduced. He could only rely on his mutant-enhanced body and rich combat experience to fight the enemy. It is worth mentioning that the tail behind him is a sharp weapon, which can be flexibly operated and has a strong penetrating ability. Several apes have died under his tail. However, his physical strength was limited after all, and the White Queen was unable to support him, so he was soon left with wounds by the apes. A bunch of trash. Tyshan Mandrill, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, looked at his subordinates who were constantly losing weight, without any sympathy in his heart and with a look of contempt on his face. Boom, boom, boom. The Iron Mandrill fired several small rockets towards the center of the melee, regardless of the lives of other ape men. He could see that the sentry robot was protecting Zhang Li and Riene was obviously seriously injured and became a liability. He believed that under his indiscriminate attack, Reda would definitely act as a shield to protect Rena. And just as he expected, after noticing the Iron Mandrill's attack, Reda leaned over and used his back to help Zhang Li and Riene withstand the artillery attack. Ha ha ha, I found your weakness. Iron Mandrill laughed wildly. Although Reda was not injured by his gunfire, he already knew how to deal with Reda. Madman, you don't care about the life and death of your companions. Huh, companion. Tai Shanmandril looked at the apes on the ground who were affected by his own cannon fire and said sarcastically, in a world where the weak eat the strong, they just reserve food. If they can occasionally show some combat power, they may be promoted, too. But look at what they look like. They are so weak and have no contribution. To be used as cannon fodder is already a huge kindness to them. Looking at the apes who were covered in injuries but still insisted on getting up and continuing to attack. That scene was really chilling. They are obviously comrades of the same race, but they can only be treated as cannon fodder. But they have to be like this. This is the ape man system. Apes without any contribution can only be consumed as blood food. In the world of apes, one must either try to survive or be consumed as blood food. Father, I have not embarrassed you. An ape man on the ground with half of his body blown to pieces looked at the iron mandrel. His half-raised arm suddenly fell down, completely losing his life. He is your child. Riene looked at the indifferent iron mandrel in the sky in disbelief. She felt that the ape inside that armor had a heart colder than hard steel. Child. Yes, as a part of me, he has played his role brilliantly. With his body back, he can still support a group of such children. When the animal nature awakens, there is no longer any humanity. Iron Mandrel did not allow his children to awaken his gift of wisdom. Not only him, but other apes will not see their children replacing themselves in the future. All the children of Thor ape who awakened their divine power were eaten by himself. That would make his power even further. You are so heartless, you are more cold-blooded and cruel than a beast. Ha ha ha, did you know? We discovered that there is no reproductive isolation between apes and you humans. Tyshan Mandrel said with a smile, if you are lucky enough to survive, you will become a tool for our reproduction, and I like you better, Crazy Pepper. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire on Tyshan Mandrel fired desperately, and Reda steeled her body, protecting Zhang Li and Riene under her. Reda, don't worry about any bullshit plans, just crush him for me. Tyshan Mandrel's dirty words made Zhang Li decide to give up his previous plan and just go hard. Reda nodded, suddenly stood up, faced the Iron Mandrel's gunfire, and absorbed all the energy of the shell explosion. The mechanical body does limit Reda's upper limit of abilities, but the mechanical body also allows him to withstand far more energy than a mortal body. The Black Emperor was able to defeat Reda simply because he absorbed more energy in his body. If Reda absorbed enough energy, it would be hard to say whether he would win or lose. Sebastian's mutant ability, Time Mandrel was shocked. He should have thought of it earlier. How could Reda not copy Sebastian's ability after they had a fight? So what? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Iron Mandrel's armor suddenly deformed, and a cannon barrel suddenly appeared near the reactor on his chest. He straightened his chest, and a fiery red energy beam hit Reda. Reda stood in front of Zhang Li and the others and also straightened his chest, receiving the Iron Mandrel's energy bombardment. Ha ha ha. Tyshan Mandrel suddenly laughed wildly and said, even if I can't hold you to death, how can I protect the two brats behind you? What are you scum doing? Kill those two brats, ha ha ha. Iron Mandrel's eyes were wide-eyed, full of excitement and enthusiasm. He seemed to have seen himself transplanting Reda's technology onto the armor and then trampling on the green man who had been pressing on his head. Roar. The ape-man Avengers attacked in groups and pounced on Rena and Zhang Li. Didn't anyone tell you? Don't mess with old people, women, and children. Boom. Zhang Li's body was filled with the aura of a strong man. He raised his hand and directly imprisoned all the ape mutants. Emma, watch carefully, this is the correct way to open telepathy. Zhang slowly clenched his fist, and after a boom sound, the mental restraint disappeared. All the ape-man Avengers present vomited blood with a pop sound, their eyes turned white, and their bodies fell to the ground stiffly. The White Queen and the Red Devil looked at the apes lying on the ground bleeding from their 7 holes, and were shocked by the strength of the tension. Does this brat actually have such terrifying strength hidden in his body? The most shocked person was the White Queen. As a person who also possessed telepathic ability, she certainly knew that telekinesis could cultivate the skill of telekinesis to control objects, but she preferred to directly control other people's thoughts. But Zhang Li not only imprisoned all the apes in an instant, but also avoided them and directly attacked the apes with precision, destroying their brain nerves. What a terrifying strength. Moreover, why was his telepathy not suppressed? Even the ancient mutant Red Devil was suppressed from teleporting, so what was his basis? Zhang Li, are you okay? Riene supported Zhang Li, who was weak. Zhang Li gasped and sweated on his forehead. It's okay, I'm just a little exhausted. Under the condition of being suppressed, Zhang Li used such a large-scale trick for the first time through divine power. Even with the blessing of the divine body, he still felt a little overwhelmed. What's more, he had only obtained divine power for a short time, and his divine body had not grown up yet. Roar. A violent roar suddenly came from the mechanical giant ape, and the momentum alone made people feel terrified. After hearing this roar, the iron mandrill stopped attacking, and the Thor ape and Sebastian who were fighting nearby also stopped. Ha ha ha, you're done. If you anger him, you'll die. Kakakaka. The body of the mechanical giant ape began to shed pieces of metal lumps. After these metal lumps transformed into robots, they turned into a steel army. The head of the mechanical giant ape, which originally appeared to be extremely huge, became even larger without the support of these metal robots. Iron Mandrill watched his masterpiece being manipulated, and his expression behind the steel armor looked a little gloomy. Buzz. Nearly 100 mechas similar to Iron Mandrills emitted red light from their eyes. They all looked at Rida and the others, then raised their arms and launched hundreds of beam attacks. Careful. Rida leaned over to protect Zhang Li and Riane, using her broad back to block this wave of all-round ray attacks. After a failed attack, hundreds of mechanical armors rushed towards Rida at the same time, with metal claws extending from their hands, trying to tear Rida into pieces. Sebastian had never seen such a scene before and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a great creation. You are so powerful that you are not a king. Surrender to me, tell me whose creation it is, and I will replace your king. As a benefit, I can promise to let you go this beast." Even though Sebastian doesn't know the mystery of Thor's hammer, he is still confident that he can dominate their unknown king. "Ant, when I defeat you, I will never share your flesh. This is the greatest kindness I can show you." After that, the two of them fought together again. Compared with the Iron Mandrill's long-range firepower suppression, the close-up hand-to-hand combat between the two of them showed the aesthetics of violence better. Boom. Sebastian punched Saul Ape in the face and his teeth were knocked out. The skin and flesh on his face were cracked and blood was flowing. "Ha ha ha, I am charging all the time, but how long can your thunder last? Admit it, you are useless except for that hammer." Although Sebastian was also punched countless times by Thor, he was able to convert the abilities in his body into healing power to repair physical damage, allowing him to be in peak condition all the time. But Thor Ape can't. Although his recovery power is stronger than that of ordinary people, it is far not as fast as Sebastian, and his consumption is not small. If the battle continues, the loser will be Saul Ape. After all, his magical power is limited. On Rada's side, facing the dense steel army, he just raised his hand slightly, and the steel army was directly fixed in midair by him. What ability is this? Iron Mandrill didn't know that before they arrived. There was a man named Magneto here who had just had his soul sealed by tension. And Ruida has already included its mutant abilities in the library. Kakakaka. The mechanical army all disintegrated in an instant, and metal accessories were scattered everywhere. Kaka. The mechanical giant ape suddenly raised its huge palms and patted down Rida, and Ruida was like a god, dismantling the mechanical giant ape's palms into countless parts at will. The mechanical giant ape, which lost the support of its arms, fell directly towards the ground because its head was too big. Rida flicked his fingers, and the huge spherical head of the giant ape was bounced away like a marble. Roar. The moment the giant ape's head flew out, a big green guy directly smashed the bulletproof glass on the giant ape's eyes and jumped down from the giant ape's head. Boom. After the big guy landed, the ground trembled. After the smoke and dust thinned out, a giant stood up slowly, 5 meters tall. Tai Shamandril controlled the mecha to land, knelt down on one knee, lowered his head in worship and softly shouted, "Leader." The breeze blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the tall and muscular green body of the giant green ape. Perhaps because of the awakening of his animal nature, he actually grew a pair of sharp fangs, and his face looked even more ferocious and terrifying, like an evil ghost. "You bunch of losers." The green giant ape lightly glanced at the Iron Mandrill, then at Rida and the others, then looked past the weak White Queen and Red Devil, and finally looked at Sebastian and Thor Ape in the distance. At this moment, Sebastian was holding down Thor Ape, punching him in the face one after another. Thor Ape was finally defeated by Sebastian and was beaten to a bruised and swollen face and collapsed to the ground. "Just lie down, now I'm going to take your place as king." Sebastian suddenly looked at Mjolnir lying on the ground. He had always been curious about the secret of the hammer, so he walked over, but even with all his strength he couldn't shake Mjolnir even half. "Fark, you are indeed the god of hammers." After complaining, Sebastian turned his eyes to the Hulk ape. "It's king versus king time. Sebastian looked at the iron mandrill kneeling on one knee and said, "Iron monkey over there, were those mechanical creations just your masterpiece? I have taken a fancy to your talent, and when I replace your king, please come and serve me." "Shut up, idiot, you have no idea how powerful the leader is." Sebastian was full of confidence, but Iron Mandrill was frightened and quickly refused. He didn't think Sebastian could defeat the Hulk. "I'll twist your head off and suck your brains out." The green giant ape opened its arms, and the Iron Mandrill shouted something bad and immediately ducked to the side. "Rida." Zhang Li called out, and with a bang, Rida teleported to the side with Riane and Zhang Li. "I can't read him. His mental power is very strong." The mechanical giant ape was bounced away by Rida, and the square box device that can emit green light and suppress telepathy and teleportation ability also flew out. The moment the White Queen recovered her telepathy, she tried to read the consciousness of the green giant ape, but her mental power was not as strong as that of the green giant ape. The Red Devil saw that Iron Mandrill and Zhang Li had hurriedly avoided the front of the green giant ape. He looked at the green giant ape opening his arms to embrace the world, and suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Emma. The Red Devil grabbed the White Queen's shoulders and evacuated her with a bang. And at the moment when the Red Devil teleported out, the green giant ape waved his arms and put his huge palms together. Pa. It seemed that there was only this clapping sound between heaven and earth. Boom. The strong shock wave lifted the soft soil on the ground, revealing a 2-meter-deep gully. This is the green giant ape's unique skill, Thunder Palm, which uses both palms to hit the enemy in front with a strong shock wave. But he didn't expect that after the green giant ape awakened its beastly nature, the power of this move seemed to have been greatly increased. Even the soil bound by the tree roots on the ground was lifted up. Facing the powerful shock wave of the green giant ape, Sebastian did not avoid it at all, but showed a happy expression on his face, and directly absorbed all the shock waves from the green giant ape into his body. Yeah. Great, it's been a long time since I absorbed energy so happily like today. If he could absorb such energy every day, why would he go to such great lengths to make nuclear bombs? The green giant ape and Sebastian looked at each other across a ravine, and both of them were full of fighting and killing intent in their eyes. "Ah, I'm going to die, my lungs are going to explode." "Shut up, don't stop. Keep running unless you want to die here." On the wasteland, Star-Lord and Yelena shook their bodies and ran forward exhausted, while behind them was Alios, who was pursuing them. Their pickup truck had long run out of gas. Although the two of them had good physical strength, they still couldn't get rid of Alios as they ran all the way. "I won't run away, just die. It has such a big mouth, and it will save you some pain if you swallow it in one bite." Star-Lord immediately gave up resistance and lay down directly on the ground. His chest heaved violently. It could be seen that they had run for a long time and were exhausted. Yelena continued to move her steps with difficulty before and said, "Can't give up hope, can't give up." However, as she talked, her feet stopped working. She couldn't hold on any longer, so she fell down and fell to the ground. Fark. Seeing the angel slowly approaching Alios, the two of them could no longer take any chances. They could only close their eyes silently and wait for death to come. Roar. However, when Alios was about to approach the two of them, he suddenly turned and headed elsewhere. After waiting for a long time, Star-Lord felt nothing. He secretly opened one eye and observed secretly, only to find that Alios had actually left. "Is he short-sighted? He didn't notice the two of us." Yelena scolded, "Idiot, didn't you see the thunder and lightning in the distance? It was attracted away." "A big cake and 2 small egg tarts, idiots know how to choose." "Wow, I can see that you two are the lucky ones blessed by the goddess of luck." Just when the two of them were glad that they had saved a small life, 2 tall men appeared in front of them. "Team leader," Star-Lord and Yelena shouted in unison, because the people who appeared in front of them were Captain America and Hawkeye. Besides, Raven and her team of 4 had just left the battle between Sebastian and Rida. In the blink of an eye, the ground shook and a huge mechanical ape emerged from the ground. Realizing that the situation was getting worse, the 4 people fled without hesitation. But before he could run very far, he was blocked by 10 steel mechas. The mecha's artillery fire was sufficient, and Ruiwan and the others had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. Invisible female Susan is as invisible as an assassin. Unfortunately, she has no attack skills and can only create a shield to help teammates avoid artillery fire. Daredevil took out his specially made baton and relied on his flexible movement to wander in the mecha. The filaments hidden in the baton could cut off the joints of the mecha with the blessing of his power. The countless flying cards on Gambit's body are equivalent to unlimited artillery fire. His firepower is even stronger than that of the mecha. As long as his cards can be inserted into the gaps of the mecha, he can give the enemy a fatal blow. Mystique Raven is not good at fighting, but she took out 2 pistols from nowhere and moved with her strong body. Every bullet could be embedded in the gaps of the mecha without any waste. As long as this 4-person team doesn't encounter some perverted opponents, their strength is still worthy of praise. Watch your head, Susan. Daredevil, who does not rely on his eyesight to observe the illusion, his brain is like an all-round monitoring device with no blind spots. He can detect changes in the surrounding environment at the first time. Everyone was reminded by him and looked up at the sky, only to see a huge mechanical ball coming towards them. Gathered together. The invisible Susan showed her true form and the 3 ravens quickly gathered around. Yeah. Susan roared and held up a blue light shield to protect everyone. Boom. The giant mechanical ape's huge head, which was deflected by Radha, hit hard, and the steel mecha was directly smashed into pieces. But Susan was shocked and vomited blood and fell to her knees. Fortunately, the shield she created was not broken and no one else was injured. The mechanical ball rolled 200 meters on the ground and was intercepted by a huge wooden stake. Susan, are you okay? Raven held Susan in her arms, obviously hurt. Number, it's okay. It's just that I may not be of much use next time. Raven comforted, the danger has been resolved, let's go home now. I'll do it. Daredevil squatted down and carried Susan on his back. Gambit and Raven picked up the scattered supplies and took them away. Before leaving, Raven glanced at the head of the mechanical giant ape in the distance. There must be more supplies inside. But she also knows that the most important thing about survival in the last days is not the amount of material, but the ability to overcome the greed in the heart. She won't make the same mistake twice. Inside the giant ape's head. There are many small rooms isolated by steel, and the 12 deepest rooms are called nursing rooms. Wow, was there an earthquake? Why didn't it kill me? An ugly blonde woman with a big belly was handcuffed to a bed. Now the bed was overturned and her shoulder was pierced by an iron pipe. Hey mom, I'm as beautiful as a flower. The female Deadpool immediately retorted with the word ugly, but without the mask, although she has blonde hair and blue eyes, her face is indeed indescribable. Bang. The door to the room was opened. Only then did the female Deadpool realize that the door was actually standing upside down. A thin, hairy-faced ape covered his abdomen and walked in with difficulty. He was seriously injured. Hey baby, are you here to save me? Said the female Deadpool. Mom. The ape walked to the side of the female Deadpool. He was only half the height of the female Deadpool. The leader was restrained by a powerful enemy and the remaining apes in the base were injured. This is the best time for us to escape. The ape took out a key and inserted it into the keyhole beside the iron bed. With a slight twist, the lock was opened. I love you so much, baby, woo. The female Deadpool endured the pain and pulled out the basic iron pipe directly. Then she inserted the iron pipe into the ape's temple without hesitation. But unfortunately, your existence makes me feel sick. The ape died with confused eyes and infinite doubts. The female Deadpool turned her head aside and said, Is it hard to accept? Come on, this is just the beginning. I admit that he is my child, but he doesn't even know who his father is. Can you imagine what I have been through? I have 7 little apes like this, but can you imagine that your child is a group of monkeys with strong animal desires? This is the legend of the nursery. Although I like strong and handsome men, apes, oh, they are too cruel. Okay, now is not the time to chat. After saying that, the female Deadpool took a deep breath, comforted herself, and directly inserted the iron pipe into her big belly. Oh fuck, it hurts so much. The next side was bloody and cruel. The female Deadpool directly dug out the fetus in her belly. Oh fuck, I forgot to find the needle and thread. My intestines are all flowing out. The female Deadpool looked around and directly used the bed sheet as gauze to wrap her belly, and then staggered out of the small room. And just 10 minutes after the female Deadpool left, the ape embryo that had just formed on the ground began to wriggle strangely, and merged with the ape whose brain had just been pierced by the female Deadpool. Then the blood on the ground was reabsorbed by the ape's body, and the wound on his temple healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the body suddenly opened its eyes and sat up. Then the head turned to the side, smiled strangely at the reader, and raised his finger to his lips. SHH, keep your voice down, don't let my mother find out, I don't want to be killed by her again. Okay, I should leave here, talk next time. Roar. The green giant ape slapped his chest and raised his fist like a mountain to hit Sebastian. Sebastian naturally waved his fist to meet it, but the fist that Sebastian was proud of lost its effect. With a bang, Sebastian felt the powerful force of the green giant ape, and his knees couldn't help but bend slightly, and his feet sank into the ground. He actually failed to absorb the power of the green giant ape's fist into his body in the first time, so that part of the power acted on himself. How is it possible? Sebastian was shocked. He could even absorb the explosion energy into his body in time. How strong must the power of this green giant ape be to break through his absorption limit in an instant? Ha ha ha, he can't bear it and you are going to be finished too. Iron Mandrill naturally saw Sebastian's ugly face. Zhang Li frowned. It seems that after the awakening of the beast, Iron Mandrill has also become stupid. Now Rada can kill him anytime and anywhere. I'm really curious why his scientific research ability is not affected by his stupidity. Boom boom boom. After several consecutive punches, Sebastian was no longer as calm as before. The green gorilla in front of him was so powerful that he was like an ape-shaped nuclear bomb. No matter how strong you are, I don't believe you can be faster than me. Sebastian's figure flashed, leaving a shadow on the spot, and he appeared behind the green giant ape with a strange roar and jumped up to punch. The green giant ape twisted its body quickly and pushed Sebastian out with an elbow. How is it possible that such a huge body can be so flexible? Riane, who was watching the game, was shocked. She couldn't even see how Sebastian and the green giant ape moved with her naked eyes. She could only capture the movements of the punch and some afterimages. Speed has nothing to do with body size. Zhang Li explained, the larger the creature, the slower it looks. It's just because its body is too big, so its movements are easier to be captured by the naked eye, giving people the illusion of slowness. Just like a rocket doesn't look fast when it takes off, but its actual speed exceeds the flying speed of an ordinary bullet. Then how about you try my trick? Since neither strength nor speed is advantageous, just use energy bombing directly. Sebastian's fists were wrapped with 2 balls of red-yellow energy flames. Even though they kept a relatively safe distance from the battlefield, Zhang Li and Riane could feel the increasing temperature around them. Sure enough, when Sebastian's fist came into contact with the green giant ape again, the green giant ape's fist would be scorched. Roar, lowly human. The green giant ape's eyes were even more furious, but he did not avoid Sebastian's fist. Instead, he swung his fist harder, speeding up his fist without caring about the burns on his fist. Sebastian was not to be outdone, and after a roar he fought with the green giant ape. Boom 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 boom. The speed of their punches could no longer be captured by the naked eye, and only the blurred shadows of the fists and the sound of the collision that resounded through the sky could be seen. Boom. Finally, it was Sebastian who couldn't hold on first, and was punched away by the green giant ape, leaving another scar on the earth. It was hard to imagine that Sebastian, who could absorb all energy, was actually beaten away by the green giant ape. I smell barbecue in the air, Riane said weakly. Although the green giant ape beat Sebastian away, his fists were also bloody and his bones were exposed, but his recovery ability was also abnormal enough. As soon as the blood stopped, the granulation began to grow wildly along the finger bones. Rada, can you hold on? Zhang Li communicated with Rada through telepathy. I'm afraid not. My body does not have biological activity. I can launch and create energy shields, but I can't use my abilities like Sebastian. Although Rada's body can simulate the state of mutant genes, it is not a real biological structure and does not have biological characteristics. Then can you invade the consciousness of the green giant ape? Zhang Li tried, but he could not touch the consciousness of the green giant ape. The brain of the green big guy is like a stubborn stone, and there is no hole. Rada replied, his skull seems to have been strengthened in some way to protect his brain, but his own consciousness is not very strong. I can invade his consciousness. That's good. We will act according to the situation and go home immediately after we succeed. Zhang Li thought that the green giant ape's mental power was also very strong. It turned out that the skull was special. I almost thought that this green giant ape was invincible. You are really a difficult beast. You are the most powerful enemy I have ever met. There is no one. Sebastian got up from the ground. Although he looked embarrassed, he was not hurt much. Sebastian glanced at Zhang Li beside him and then said, I'm not very proficient in this move, but I think it's just right for you to be my sparring partner. After saying that, Sebastian's expression became solemn, and the energy in his body began to slowly seep out of his body surface, forming a reddish-yellow film and slowly condensed into an illusory energy coat. Fuck. Zhang Li couldn't help but complain. Is this guy really a Jinchuriki? Is he going to transform into a tailed beast? Is he going to activate the Sage mode? Zhang Li mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect that Sebastian really mastered the trick in such a short period of time and figured out the moves of the energy coat. No wonder he can become the boss of the villain. If you put his understanding in the justice camp, the whole protagonist must be worthy of it. It feels so good, it feels like all the excess energy has been completely released. Or you are pretending to be a ghost. The green giant ape slapped his chest with both fists and rushed towards Sebastian with a fierce look on his face. Welcome. Sebastian punched out excitedly. This time he was not knocked away by the green giant ape, and his body did not feel the impact. Part of the green giant ape's powerful punch was absorbed by him, and part of the energy that was too late to absorb was directly offset by the energy coat. Boom, boom, boom. After several punches, Sebastian finally became familiar with himself in this mode. Ha, come again, I have new ideas, ha. Zhang, who was watching the battle from a distance, suddenly narrowed his eyes and said in shock, "This understanding is simply unbelievable." The energy in his body is resonating with the energy coat outside his body. Ruida, don't wait any longer, find an opportunity to take action directly. If it fails, it's God's will, let's go home directly. Although Zhang Li is covetous of Sebastian's mutant ability, he will not be blindly lost. He has already obtained the mutant genes of Magneto, Red Devil, Riptide, and White Queen, and he has gained enough. Ha. Sebastian became more and more excited and crazy, and the green giant ape was also furious. The two of them bumped fists like crazy, and the punches shook the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shock wave was like a cannon explosion. The ground under the feet of the two people slowly sank, and a huge earth pit was bombed out by the punches of the two people. Monsters, they are simply monsters. Iron Mandrill and Thor Ape had been beaten by the green giant ape. Now that they saw Sebastian fighting with the green giant ape, they realized how powerful and terrifying the green giant ape was. Even if he applied the core technology of the sentinel robot to his own armor, he might not be able to fight against the green giant ape. The combat power shown by Sebastian and the green giant ape is more than a little stronger than Thor Ape, the open god. Roar. The green giant ape knocked Sebastian out with a punch. Ha, is that so? Your anger can be transformed into powerful combat power intuitively. It's really interesting. Sebastian is protected by an energy coat, and his defense is no worse than that of the green giant ape, and even better. Sebastian no longer fights with the green giant ape with fists, but begins to use fighting skills to consume the green giant ape. Although he has endless energy to supply physical energy consumption, his mental power cannot be directly replenished through energy. If his mental power is seriously consumed, it will affect his thinking. Rida and Zhang Li are still watching covetously. Although he has an isolation helmet, he has to be on guard. Rida's combat power is not weak. Rida's eyes are their weakness. Zhang Li secretly reminded, although the green giant ape and Sebastian are powerful, no matter how strong they are, their eyes are exposed. Their recovery and self-healing abilities are not independent abilities, so even if the complex and fragile parts of the eyes are restored, their vision will inevitably be affected. The key is that no living being can look directly at strong light. Good idea, I understand. Rida thought Zhang Li's proposal was very good. Boom, boom. Sebastian surrounded the green giant ape and kept hitting the green giant ape's lower body. The green giant ape directly supported the ground with both hands and attacked with both feet off the ground. The green giant ape itself is a gorilla ape man with arms longer than feet. The 5 fingers on the feet are also flexible, and Sebastian's design is self-defeating. Bang. Just when Sebastian and the green giant ape were pulling away again, Rida teleported between the two, his eyes glowed red, and he raised his hands to aim at the two with boiling fighting spirit and full of hostility. Sun Fist. Rida shouted, and his body instantly shone. Sebastian and the green giant ape couldn't help but raise their hands to block their sight. And at the same time, the alarm bells in their hearts rang loudly. They were disrupted by the hostility and fighting spirit suddenly emanating from Rida, and their whole bodies were tense, entering their strongest defensive state. Sebastian formed an energy shield like glass outside his body. Out of fear of telepathy, he subconsciously protected his helmet. Rida controlled countless iron chips to attack from all directions. Although Sebastian temporarily lost his eyesight, the moment the iron chips hit the shield, his energy began to replenish continuously. Rida took advantage of the moment when Sebastian was distracted to defend, and the flame on his middle finger burst out. With the momentum of thunder and lightning, he broke into the shield with all his strength and scraped off a piece of skin tissue on Sebastian's forearm. Because the place where the shield was broken was not a vital place, Sebastian did not burst out with all his strength at the first time. When he understood Rida's intention, Rida had retracted his fingers. After obtaining Sebastian's skin tissue, Rida quickly turned to the green giant ape. When Rada dealt with Sebastian, the green giant ape's eyes had gradually recovered. Seeing Rada's vague shadow rushing towards him, the green giant ape opened his mouth and roared. Roar. The powerful shock wave made Rada's body stagnate, but Rada was not a living body, so he did not bleed from his 7 orifices or feel dizzy and swollen. The next moment, the green giant ape felt a sharp pain in his brain and could not help punching his brain, trying to knock out the bad things inside. Rada also seized the opportunity and slapped the green giant ape on the head, successfully obtaining the green giant ape's skin tissue. Roar, damn bug. The green giant ape was furious and punched Rada. Do you know how much damage such a big jerk can do to him? Bang. Boom, Rada teleported away and then a deep crack appeared on the ground where he had just stayed. This green giant ape can be called an earth crusher. It has been causing damage to the earth since its appearance. Rada solved the problem. Zhang Li pointed to the iron mandrill next to him. This guy's research talent is a threat to them. Last time he took a quick look, this guy had developed a device that can restrain telepathy and teleportation. He is uneasy if he doesn't die. No fuck, Ape Weiss, turn on the maximum power for me. The iron mandrill felt bad when Zhang Li pointed at him and fired all the shells on his body without any cost, and his figure quickly moved away. Rada raised his hand lightly, and the artillery fire that was originally overwhelming all turned and hit the green giant ape that was about to rush over. The iron mandrill's mecha suddenly stagnated and then began to compress rapidly and was directly kneaded into a ball by an invisible force, and blood oozed out through the gap. After doing all this, Rada and the others disappeared with a bang sound. Roar. The green giant ape roared and beat his chest continuously and finally looked at Sebastian, the White Queen, and the Red Devil. Roar. At this moment, Alios' roar came from the sky. The White Queen explained, I have seen that monster in Raven's consciousness. It is the leader of this void and has the ability to devour everything. After Sebastian thought for a moment, he said, let's get out of here. The Red Devil received the instruction and teleported to the sky with a bang and glanced around. Although his teleportation ability is strong and the distance is far enough, he cannot move to a place where there is no image in his brain. Roar. The green giant ape rushed towards Sebastian and the White Queen, trying to keep them here, but after 2 bang bangs, the Red Devil teleported back again and took Sebastian and the White Queen away. No. Roar. The green giant ape looked up to the sky and roared. He had suffered heavy losses today. But no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. Alios quickly approached, and the green giant ape had no choice but to take the seriously injured Thor and escape from the scene through the tunnel drilled by the previous mechanical giant ape. Alios ignored the Hulk ape and Thor ape and opened his mouth directly towards Mjolnir lying on the ground. That's right, Mjolnir is also material, and it also contains powerful divine power and magical energy. Alios will certainly not miss it. After eating Thor's hammer, Alios looked at the head of the mechanical giant ape in the distance again. That thing looked very delicious. Zhang, it's okay, I'm fine, I feel much better. Lie still and keep your mouth shut. Remember the last time someone was sick and dying. Zhang Li sat beside Rena's bed, and his divine power continued to repair the internal injuries in Rena's body. She was bombarded by Sebastian, causing serious damage to her internal organs. On the battlefield, Zhang Li only used his divine power to temporarily stabilize Rena's injury, but did not fully heal it. Zhang Li is not yet mature in the use of divine power, and if he wants to heal Rena's internal organs, he needs to concentrate. So much so that he was sweating profusely, which made Rena feel distressed. That's a terrible memory. 2 years ago, Rena was accidentally pricked by a rusty iron nail during training. After that, she collapsed and lay in bed for a week. Her condition became worse day by day. It was extremely difficult to find medicine in the Land of Nothingness. At that time, Zhang Li did not have divine power, and his own self-healing ability could not affect Rena. Just when he and Rada were worried about Rena was miraculously able to get out of bed the next day. Now it seems that it should be the hidden inhuman genes in Rena's body that played a role. Okay, I have cleaned up the hidden wounds in your body, but you need to pay attention to rest. Looks like you need some rest more than I do. Rena is right. Zhang Li took the towel handed over by Rada and wiped the sweat off his head. I just consume a little too much. I'll be fine if I take a nap. Maybe a retreat is more suitable for me. Rada understood what Zhang Li meant. He spread his palms and handed the 6 cubes of ice to Zhang. Inside Fang Bing are Magneto's hair, Red Devil's nails, White Queen's skin tissue, Riptide's bone fragments, Sebastian's skin tissue, and the Hulk's facial tissue. For the next period of time, my breakfast belongs to Rena. She needs to make up for it. After saying that, Zhang Li went directly back to his room and began to retreat. Clang. An hour later, Zhang Li's door opened and Rene happened to be enjoying twice the amount of steak. I've changed my mind. I'll give you 1/3 more of my meal. In just the past hour, Zhang Li took the lead in analyzing Sebastian's mutant genes. The good news is that copying Sebastian's mutant genes will not be accompanied by other mutation risks, and the evolved mutant genes will be more powerful. The bad news is that it will take at least 8 months to copy Sebastian's mutant gene, even if Zhang Li has the blessing of divine power. So he decided to take his time. Time flies by and 6 months comes in a blink of an eye. Zhang Li finally copied Sebastian's mutant gene, and now comes the final fusion stage. But Zhang Li encountered a problem at this time. He already had a mutant gene for telepathy, and he was fused with the divine gene of Thor, the god of thunder. There are already successful cases. Now the first fusion attempt of this third gene has failed. There is a repulsion between telepathic mutant genes and energy-absorbing mutant genes. There is a repulsion phenomenon between mutant genes. How could this happen? Zhang Li's body was originally the legendary Mumudel, the anti-ego of Professor X Charles. Due to some coincidence, the anti-self tension copied Charles' mutant genes and became Charles's true twin. That's why he gained the mutant abilities of telepathy and super healing. In other words, the gene replication ability of Zhang Li is not a mutant ability. Previously, there was no rejection when fused with Thor's divine gene, but now there is rejection when fused with Sebastian's mutant gene. Is it impossible for two mutant abilities to coexist? Zhang Li thought of the White Queen. She had 2 mutant abilities, but she couldn't use them at the same time. Even Rida, if he wants to use multiple mutant abilities at the same time, he needs to simulate multiple mutant genes in other parts of his body at the same time. But that's not right. There are so many people with multiple mutant abilities at the same time, and my telepathy and self-healing abilities can coexist. Then why can't fusion occur? Is the reason why Cassandra doesn't show more mutant abilities is because this gene duplication ability can only copy one mutant gene. Zhang Li did not believe in evil and tried fusion again, but it still failed. How could this happen? Am I going to rejoice in vain? I really don't believe in evil. Since it can be copied, it can definitely be fused. But after trying again and again, Zhang Li failed. If they were forcibly fused, he felt that his genes would collapse. No, I can also try to use divine power to promote fusion. Divine power is a snake oil, and mutant genes do not exclude divine genes, so it will definitely work. Zhang Li couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. The fusion failed again. Divine power can indeed promote the coexistence of mutant genes, but it requires meticulous control of details. If you are not careful, you will suffer consequences. Zhang Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was not discouraged. Instead, he was a little excited because the way forward was feasible. I bless you, bless yourself with my divine power. Zhang Li first integrated divine power into Sebastian's mutant genes and then tried to fuse it. In this attempt, the fusion progress indeed went further, but it still failed. I thought about it. He was attacked again, but Zhang Li was very excited because he finally grasped the key. I can fuse the divine gene with Sebastian's mutant gene first, and then try to use the divine gene as a link to fuse the 2 mutant genes. He did it as he said. Zhang Li first cut off a part of the divine gene from his body and spent 2 months to fuse it with Sebastian's mutant gene. Then he continued to try to fuse this new variant gene of Sebastian with divinity with himself. Unexpectedly, this attempt was unexpectedly smooth and did not encounter any obstacles. Ha, it's done. After another 2 months, Zhang Li finally succeeded in integrating Sebastian's mutant gene into his body. In an instant, the divine power in his body boiled and was continuously swallowed up by the cells around Zhang Li. What's going on? Before Zhang Li could react, the divine power in his body was swallowed up by the new cells around him in an instant, making his body 3 points stronger. But losing the divine power like this, isn't it a bit of a loss? Crack. In the dark, Zhang Li seemed to have broken some kind of shackles and restrictions, and the divine power that had long been exhausted flowed out from the new cells continuously. Is this divine power feeding back? Zhang Li carefully sensed the flow of energy in his body, and the originally exhausted divine power suddenly surged, far exceeding 3 times the previous one. Sizzle. Lightning flashed on Zhang Li's fingers, and he controlled the lightning to change into flames, evolving the divine power into many forms of energy. I didn't expect that Sebastian's mutant ability combined with divine power would have such a miraculous effect. It seems that I have to learn witchcraft or magic when I have a chance. Zhang Li himself has divine power and is considered a god. Learning magic or witchcraft does not require borrowing power from other gods. Telepathy gives me powerful mental power, and divine power can enhance the divine body. Now I can also absorb any form of energy. I have unknowingly acquired the potential to surpass the God King. Give me another place, it's not too much for me to call myself a dimensional demon god. Rita, shoot me, shoot at me. The first thing Zhang Li did when he opened the door was to ask Ruida to shoot him. Zhang Li, you are out. Riene was happy at first, then she put on a stinky face and scolded. No, you scared me. Do you know how long you have been locked up in the room? 5 months. If you don't come out, I will collect your body. Now you are itching for skin after coming out, right? Well, you stink. I am about to vomit the steak I just ate. Go wash it first. Riene was about to get close to give Zhang Li a long-lost hug, but she smelled a stench on him and quickly retreated to avoid Zhang Li. Zhang Li was too excited and didn't pay much attention. At this moment, he pulled up the corner of his clothes and smelled it. It was really smelly and he almost vomited. I'll go wash it first and talk later. Don't use my towel. Riene reminded. Rida said he looks very happy. Although the time is far beyond expectations, it should be successful. The wasteland on top of the shelter. Zhang Li and Rida stood opposite each other 10 meters apart. Zhang Li wanted to try his new ability. Rida asked, "Are you ready?" Zhang Li replied, "Come on." After taking a deep breath, the humanoid Rida opened his mouth and launched a strong sound wave attack on Zhang Li. Although Riene did not face Rida directly, she also felt pain in her eardrum. Although the sound wave was also stimulating Zhang Li's eardrum, he could interfere with his hearing through divine power and repair the damage with super healing ability. The strong sound wave impact hit Zhang Li's chest, causing his body to step back half a step, and then the cells in his body began to absorb the energy of the shock wave crazily. Oh, I did it, hahaha. Zhang Li absorbed the powerful energy into his body, and this huge energy was dispersed and stored in cells throughout his body. He could feel that his cells were full of activity and stopped dividing because of the powerful energy supplement. This is the secret of Sebastian's eternal youth. The powerful energy enables cells to survive for a long time. Rita, give me some thunder power to feel it. Rita raised his hand and the originally cloudless sky began to gather water vapor and form thunderclouds. Sizzle. A bolt of lightning struck down, and Zhang Li took the initiative to stretch out his fingers to touch it. The moment the lightning touched his fingers, the electricity instantly spread throughout his body. Every cell in his body was like a hungry ghost. The moment he came into contact with the electricity, it devoured the thunder power. Every cell of his body was replenished with powerful energy. Although this energy cannot be directly converted into divine power, under the guidance of divine power, this energy is subtly strengthening Zhang Li's divine body, and the strengthening of the divine body will make Zhang Li's divine power grow day by day. Rida, give me a Cyclops. Zhang Li, are you sure? Cyclops' destructive power is too strong, you might get hurt. Cyclops, a controversial mutant ability, because when he is at his strongest, he can even penetrate adamantium, which means that Thor's hammer made of Uru metal may be broken by Cyclops. But when Cyclops is weak, its power can only cut through the building and leave a shallow groove on the ground. Rida's Cyclops may not be able to penetrate adamantium, but its power is definitely not weak. It doesn't matter, my self-healing ability is strong enough, there will be no danger to my life, at most I will suffer a little. Zhang Li was eager to try, he felt he could do it. Okay, be careful, I'm coming, come on, Buzz. Rida's physical energy began to gather in his eyes, and then fired 2 ruby-colored impact beams. Zhang Li didn't dare to be arrogant, he raised his hands and crossed them in front of him with full concentration, resisting the impact of Cyclops. Squeak, squeak. Although the cells in his hands were absorbing the energy released by Cyclops at maximum power, Zhang Li's arm was still burned, and his body was pushed back a distance. Thanks to his super self-healing ability, he might not be able to absorb all of Cyclops' energy. The impact beam of Cyclops was too concentrated, and his cell absorption ability was limited after all. Although he suffered a little, the harvest was also very gratifying. Zhang Li felt like a walking human nuclear bomb now. As long as he wanted, he could easily destroy a city at any time. Next, Zhang Li accompanied Riene for training. After several months of training, Riene was able to use her superpowers skillfully. Under Zhang Li's suggestion, she was even able to condense the airflow into a transparent sword blade, and could also control small objects within 10 meters of herself by manipulating the airflow. It can be regarded as having a small domain of her own. Riene, can you feel the airflow in your body? Zhang Li suddenly asked. The airflow in the body. Yes, there are gaps between any substances, and as long as there are gaps, there should be airflow. In the east of the real world, there is a group of people who learn Kung Fu. They can control the qi in their bodies just like the mysterious magic of the West. Then what should I do? Focus, adjust your breathing, and then carefully sense. Come on, Zhang Li doesn't know what to do. He is only a 5-year-old child. So in the next few days, Renee carefully sensed the existence of the qi in her body. Unfortunately, her own mental power was not as terrifying as Zhang Li, so even if she could control the airflow at will, she could not sense the existence of the qi in her body. Zhang Li was not idle either. He planned to copy and fuse all the mutant genes in one go. The first thing he decided to copy was Magneto's mutant ability. With sufficient energy reserves, both analysis and copying were much faster. Zhang Li took only 1 month to successfully fuse Magneto's mutant genes. With strong mental power and divine body conditions, Zhang Li only had a preliminary grasp of Magneto's mutant ability, and he could easily control the changes in the magnetic field within a radius of 20 miles. 2 months later, Zhang Li copied and fused the mutant genes of the Red Devil and the Torrent, and obtained the mutant abilities of teleportation and whirlwind creation. After Zhang Li analyzed the genes of the White Queen and the Green Giant Ape, he chose to give up. Because the fusion evolution of these two genes may bring powerful side effects, the mutant genes of the White Queen have the dual nature of telepathy and body diamondization. After the gene fusion, Zhang Li might inherit the enhanced version of one of the mutant abilities, but there is also a possibility that the other mutant abilities might be suppressed. After that, he can only switch between abilities, but cannot use them at the same time. The risk is too great, so Zhang Li gave up the fusion. The genes of the Green Giant Ape are mainly ape-man genes. After the fusion, Zhang Li has a certain probability of partial beastization or direct ape-manization. Zhang Li couldn't accept this either, so he gave up. Bang. Tension teleported and appeared on an abandoned iron tower, looking into the distance, looking for places where living supplies might be present. Today's Tension is not weaker than Radaz, but he lacks some actual combat experience. There are not many people who can threaten him in the void, so Radaz agrees to let him move freely. Renee originally wanted to move freely like Zhang Li, but was rejected by Radaz because she did not have strong escape skills, so she needed to act together with Radaz. Although the Land of Nothingness is vast and boundless, with the ever-present bottomless pit of Alios, it's really hard to find something to eat. The slightest movement in the Land of Nothingness will attract Alios. Every time people or things are cut into the Land of Nothingness, Alios has basically visited them trying to find something useful afterwards. It's really not true. Average difficulty. It's not easy for Radaz to bring me and Renat together. Zhang Li was 1,000 miles away from the shelter, but he still couldn't find any trace of food. This shows how hard Radaz had to work to find fresh frozen steaks and various snacks. Bang. Zhang Li looked at the abandoned car on the farthest wasteland and teleported there. Fuck, what the hell? Zhang teleported to the side of the abandoned car, but a time portal suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. The energy in his body surged, ready to fight at any time. He was very familiar with this thing. Didn't B-15 find him through this kind of portal in the first place? But Zhang Li stared for a long time and saw no one coming out from the other side. Hello, is anyone home? Zhang Li asked tentatively. I'm coming in. Zhang cautiously approached the time portal and observed around the time portal but did not find anything suspicious. He tried calling to the person opposite, but he didn't get any response. Even when he got closer, he couldn't hear any movement. Zhang Li looked troubled, biting his fingers and wondering whether he should go in and find out. At this time, the portal was obviously prepared for him, but he didn't know whether there would be an opportunity or a trap on the other side. Zhang Li slowly stretched out his fingers and then quickly retracted them. I'm hungry, it's time to go home and eat. Zhang Li quickly turned around and left. He decided to go back and discuss with Rida and Riane before making a decision. But the moment he turned back, the time portal quickly appeared in front of him, and he happened to step half of his foot into the portal. Oh no! The next moment, a strong suction force pulled him directly into the time portal, and he didn't even have time to use his teleportation ability. Unlike the time portal that Zhang Li knew, he was not transported to a certain place immediately but appeared in a dazzling pipeline. This is the Rainbow Bridge. Zhang was shocked. This tubular transmission channel was too similar to Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. Without waiting for Zhang Li to carefully sense how much it was, the next moment he was suddenly pulled out of the transmission channel by a strong suction force. Bump. Zhang directly turned his face to the ground without any warning and came into close contact with the earth. Oh damn, where did this fuck come from? Zhang Yan rubbed his cheek and stood up, and then he found himself on a strange modern street, but the street seemed not very peaceful and gunshots could be heard in the distance from time to time. What fuck? Boom. Before Zhang Li came back to his senses, a giant frost beast suddenly appeared behind him and directly smashed the high-rise building into pieces. It opened its mouth and bit into Zhang Li. Fuck. Zhang Li raised his hand to attack with an energy bullet, but the next moment the space fluctuated and he suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar square again. Space turbulence, what is going on? The time change agency has been invaded. Tension. Just when Zhang Li was confused, he heard someone calling his name behind him. As soon as Zhang Li turned around, he found 2 men and 2 women running towards him. Zhang, great, hurry up and stop Maelsky's conspiracy. He wants to destroy the entire 9 realms. That's right, hurry up and blow his head off. Give that evil black-faced man some color. Wait, let me figure it out, I'll know what to do. Zhang Li raised his hand to interrupt the 4 people's conversation, and then directly read the 4 people's consciousness. After a while, Zhang Li probably figured out the whole story. This is Greenwich, and it's the day of the decisive battle between Thor and the Dark Elf Maelsky. The Dark Elf Maelsky has awakened and has captured the ether particles, the reality stone. He attempted to use the power of ether particles to destroy the 9 realms in order to achieve his revenge plan. As for the 4 people in front of them, they were Saul's human girlfriend Jane Foster, Darcy Lewis, Eric Shavig, a doctor of astrophysics, and Darcy's newly confirmed boyfriend, an insignificant little boy. Roll. I actually left the Land of Nothingness not because of the changing times, so how could I appear here? Zhang, are you okay? Are you okay? Jane saw Zhang mumbling something to himself, so she asked. Zhang Li retracted his thoughts and said, okay, I have a general understanding of the situation. Let me see where the villain's spicy chicken is. Behind you, behind you. Zhang Li turned around and saw a huge spaceship parked on the edge of the square. 8 teleportation spaces appeared in the sky, and 8 planets were gathering above the Earth through the portal. If 8 worlds really appeared above the Earth, the strong gravitational force would kill billions of lives. 9 stars in a row, what a spectacle. As one of the 6 infinite gems, the reality gem, I am quite interested. Now Zhang Li has a divine body and Sebastian's mutant ability. He really wants to try to see if he can absorb the power of the infinite gems to strengthen himself. The energy on Zhang Li's hands overflowed and turned into flames, and the metal around him quickly gathered around him and merged into an iron cone. Want to dance together? Zhang Li hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly disappeared from the spot. The iron cones floating in the air also fell to the ground with a ding-ding-dong-dong. Where did he go? Darcy asked with a puzzled look. How should I know? You ask me, who should I ask? Zhang Li was pulled into the time tunnel again. What fuck you? Bang. Before Zhang Li could finish a complete sentence, he was teleported to a desert, still facing the ground with a mouthful of sand. Don't let me know who is behind this, otherwise I will definitely stuff your head into your leather swallow, let you know what cruelty is. Zhang Li stood up and patted the sand on his body. Under the scorching sun on the yellow sand, he could vaguely see a small town not far away. A blind guess, this is either New Mexico or the desert of Afghanistan. Zhang Li walked towards the small city. He did not use his teleportation ability. Who knew whether a portal would suddenly appear in front of him after the teleportation? It was better to keep his feet on the ground. He promised that he would never eat dirt again if there was another portal. So he took every step very carefully, ready to deal with any situation that might arise. Approaching the small town, Zhang Li saw the highway first, and pickup trucks could be seen from time to time on the road. Highway, pickup truck, white driver, English billboard. I can probably guess where this place is. After Zhang Li entered the small town, he walked straight into a small supermarket. Welcome, feel free to take a look. The white waiter didn't even raise his head. He plugged in his earphones and stared at his mobile phone playing Tetris. Tell me, where is this? Tension directly invades the opponent's brain and filters out the information he needs. Oh, as expected, this is New Mexico. Let me look at other useful information, studying, complaining, dropping out of school, family complaints, oh, and your girlfriend cuckolding you. Please, brother, your brain, can it be filled with useful things? Oh, let's take a look at this news. At the Stark Industries exhibition, the Steel Army went out of control, and the first shot of artificial intelligence began to attack human society. This title got great. It seems that Iron Man has solved the whipcord, and now is the time for Thor to come to the Earth. 30 minutes have passed since I landed, and there is no space fluctuation. It seems that this time I have really reached my destination. Zhang Li took out a can of Coke from the refrigerator and took a sip, then suddenly changed his mind. But why should I abide by your rules? Let me think about it. I wonder if the big eastern country in this world is the same as in memory. Okay, let's go to Huashan. The memory here is more profound. Zhang Li closed his eyes and carefully recalled the position in his mind, and then with a bang, Zhang Li disappeared directly into the supermarket. The supermarket cashier suddenly woke up and found that his game failed in an instant. He thought it was a virus on his phone. Far away on the other side of the ocean, there is the mysterious eastern country, Mount Huor Cliff. With a bang, tension appears here. Only when looking at the bottomless abyss in front of you and the billowing sea of clouds can you realize what it means to be at the top of the mountain and see all the small mountains at a glance. Ha ha ha, I knew fuck. Before Zhang Li had time to express the joy in his heart, he suddenly felt abnormal fluctuations in the space, and then a powerful force directly pulled him back to New Mexico. Fortunately, Zhang Li was prepared this time and landed firmly on his feet, without causing another ugly scene of a dog eating shit. Fake, I'm a star, you're a star. Zhang Liren couldn't help but curse it directly, and in 3 minutes he greeted all the 18 generations of ancestors behind the scenes. It's not okay to not abide by your rules, right? Okay, do you want to find Thor? Okay, you just have to see if I kill him. Zhang Li directly activated his telepathy and quickly searched for Thor in the small town. In the restaurant, Solhu, who had just come out of the hospital, was eating Heisei. Just last night, Dr. Eric Shavig, a doctor in astrophysics, was studying wormholes with Jane Foster and Darcy Lewis, and happened to catch the whole process of Thor being demoted to Earth by Odin. Their car hit Saul, and Saul was mumbling nonsense, so they sent Saul to the hospital. When they were studying the photos taken last night at noon today, they discovered that a blurry figure appeared in the photos, which led them to make some guesses. So he went to the hospital to find Saul and took him to the restaurant for a big meal. During this period, Jane was attracted by Saul's perfect muscle lines, and Saul was also impressed by Jane's beauty. One more drink. Saul, who was almost done eating, drank the drink in the cup in one gulp and wanted to have another drink happily. What do you mean? You smashed the cup while eating. Saul's actions shocked the guests in the small restaurant, and Jane and the others were also shocked. You were eating well, why did you suddenly drop your cup? It's delicious. I want another drink. Smashing cups is an old tradition in Asgard. You can just say it. I said it. I mean, you can just say it. Don't smash the glass, that's rude, okay? Thor looked at Jane's delicate face. It was not as resolute as the Valkyrie, nor as graceful as the Asgardians. I promise I won't do it again. Saul was attracted by Jane's ordinariness. In the past 1500 years, he has been highly supported and became a hero in the hearts of thousands of girls. There has never been a woman who corrected his mistakes as directly as Jane. Thor, my best brother, I didn't expect that I could meet you here and let me hug you. The sudden intrusion of tension interrupted the affectionate look between Saul and Jane. Saul didn't expect anyone to recognize him in such a small place, but before he could identify Zhang Li's identity carefully, he was hugged directly by Zhang Li. Thor was just a mortal now, how could he withstand the tight embrace? He felt like the food he had just eaten was being squeezed out. Okay, brother, let go first, I am just a mortal now and can't bear your strength. Can't bear it, right? This has just begun. Ahaha, I am so happy to see you, my friend. Zhang Li laughed heartily, as if he really saw his brother whom he hadn't seen for a long time. In order to release his enthusiasm, Zhang Li punched Thor's chest with his little fist, and then he flew out and smashed the table next door. Oh, you look so fragile, are you really the Thor I know? What happened to you? Zhang Li pretended to know nothing. Jane and the other three were shocked beyond words. They were sure that they were not mistaken. Zhang Li just punched Thor lightly with such a light punch, and he actually beat Thor out. Darcy looked at his pink little fist, punched Jane, and then nothing happened. Why didn't anything happen? Aw, brother, I just said that I am immortal now. Saul stood up with difficulty with the help of Jane, and then he saw Zhang Li, who looked like an underage. He searched in his mind for a long time but couldn't remember who Zhang Li was. It would be strange if he could remember. Sorry, do we know each other? Why don't I have any impression of you? Looking at Saul's confused face, Zhang Li pretended to be wronged and said angrily, Hey Saul, we are best brothers, you said it yourself, have you forgotten? Have you forgotten our experience of dealing with the villains of the 9 realms together? I, Zhang Li, hate you for being such an unreasonable villain. When we shared wine together, you clearly said that we are the best brothers. Have you forgotten that we got drunk together and then went to peek at the Valkyries taking a shower? It was me. Woohoo. Shh, shut up and stop talking. Thor rushed up and covered Zhang Li's mouth, then turned around and explained to everyone, "It's nothing, don't listen to his nonsense, I never do such things, I swear on my character." Jane shrugged and said, what are you explaining to me? I'm not anyone like you. Although she didn't know what a Valkyrie was, she knew that all Valkyries must be women. I didn't expect Thor to be such a person, bah, what a scumbag. Li Zhang, hey my best brother, how could I forget you? I was just teasing you. Jane and the others rolled their eyes at Thor. Just now they said that they couldn't peek at the Valkyrie taking a bath, but now aren't they admitting it in disguise? I didn't expect that Zhang Li, who was so handsome and looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, would be led astray by Saul. Next, the five of them sat down to eat and chat again. However, what was unexpected was that Zhang, with such a thin body, actually ate more than Saul. Is his stomach connected to a bottomless pit? Darcy complained. Zhang Li had already eaten burgers for 5 people, but I don't see his belly bulging either. And this also makes Thor believe more and more that Zhang Li may be a god that he has forgotten. After all, it's normal for someone to forget something after 1,500 years. That tension, can you tell me why you appear here? What mission do you have? In Thor's opinion, the Earth is a place where mortals live and there are no strong people. I don't know, I just ran a little further and then I was brought here by a portal and then I discovered you. Wait, portal, are you talking about a wormhole? A technological gate that can realize space transfer. Jane and the others had made little progress in their research on wormholes until they met Thor and was demoted last night. So when Zhang Li mentioned the portal, she seemed a little excited. Zhang Li explained nonchalantly, yes, open a hole in the stable space barrier and then you can go to other places across space through this hole. If you are powerful enough, you can even open a hole in the timeline, then realize time travel. It's nonsense and lies. They are just two lunatics. Dr. Shavik directly denied Zhang Li's remarks because he didn't believe that Saul and Zhang Li would appear here in this way. Dr. Shavik, there is only a thin line between madness and genius. You can't understand it. It can only be said that your vision and knowledge cannot reach this level. Dr. Shavik leaned back on the chair and said, I am one of the best PhDs in physics in the world. You say that my vision and knowledge are not high enough, but what about you? My child, you look like you are still underage. You have such good eyesight. Strictly speaking, I'm not even 7 years old at all. What? The 4 of them looked confused. 7 years old with your physique, how old would you say you are? Am I blind? Jane, did you hear that? I just said that the 2 of them are crazy. There is no truth at all. Jane begins to doubt Zhang Li's remarks, while Saul doubts whether he really knows Zhang Li. Because he has never seen a god grow so big at the age of 7, unless he is in the form of a beast or an artificial human. Zhang Li raised his head and drank the coffee in the cup, then looked at Dr. Shavik's untouched coffee and said, I want your drink. What? However, before Dr. Shavik could say anything else, Zhang Li disappeared with a bang and then appeared next to Dr. Shavik with a bang snatched his coffee and took a sip. And done. Zhang Li added, in fact, you have indeed made some achievements in astronomical energy physics, but it is not enough to be called one of the best, at least not yet. After that, Zhang Li walked back to his seat amidst the surprised eyes of everyone. You two beauties behave more gracefully. You can fit a complete ostrich egg in your mouths. Jane and Darcy subconsciously raised their chins. Oh my god, how did you do that, magic? Impossible, this must be an illusion. Dr. Shavik still couldn't believe it. This was too unbelievable for him. Zhang, who are you? Thor is the most nervous one at the moment because controlling the power of space is the authority of the god king. Only people like his father Odin can ignore the constraints of space. There are no mutants in the cinematic universe, so Thor didn't recognize Tension's abilities. Zhang Li said, I am your best friend, have you forgotten? Thor said, I never thought of it. Do you need me to see if someone has tampered with your memory? Zhang Li's words immediately made Saul jump up from his chair and stay away from Zhang Li. Only the devil in the evil world would use such despicable methods. Thor was really afraid that Zhang Li would inject some strange memories into his mind. For example, Thor, the son of Odin, the only heir to Asgard, actually had such a ridiculous memory of peeping at the Valkyrie bathing. Everyone, don't you think it's a bit too quiet? Darcy discovered a new situation before Zhang Li answered Thor. The originally noisy little restaurant was terribly quiet, and even the pedestrians on the street stopped strangely and stood still, as if time had stopped. But the clock was still ticking normally. What did you do, you evil little devil? However, Zhang Li ignored the 4 people who were far away from him but said to himself, interesting, I have frozen everyone in the town, but no one came to take care of it. The people from the Time Change Bureau didn't come, and even the Ancient One didn't come, so is this your masterpiece? Low-key. Zhang Li had long guessed that he could release himself from the void. and prevent the people from the Time Change Bureau and the Ancient One from chasing him. In addition, the first stop was in the relevant events of Thor II, and he was far away from Thor and was forcibly pulled back. The only person who could do all this, the only person who might do this, was Loki, the god of stories. However, Zhang, who thought he had seen through everything, did not receive any response. Loki? Why did you mention Loki? What does this have to do with him? Thor asked doubtfully. Fake, did I guess wrong? Zhang Li, who didn't get any response, fell into confusion. Apart from Loki, he really didn't expect that there would be another person who could deliberately send him to this point in time. Could it be Odin? Did he sense that the divine power in him came from Thor's divine gene? After all, he can be considered a descendant of Odin. Dear King of Gods Odin, are you the one who brought me here? Zhang Li asked tentatively. After waiting for a while, he still received no response. Why did you mention my brother and father? They asked you to help me, Saul asked. Maybe, who knows? Having said that, after Zhang Li snapped his fingers, the town where he had settled resumed operation and people continued what they were doing as if nothing had happened. Only an uncle who happened to be staring at his watch found that his watch jumped for several minutes. Let's all sit down and chat. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Li, a 7-year-old magical child. Because I have gained divine power, my body has grown faster. Strictly speaking, I am a mixed-blood acquired god, and I am not an evil demon. I was a normal human being before. So, he is really Thor, the god of thunder in Nordic mythology. The elderly Dr. Shavig is familiar with Nordic mythology. But Jane and Darcy don't know much about Norse mythology. What? Darcy asked confused. So are we studying science or theology now? Can I still get my 6 credits? Jane said helplessly. It's now like this and you're still thinking about credits. Aren't you curious about the 2 of them? But isn't paying to go to school just for the diploma? How can you find a good job without a certificate? This is no problem. You might not be able to get those 6 credits and graduate. Why? Because someone broke into your base camp and planned to borrow all your research materials. Just when everyone in the town was settled, Zhang Li happened to find Coulson and the others carrying other people's research results in a certain laboratory. As early as Quake and Thor came to Earth, SHIELD immediately detected the anomaly. It's illegal to break into a house without permission. It's theft. How did you know? I am a god, and every move in the entire town cannot escape my notice. The 3 of them looked at each other, and thinking of Zhang Li's feat of immobilizing everyone, they no longer had any doubts, and they all got up and rushed home. Those materials were the result of several years of research, and there was no room for loss. Zhang Li looked at Saul and asked, "Aren't you going to help your friends?" Thor asked solemnly, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" "My name is Zhang Li, I just said it." Thor didn't believe it. He stared at Zhang Li and threatened him steadily. "I don't care who you are or what your intentions are. If you do anything bad, I swear in the name of the son of Odin, I will kill you. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Zhang Li looked at Thor as if he were a fool and asked, "You have been exiled by Odin now. You are immortal now. I can crush you to death with just one little finger. Where did you get the courage to threaten me?" "As a mortal, who gave you the courage to threaten a god? Father is just angry. I may return to Asgard at any time." When Thor said this, his momentum was obviously weakened by half. "Want me to give you a little help?" "What?" Saul couldn't figure out what Zhang Li wanted to do for a while. Zhang Li said, 50 miles west of here, where did Mjolnir fall? Go ahead and let me see if you can return to Asgard. What is your purpose?" Zhang Li smiled and said, "Nothing, I just want to see how desperate you will be when you can't lift Mjolnir." After that, Zhang Li stood up and left the restaurant to chase Jane and the others. He was going to meet Coulson and ask if he had ever appeared in the previous timeline. Thor couldn't figure out what Zhang's purpose was, and he couldn't do anything about Zhang Li in his current mortal body. Just when he wanted to leave, he was stopped by the waiter. "Sir, you haven't paid yet." "What?" Jane and the others left in a hurry and forgot to pay for the meal. As soon as Zhang Li left, Saul became the victim. But where does he have the money to pay? Zhang Li rushed to Jane's laboratory outside the small town and happened to see Coulson and the others vacating the laboratory. Jane wanted to ask Coulson for a theory, but was stopped by Dr. Shavig. Although Dr. Shavig didn't know what kind of existence S.H.I.E.L.D. actually was, he had a friend who mysteriously disappeared after getting involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hi Coulson, long time no see, how are you doing?" Zhang Li approached Coulson and greeted him familiarly, as if the 2 were really good friends. "Sorry sir, do we know each other?" Coulson took a step back, avoiding the tense hug, and the agents behind him were also alert. "It seems we are not familiar with each other now." Zhang Li put down his hands awkwardly. "Can you call Majafe Kixia? Ask him if he knows a handsome guy named Zhang Li." "What? Who? Are you messing with Frankie? Would anyone use this nickname? It sounds like a curse word." It's the swearing man, your immediate superior, Nick Fury. After Zhang Li explained, Coulson and the agents behind him couldn't help laughing when they thought of Nick Fury's scolding. Fuck man, swear man, it sounds quite appropriate. Well, we have all been through strict training and usually don't laugh. As an agent, suddenly laughing in such an occasion doesn't seem so serious. Got it, unless you can't help it. Coulson took out his mobile phone and dialed a special number. Hello, Chief, it's me, Coulson. Someone here wants me to ask if you know a handsome guy named Zhang Li. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, Coulson, are you having any problems? I don't know anyone named Zhang Li. Coulson replied, the other party is a kid of 17 or 18 years old. He said my name right away and reported your two nicknames. He seems to be very familiar with us. My two nicknames, what nicknames? Fuck man and egg man. Fuck. Puch, sorry Chief, I didn't mean it. Hearing Nick Fury swearing on the other end of the phone, Coulson couldn't help but have a picture in his mind. These two nicknames are quite vivid. Coulson, your vacation this month is ruined. Hey Nigel, are you abusing your employees because you think of some bad historical memory, so you want to take revenge? Coulson and all the agents looked at Zhang Li, who looked indifferent. Who is this guy? He dared to confront the king of agents directly and mention that taboo word. Is it because life is too boring that you want to go to hell for a vacation? Coulson, did I hear it wrong just now? Nick Fury's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Li waved his hand and snatched Coulson's phone in an instant. The agents beside Coulson took out their tools one after another, and Jane and the others were scared and stepped aside. Zhang Li asked Nick Fury on the other end of the phone, Hey damn fuck, do you really not know me? Who are you? It seems that you really don't know me, which means that this is my first visit to this Earth in the timeline. The Ancient One didn't come to find me, which means that I won't have any other impact on the future of this world. So who brought me here? What is the purpose? What are you talking about? What timeline? What Ancient One? Who are you? The more Zhang Li said, the more Nick Fury felt that Zhang Li's background was not simple. Nothing, you don't have to worry about these things. In the next few days, I hope you can authorize me some privileges for Coulson's work. In exchange, I can provide you with 2 pieces of precious information. What do you think? Since Zhang Li's behavior can't affect the future of this world, Zhang Li simply lets go and does it. Not very good, you know absolutely nothing about us. As the most powerful intelligence agency in the world, what kind of intelligence can I not obtain from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Kid, as the king of agents, how could he be taken down by Zhang Li in just a few words? Oh, really? Don't you want to hear what my intelligence is first? Not at all. Now please return the phone to Coulson. Zhang Li sighed and said pretentiously, Oh, that's a pity. It seems that Hydra is one step closer to its goal of ruling the world. It seems that Steve Rogers will never see the light of day again. I hope you can contact Carol Danvers in time. Wait, what did you say? What do you know? I can still talk. However, Zhang Li ignored him at this moment and returned the phone to Coulson directly. Zhang Li swept his eyes to the agents behind Coulson, and several of them showed hostility towards him. Coulson, see you tonight. After that, Zhang Li disappeared directly from the spot with a bang. Wow, Coulson put the phone to his ear and said, Director, he's gone. What, Coulson, what are you doing? You let him go. He has important information in his hands. Nick Fury couldn't believe his ears. The always reliable Coulson actually left such an important key figure. Director, he disappeared directly in front of us through some special ability. Even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, I don't know how to keep him. What? Are you kidding me? No, but he told me to see you in the evening. Nick Fury was silent for a while. He still trusted Coulson, although the idea of disappearing directly was a bit unbelievable. Okay, Coulson, hand over his photo. I need to find out the other party's identity as soon as possible. You can act according to the situation. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Nick Fury handed the phone to Agent Hill, looked at the bustling city outside the building through the glass window, and remained silent. Knowing the news about Hydra and Captain America was not a big deal in his opinion. But if he knew about Carol's existence, then his origin must be extraordinary. Night. Without the sun shining, the dark clouds in the night sky gathered silently. In the afternoon, Jane, who returned to the town, met Thor, who went to the pet store to buy a mount. Out of curiosity about Thor and the inexplicable throbbing in her heart, she took the initiative to call Thor into the car and took Thor to the place where Mjolnir fell. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, just like magnets attracting each other. Their feelings quickly heated up, and they only had to express their feelings. Otherwise, I would say that I am more open-minded. How long have we known each other? On the hill in the distance, Zhang Li watched the car approaching the temporary base in the far west quickly. Thor's every move was under Zhang Li's watch. Bang. Zhang Li dispersed into a cloud of smoke and dissipated in the night sky as if he had never been there. In the temporary base built by S.H.I.E.L.D. around Mjolnir, Coulson led a group of scientists to study Mjolnir, but time was running out and they had no idea. Bang. Zhang Li suddenly teleported into the base, and the agents who heard the noise quickly raised their guns and aimed at Zhang Li. Friendly reminder, all the metal in the world cannot go against my will. The muzzles of the guns aimed at Zhang Li suddenly bent out an arc and pointed the muzzles at the person holding the gun. Wow, this bizarre scene was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. If those agents had not been professionally trained, they would have thrown their guns to the ground at this moment. Coulson, is this your way of hospitality? Coulson raised his hand towards the agents, beckoning them to leave, and then said, "Excuse me, we have checked your identity. There is no electronic device in the world that records your clues. The ability you have shown makes us. We are afraid." Those scientific research experts also went back to continue their own research. It has to be said that the professionals are different, and ordinary people have long shouted, "You're honest, and you're much more pleasing to the eye than mom and fake. Thank you for the compliment, so do you need our help for your sudden appearance?" Coulson lowered his stance. Zhang Li said, "In a while a hammer god will come to get the hammer you are studying. You can't fire on him, you can do whatever you want. Then give me something to eat, no 10 portions. After thinking quickly, Coulson said, "I'm happy to oblige, do you have any other instructions? Aren't you curious about the origin of the hammer god?" Zhang Li didn't expect Coulson to even ask. "Curious, but I'm not sure if I have the ability to get any useful information out of you. Furthermore, we know nothing about that hammer. The god of hammers you mentioned may be able to help us learn more." Zhang Li stood up and patted Coulson on the shoulder and said, "Coulson, you should be the king of agents. You have initially dispelled my guard against you. If the guy on the crane doesn't aim his bow and arrow at me headwards." On the crane, the hawk's eye with a bow and arrow was aiming at Zhang Li's head. He would let go of the arrow in his hand as soon as Coulson gave an order. Crack. The bowstring suddenly broke, leaving a bloody mark on his face. Hawkeye quickly found a bunker to hide. After checking, he found that it was not that the bowstring was broken, but that the metal buckle holding the bowstring was tampered with. Metals surrender together. Barton suddenly remembered that when the tension appeared, he said that no metal could go against his will, and then the barrels of the agent's guns were all bent. "Coulson, he broke my bow." When Coulson heard the voice coming from the headset, he knew that the plan had failed. They had no effective means to deal with the tension. Barton's keys are all specially made. If they are destroyed in advance, it is impossible to escape Barton's eyes, so they can only be temporarily destroyed. This indirectly allowed him to see clearly Zhang Li's strength. He could come and go freely, and he could also control metal. If he were to engage in assassination, he would be the king of assassins. "I can explain." Zhang Li said, "It doesn't matter. I understand that you always need to be prepared when facing the unknown. At least, Coulson, you are not that annoying, right, Agent Sitwell?" He suddenly looked nervously at the bald Agent Sitwell, who was elegant and wearing elegant glasses. Not only is he a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he's also an undercover agent for Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra and became Serpentine Shield. Sitwell looked confused and didn't know how to answer. "Do you know each other?" Coulson asked. Zhang Li said, "I don't know, but I have a superpower that can know everyone's real name." "Otherwise, how do you think I know your name, Coulson?" When Sitwell heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Zhang Li had seen through his identity as an undercover agent. "Sir, if you find an intruder, please give me instructions." "Do you need to kill him?" The agent's report came through Coulson's headset. After looking at Zhang Li, he said through the intercom, "No shooting. No matter what he wants to do, stop him with all your strength. It seems that the hammer god you mentioned has arrived." Coulson directed the staff at the computer, "Bring the surveillance camera over and let us see what magical powers this hammer god has." At this time, an agent brought a dinner plate. Zhang Li looked at the meal prepared for him and couldn't help complaining. "Instant noodles, sausages, burgers, bread, salad dressing, Coulson, this is what you prepared for me. Food. Sorry, we were in a hurry, and the food supplies are not ready yet, so we can only make do with it. I thought that in a special department like yours, the food would be on the higher end." "Coulson, I'm curious, how much is your salary as a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Zhang Li didn't mind, so he directly picked up the instant noodles and started sucking them. Coulson watched Thor's every move in the surveillance video and answered Zhang Li while commanding, "About 200,000. Monthly salary, annual salary, so few. As an agent, there are not many places where we can spend money, and in some areas we can enjoy privileged treatment first. so an annual salary of 200,000 yuan is enough to deal with most problems. Then if you were killed in action, how much would your pension be? Coulson was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Li and asked seriously, do we need to discuss such an unlucky topic? I can foresee the future. I saw your death date, so I asked more questions. Coulson was stunned, and the agents around him were stunned for a moment. As an agent, I have long been mentally prepared to die for the country. Was it recently? Although Coulson still found it hard to believe he had the consciousness of being an agent. Not now, it's still early. You haven't told me how much your pension is yet. The Battle of New York was still 2 years away. Probably more than 10 million. Why do you ask? Coulson was curious about what his pension had to do with tension. Zhang Li sucked all the instant noodles into his stomach in one breath, picked up the bread with his left hand and took a bite, and picked up the coffee with his right hand and took a sip. Said, I am a god, I can bring the dead back to life, but the value of 10 million is not worth my money. Let's go, don't you want to see if the hammer god can pick up his hammer? In the surveillance camera, Saul has knocked down more than 20 strong men and passed through the border all the way to the black agent who is guarding the border at the end. Although he has lost his divine power and turned into a mortal, his body is stronger than ordinary people, and he has nearly 1,500 years of combat experience. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can't do anything to him. Boom! Thunder flashed outside and the rain fell heavier. S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists discovered that the closer Thor got to Mjolnir, the more intense the magnetic field activity became. When Thor faced a black man who was a head taller than himself, he was not timid at all. He took the initiative to attack. He broke through the protective layer against the black man and rushed into the central area of the temporary base, which is Mjolnir's, the place of fall. Mjolnir is right in front of him. As long as Thor defeats this last black agent, he can raise Mjolnir again and regain his name as the God of Thunder. The two struggled with each other in the rain-wet quagmire. In the end, Saul was the winner and knocked out the strong black man. Zhang Li, Coulson, and Hawkeye holding a gun witnessed all of Thor's feats, watching the rain wash away the mud from his body, and he proudly walked towards Mjolnir step by step. When Thor walked in front of Mjolnir, the lightning and rain stopped at the same time, and the violent magnetic field activity gradually subsided. Thor reached out and grabbed Mjolnir, trying to lift it up, but Mjolnir didn't move at all. He held the blow with both hands and sucked with all his strength, but Mjolnir did not respond to him. Thor took a step back and looked up at the dim night sky, his eyes full of confusion and sadness. Thor looked up to the sky and roared. At this moment, his previous pride was shattered. He knew that he was no longer worthy of the name of Thor. He was exiled by Odin, the king of gods. He wanted to blame, but it was his father. Thor's legs weakened, he knelt down and lowered his proud head. For the first time, Saul, who used to have a hot temper and had no scruples, began to ponder his own mistakes. Zhang Li drank the coffee in his hand, threw the cup to Coulson and walked up. So are you really a hammer god? Without the hammer you are useless. However, Zhang Li's words did not arouse Saul's fighting spirit. He always lowered his head like a child who made a mistake. I also want to try to see if I can be worthy of this hammer. Zhang Li stretched out his hand to hold Mjolnir. Thor finally reacted and raised his head to see if Zhang Li could hold Mjolnir.